It kicks off on a stormy night, rain pouring down in sheets. Dillian stands against a wall, blood spreading across his chest. A silver-haired woman drives a sword straight through him, her face unreadable, as lifeless as a professional killer's. She gives the blade a slight twist. He chokes on blood, yet weirdly, he doesn't feel any pain. Instead, he looks at her and thinks, so, even when you kill me, you're still breathtakingly cruel. His hand reaches up, brushing her cheek for just a second before falling limp. His final thought? That damn woman. And then, boom, on a computer screen, a notification pops up. Engagement annulled. Dillian's death confirmed. Congratulations. Phase complete. Cut to a young man staring at the screen, fist clenched in victory. Finally, that was the last bug. I must have reset the storyline 100 times to fix it, but I did it. His name is Kim Woo-jin, a game developer who's this close to escaping the soul-crushing grind of overtime. He leans back, stretching, completely wiped out, but thrilled. To really get what's going on here, you need to know about Rue, a handheld game dev studio. In the absolute chaos of Korea's handheld gaming scene, Rue has exploded onto the scene, pumping out hit after hit. Now they're world famous. The game Kim Woo-jin's been debugging, REW's latest AAA flagship title. It's so valuable, it could make or break the entire company. Success means sky-high fame. Failure? Total collapse. What makes the game stand out? A punishing level of difficulty and a branching storyline shaped entirely by player decisions. Even though it's a solo experience, the story feels alive, full of procedurally generated characters that evolve with each choice you make. It's earned global hype, and there's more. The game lets you pick from a crazy range of classes. You've got the usual suspects like knights, mages, and adventurers, but then there's the wild stuff, demons, exorcists, nobles, even full-on royalty. In this game, players can shape their destiny however they want. That's the big selling point, and if the game hits it big, we're all cashing in. But with high stakes comes high risk. If we mess this up, REW's going bankrupt. No second chances. So why have I been buried in overtime for months? Blame it all on one man, Dillian von Greyhan-Yucklein. Class, Senior Professor. Power level, 3357. He's the linchpin in Dillian's death event. The sequence I finally got to run without bugs. This guy isn't just a background character. He's one of the game's most notorious villains and a major mid-tier boss. Because his story connects with so many other characters and subplots, debugging his arc was pure chaos. But now, it's done. In this version, his fiancée takes him out, and the code ran smooth for once. Still, he was a pain in every possible way. Kim Woo-jin cracked his knuckles and leaned back in his chair, finally feeling some relief. Then, a voice rang out behind him. Kim Woo-jin, how's the testing going? He turned to see a familiar face. It was Yuera, his team lead, and also his ex 7 years they'd been together. 7 years filled with good memories. But in the end, they were opposites. She was driven, always striving to improve. He preferred to coast. She kept pushing him, work harder, do more, keep up. But he never changed. Eventually, that tore them apart. It's been 6 months since the breakup. Where around the office is, she's seeing someone new now. Yuera smiled casually, not seeming to notice the thoughts swirling in Kim Woo-jin's head. Congrats. I heard you were stuck on a bug. Glad you finally cracked it. He let out a breath, replying with a bit of bite in his voice. Sounds like things are going great with your new guy. That made her pause, just for a moment. Then she answered, cool and composed. Rumors fly around here fast. Yeah, things are going well. Kim Woo-jin kept his eyes fixed on the monitor, but the words hit a nerve. Well, good luck. Hope you guys make it to the altar. Yuera let out a small laugh. She'd always been used to his sarcasm. Don't be petty. Just focus on the game. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, oh right, the writers want some character adjustments. They're asking us to tweak a few templates. Kim Woo-jin groaned internally. Again? They change something every damn day. He bit his tongue, then redirected the conversation. Hey, about Dillian? Is he really a mid-tier boss? Players can kill him off early if they get lucky. Yuera nodded. Exactly. That's what makes the game so dynamic. The longer Dillian stays in the story, the more powerful he becomes. Every playthrough unfolds differently depending on what players choose. The fact that Dillian gets stronger the longer he survives just makes things harder for the player. Then, with a teasing smirk, Yuera added, you know he was actually based on you, right? Can't believe you never figured it out. Kim Woo-jin blinked. Huh? I barely even talked to the scriptwriter. You Era laughed. Exactly. That's why every time I play, I kill him first. He shot her sideways glare. What's that supposed to mean? She gave an innocent shrug. It means you two are basically the same. Kim Woo-jin stared at her. Hold up, so I'm supposed to be that guy? The one whose last words were, you damn. She didn't answer, just smiled. Jokes aside, you Era switched back to work mode. All right, seriously now. How's the playtest looking? Kim Woo-jin sighed and gave it to her straight. The game's solid. It's fun, but the fact that our whole company is riding on this? Kinda terrifying. You Era just shook her head. Don't worry. The gameplay trailer already blew up online. The hype's insane. This game's not gonna flop. Just then, Kim Woo-jin glanced out the window and spotted someone. Hey, is it your boyfriend down there? Blonde guy leaning on the car. You Era looked where he was pointing. Sure enough, a blonde man stood by a car outside. She let out a breath. Wow, it's already that late. Before she could finish, Kim Woo-jin cut in. Well, what are you waiting for? Don't keep him waiting. She went quiet for a moment, then nodded. You're right. I'll get going. Good job today, Kim Woo-jin. Yeah, see you. He didn't even look back as she walked away. Once the door shut behind her, Kim Woo-jin let out a long exhale and turned back to the screen. All right, back to Dillian. But he couldn't help muttering under his breath. Seriously? That scriptwriter thinks this guy is me. He scanned the character data again. 6 different attributes. A so-called genius, but also underwhelming in practice. In the game, Dillian von Grahan-Yucklein was celebrated as a magical prodigy since childhood. But behind the praise was a harsh truth. He wasn't nearly as impressive as people believed. His bloated ego mixed with his flaws to form one of the most insufferable characters in the entire game. At this point, Kim Woo-jin thought, is he even human anymore? Sure, he got stronger as the story went on, but it didn't matter. Everyone around him still loathed him. That never changed. Kim Woo-jin leaned back a little, fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. Maybe I can tweak his personality a bit, he mused. Something small? He is based on me, after all. As he spoke, his hands flew over the keyboard and mouse with practiced ease. In no time, a new trait appeared on screen. New trait, empathy. Empathy, huh? So what? He's gonna be more caring now. Or just feels sorry for people. He shrugged. Oh, whatever. Let's go with it. At the very least, he'll be a bit more empathetic than I am. He chuckled under his breath, but then paused, his eyes lighting up. Actually, why stop there? A few quick clicks. Ooh, that one looks solid. And this, yeah, definitely need that. Before he knew it, Kim Woo-jin had loaded Dillian up with 5 shiny new traits. Empathy, wealthy tycoon, golden hands, keen insight, resilient body. Just a glance, and it was clear each one was ridiculously powerful. When he finished, Kim Woo-jin leaned back again, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Okay, maybe I went overboard. Kinda maxed him out, didn't I? He hovered over the keys. Better roll him back before this gets out of hand. He started typing in a reset command, but just before he could hit confirm, ting, a message notification popped up. The sound made him jump. Damn, almost gave me a heart attack. Who's texting me this late? He glanced at the screen and froze. It was from the scriptwriter. Instantly, he fired off a reply. Need me to adjust the template? Just say the word. I'll fix it right now. But the answer that came back was strange. No, I'm just here to watch. Kim Woo-jin frowned. Watch? Like, you mean we're doing a live bug test or something? But then another reply followed. Haha, not at all. Look out the window. The window, he muttered. What the hell's out there? Still confused, he turned his head to look, and his entire body froze. Over the city skyline, the sky had warped into a churning vortex of black clouds. Lightning lanced through it in all directions, but what truly shattered his sense of reality was the giant void at the center. A gaping hole in the heavens, like someone had ripped a tear in the fabric of existence itself. His eyes went wide. What is that? Why is there a hole in the sky? Before he could process it, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted from the rift, ripping through the sky like a blade meant to split the world in two. Woo-jin's vision wavered, then suddenly fractured into a whirlwind of chaotic images. Strange places, unknown voices, flashing scenes spinning through his mind like a storm he couldn't escape. Where am I? What is this? Who even am I right now? Amid the confusion, a powerful voice rang out in his head. Steady, commanding, impossible to ignore. Remember this well. Always stay on guard. Dillian isn't someone you can underestimate. He may look defeated now, but he's only resetting, recalibrating his gifts. He's dangerous, a true villain. Scene shift. Inside a lavish bedroom, a sharp voice sliced through the silence. Wake up. Get up, Dillian now. The irritation in her tone was enough to jolt him from sleep. Standing at his bedside was a woman with jet black hair, her eyes blazing with fury. Still lying around like this? Honestly, do you even have a shred of pride left? He didn't answer her, not directly. Instead, the young man dragged a hand down his face and exhaled, long and heavy. So this is it. Been a few days since I woke up in this body, but it still feels like I'm stuck in some weird dream, he muttered softly to himself. The woman's expression tightened at his silence. Then her voice rose, this time louder, sharper, dripping with contempt. You're really going to keep wallowing because of her? You'd shame our family just to cling to some woman. She slammed a thick folder onto the desk. I'm leaving your files here. If you don't want to lose that oh-so-important professor job of yours, then get off your ass and go. And with that, she turned on her heel and stormed out, the anger in the room practically crackling behind her. Back on the bed, Wu Jin, or rather, the man now living inside Dillian's skin, sat in stillness. Everything's still such a mess. 1 week ago, the sky lit up, and when I came to, I was in a stranger's body. No doubt about it now. This world, this place, it's the very game I was building. The layout, the people, even the atmosphere, it all matched perfectly. But fate hadn't just dropped him into anyone's body. No, he'd become the one character with no way out. A man doomed from the beginning, no matter how the story twisted. I'd become Dillian, the villain. Dillian quietly picked up the documents the woman had thrown, stacked them in order, then leaned back again, one hand absently brushing his face as he stared up at the ceiling. Been a full week since I landed here. At first, I thought all of this was just a strange dream. But day by day, the vivid sensations, the weight of reality, made it clear that this wasn't a dream at all. Somehow, after dying like that, I ended up here. Is this the afterlife? I don't know. What I do know is this. I've become the villain in a game that was still in development. Dillian von Greyhan-Yucklein. In the game, Dillian is a major mid-game boss. No matter which path the player takes, they're forced to confront him. He's the enemy of countless important characters. Parents, lovers, heroes. The cause of countless tragedies. A relentless antagonist from beginning to end. And now, I'm him. The worst part? I have no clue where in the story I've landed. The only concrete detail I know is my total mana capacity, but I don't know how to use any of it. Right now, I'm defenseless, and that's not an exaggeration. I played through every route of this game over 1,000 times during its development, and out of all of them, Dillian only survived in one. Just one. He was never designed to live past the midpoint. His whole purpose was to serve as an obstacle, and nothing more. As this realization settled in, I looked over at a pile of documents nearby. There were notes left by that girl, basic material on magic and how mana works. As I scanned them, memories of a black-haired girl surfaced in my mind. Uriel von Greyhan-Yucklein. She's my half-sister, the one who left the papers while I was asleep. Technically, she's the real power behind the Yucklein family now. And truthfully, there's nothing but bad blood between us. The woman Uriel mentioned must have been Julie. There's clearly something going on between me and Julie. Wait, did Uriel say something about a professor position? That's right. There's a lecture today. I should go. I've never taught a class in my past life, so I need to start gathering info right away. But more than that, something strange keeps happening. These lines of text keep popping up in front of me like a system screen. Primary survival objective. Become a necessary character in the game. Side quest. Teach at the academy. Reward. Plus 0.5 shop currency. Whether I liked it or not, I had no choice but to haul my tired body out of bed. As I moved, I kept telling myself, I need to do this. Whether it's for the quest or because of Julie. She played a huge part in Dillian's downfall. And besides, that shop currency could be useful. But how should I even teach a lecture? I was anxious, of course, but maybe it'd be okay. After all, this body has a unique skill. Insight. Insight is a rare innate talent. It lets the user instantly grasp information, anything, really, by consuming mana. Before becoming Dillian, I gave him this skill during development. I thought it would make him seem more humane. In the game, this trait only shows up in the late stages of the story, which means it might have some hidden uses I haven't even seen yet. The lavish bathroom, the finely tailored clothes, it all should have felt out of place. But strangely, it didn't. Everything fit too naturally, like I'd been Decilian my entire life. At first, I thought the outfits were too over the top. Now they feel refined, almost dignified. It must be one of Decilian's traits, dignity. That aura seeps into everything. I couldn't even move in ways that felt improper. This body demands grace. What used to make him, Wu Jin, uncomfortable now came second nature. And, as normal as it should have felt, attending my first lecture just to gather intel felt completely routine. I wasn't just anyone, I was an elite nobleman. That's when the sweat hit me. Cold and sharp. I forced myself back to reality. What the hell am I thinking? Kim Woo-jin, a perfectly average young man from South Korea. Not bad-looking, sure. Tall, maybe even charming to some. But in the end, just a lazy, boring guy. That's who I am. As someone once kindly put before dumping me, I'm a deadweight. Yeah, I can't let myself forget that. I have to stay grounded. Scene change. With that sharp reminder echoing in his head, Decilian stepped outside. Waiting for him was a chauffeur in a ridiculously luxurious car. The moment he appeared, the driver bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. Decilian didn't hesitate. He stepped into the car with an icy calm. But inside, his thoughts were simmering. What the hell is this car? I don't think I've ever even seen something this expensive in real life. Damn it. And now I'm remembering that moment again. So damn frustrating. His jaw clenched. The image flashed across his mind. Era's new boyfriend pulling up to their office, all smiles and luxury. A brutal memory. He looked to the side, then noticed something. A boy sat next to him. Brown hair half covered his eyes. Quiet, unassuming. Who was he? The boy flinched a little under Decilian's gaze, then quickly spoke. Good morning, Professor, he said, handing over a thick set of papers. Professor? That word helped Decilian piece it together. This kid, he had to be his secretary, maybe an assistant, something like that. Decilian took the documents and asked casually, Are you a mage? The question caught the boy completely off guard. Huh, you've been teaching me for nearly 3 years. Just kidding, Decilian said, brushing it off with a slight shake of his head. As the car drove on, he flipped through the stack. Lecture materials? No, not really. It was a script, word-for-word lines. The entire lecture had been pre-written, clearly not by Decilian himself. Someone else, probably this kid, had done it for him. Made sense. A guy like Decilian, arrogant, talentless, would never prepare this himself. That realization stirred something. A weird feeling he didn't expect. Without even thinking, he said, Good work. The boy blinked. Shocked. What? Decilian didn't explain. He just leaned back and added, Just rest until we get there. Why, yes, understood. The chauffeur, used to his young master's usual cold silence, nearly lost it. Did the young master just praise someone? He sat there, still trying to wrap his head around what just happened. Meanwhile, Decilian's expression tightened. A thin line of sweat traced down his temple. What kind of insane personality is this? His stomach turned, all because he gave someone a compliment. That simple phrase had thrown his entire body off. So this is the real Decilian. He'd felt hints of it back at the mansion, but now it was undeniable. Decilian's personality was creeping into his mind, influencing his very thoughts. The realization unsettled him deeply. Lost in this internal tug-of-war, he barely noticed the car slowing down. We've arrived, young master, the chauffeur called from the front. Without a word, Decilian reached for the door and stepped out. What greeted him was a sprawling campus, its buildings towering and grand. The walkways bustled with students, their chatter filling the air with life. For a brief moment, he was speechless. So this is where Decilian works, the Royal Academy. His destination, the Roto Lecture Hall. Scene transition. By the time Decilian entered the hall, it was already full. Students filled every seat, chatting excitedly. I can't believe we finally get to attend a lecture by Senior Professor Decilian. You mean the genius spell analyst? One student asked. Not just that, another added. I heard he's a prodigy. Before they could go on, a firm voice sliced through the noise. Attention, everyone. Silence fell instantly. A tall figure had entered, cold, commanding, and sharp. His presence alone seemed to reshape the air. I am Decilian von Greyhan-Yucklein, he announced. As senior professor of the Mage Tower, I'll be handling this lecture. He spoke with noble composure, each word detached, yet full of weight. Now, then, let us begin. His appearance, his voice, his entire presence. It made a powerful impact. Whispers rippled through the hall. He's even more handsome in person. And that voice, he's just too cool. But in one shadowed corner of the lecture hall, a single girl gripped the paper in front of her. Her fingers trembled from the force of her grip. "Cool, huh? So we finally meet," she muttered, voice low and laced with venom. "That bastard, Dillian, the one who destroyed my father." Her eyes locked onto him, burning with hatred. Her thoughts flashed back. 3 years ago, her father had ended his life after devoting everything to decoding the Holy Scriptures. His life's work had been stolen. The man who took credit, praised as a genius in sacred interpretation, was none other than Dillian. After her father's death, everything crumbled. Her noble title, their land, their fortune, gone. With nowhere left to go, she made a promise to herself that day. "I will destroy him." She worked relentlessly, day and night, until she earned her place here, the Royal Academy, the very place Dillian called home. They may admire him, but I know the truth. His entire reputation, his so-called brilliance, it was all a lie built on stolen glory. Her father's glory. How can he stand there so confidently, like he deserves any of it? That seat should have been my father's. I'll uncover his lies. I'll crush his image. I want to kill him right here and now. But she knew better. If I want revenge, I need time. Preparation. Precision. When I strike, it has to be perfect. Her body quaked with fury just thinking about it. She struggled to steady herself, completely unaware that the very man she despised was, at that moment, standing calmly at the front of the lecture hall, addressing the students. "All right, everyone, let's begin. I'm your instructor for this course. I hold the rank of Masterclass Mage and serve as a senior professor at the Mage Tower. From this point on, I'll be your special lecturer," he continued without pause. "As you may know, there are 11 mage ranks, with Monarch being the 4th highest. By now, that shouldn't be new information. Magic itself is divided into 3 core attributes and 9 disciplines. The attributes include Origin, the root of all magic; Elemental, which governs physical matter; and Material, the vessel that channels mana. The 9 magical disciplines are Summoning, Spirit Arts, Destruction, Support, Control, Resilience, Enchantment, Harmony, and Specialization. Every mage must understand these principles. Meanwhile, from Dillian's point of view, as he went on with the lecture, his thoughts drifted inward. This is going more smoothly than I imagined. Not bad for a first class, and especially not bad for someone just reciting a script on magical theory, something I barely know myself. But even with just the script in front of him, he felt like he had complete command over the material. His natural poise and commanding presence held the students' focus effortlessly. Where others might buckle under pressure, Dillian stayed composed, a result of his elite-level traits. Everything just flowed. These traits really are built for teaching, he mused, before turning his focus back to the lecture. Mana flows and behaves differently depending on where it's stored. Most mages keep it in their brains, which helps them picture spells clearly. Swordsmen, on the other hand, store mana in their hearts, the source of blood flow and energy. Then there's the Dantian, the most adaptable mana core, acting as a powerful bridge between internal energy and the external world. The takeaway? Hard work is essential, but when raw talent is limited, smart decisions become just as vital. As those words left his mouth, even he had to stop and reflect. That line hits harder than I expected. How fitting for me. Dillian had never been considered a prodigy. His mana stat sat at 3375. In contrast, someone else in this world began with over 30,000. If anyone needed that advice, it was him. Still, it's just a lecture, just a script. With that, he prepared to end the session. That concludes today's lesson. He reached the final line of the script, but froze. Should I really say this next part? If I were truly Dillian, I wouldn't. That hesitation made him pause. He didn't want to just follow a character's path. He wanted to act as himself. Taking a breath, he looked up and asked, "Any questions?" The students looked at each other, then shook their heads. No hands were raised. Good. No questions, he thought, quietly relieved as he brought the lecture to a close. But just then, a sharp voice cut through the room. Professor Dillian. A girl with silver-gray hair stood up abruptly, her voice firm and unwavering. An unknown spell appeared in the mage dorm last night. Some think it might even be demonic in nature. As someone renowned for interpreting sacred scriptures, what's your take on it? Dillian turned his eyes toward her, then asked flatly, "Are you really from the Mage Tower?" Caught off guard, the girl flinched slightly. "Excuse me? Why do you ask?" He answered without emotion. "If you were truly from the Mage Tower, You would have introduced yourself properly first. I don't respond to questions from students who lack basic manners. Her eyes went wide in disbelief, stunned by the remark. But Dillian didn't spare her another look. He turned his back to her and walked toward the exit, his mind already elsewhere. I had no choice. That trait, understanding, it burns through mana fast. Just reading this lecture script cost me 1,300 mana. If I try to decode an unknown spell on top of that, who knows how much more it'll drain. Around the room, murmurs began to rise. She tried to make a big deal out of it, but totally backfired. She must be fuming right now. Whispers and smirks spread quickly among the students, only deepening her frustration. But rather than retreat, she stood her ground. The Mage Tower's response was vague. They claimed it was just a rumor. But I believe you can identify the spell. So I'm formally asking you, Professor, for an explanation. As soon as she spoke, she summoned her mana. A warped green magic circle flickered into existence above her desk, glowing with strange patterns. The moment Dillian looked at it, he felt a sharp drain. His mana plummeted, leaving him with only 360 points. Hovering beneath the faint light of the spell, the girl continued. A few apprentice mages stayed behind to study this pattern, but they haven't made any progress. If you could just... It's a magical barrier. Her words were cut off by Dillian's voice, cold and direct. There's no mystery here. That's an enchantment-based confinement spell. Someone was trying to trap you inside. That's all. Without another word, he turned and walked out, leaving her frozen in place, speechless. With that, the system chimed in. Lecture complete. Plus 0.5 shot points. Time passed, and the setting shifted to the Academy's dining hall. But the gray-haired girl still simmered over what happened in class. That man, what a pompous fraud. I was trying to expose his bluff with a spell no one could identify, and he calls me rude just for skipping introductions? I nearly died from the embarrassment. Still, something about his response gnawed at her. He called it enchantment magic, just like that, but enchantments usually require a medium, and the one I showed him, it was a perfect copy of the symbol drawn on the dormitory's main entrance last night. No medium, no anchor. How could it possibly be enchantment magic? At first, no one could make sense of the strange spell, but now, it had become a subject of study for beginner mages. I knew he was bluffing. Ephereine muttered to herself, frustrated. Suddenly, a red-haired girl rushed over, nearly out of breath. Ephereine, you're not going to believe this. That magic circle from yesterday, we finally cracked it. When we reconstructed the formation, it turned out to be a barrier spell. I still can't believe it. We were all too nervous to ask the professor anything, but wow, you were seriously brave. Ephereine froze. Her expression went blank as her brain processed what she just heard. Wait, you're saying it really was a barrier spell? The red-haired girl beamed and nodded excitedly. Yep, isn't Professor Dillian incredible? I mean, how could he tell it was an enchantment spell without a medium? Anyway, thanks to you bringing it up, we're submitting a formal report on the spell. And we're including your name. Thanks, Ephereine responded awkwardly. Even after hearing it confirmed, she couldn't accept it. No way. He must have guessed. It had to be luck. That's all. In the end, I just ended up making him look good. Annoyed, she reached in her bag and pulled out a course list. Advanced Elemental Magic, 5 credits. Instructor, Dillian von Granche-Yucklein. She stared at the name for a moment, pressing her lips into a thin line. A class taught by him, this semester of all times. People always say if you understand your enemy and yourself, you'll never be defeated. Fine, I'll be ready. Get ready, Dillian. I'm not done with you yet. I will uncover the truth. With her resolve steeled, a fierce determination ignited in her heart. Meanwhile, from Dillian's side, even after leaving the classroom, unease still lingered. That was way too close. The moment he saw the spell, his insight trait triggered instinctively, and just looking at it nearly wiped out his entire mana reserve. I don't even know what kind of magic it was. Even if I had double the mana, I probably still wouldn't understand it fully. Still, at least nothing bad happened. Just as he was about to let it go, a voice called out from ahead. It's been a while. The words pulled him to a stop. He looked up and immediately recognized her. White hair, sharp eyes, a face he'd only seen through a screen until now. Julie von Ephereine, his fiancée, a prodigy destined to stand at the peak of knighthood. He hadn't expected to meet her here. From a few steps away, she addressed him in a calm, steady voice. How have you been? Dillian's expression stayed cool. Not sure. Let's just say I'm fine. but something about his response seemed to irritate her. Her gaze narrowed. Fine, even after breaking the promise we made just a week ago. Inside, Dillian froze. What promise? What's she talking about? I have no idea. I'd better play this carefully. Dillian figured the smartest move was to steer clear of someone as dangerous as her. Without sparing her more than a glance, he kept walking, his voice flat. I don't recall. Now, if you'll excuse. Before he could finish, Julie stepped right into his path, blocking him. Her voice dropped to a cold, steady tone. Running away again, just like before? Dillian realized she wasn't going to let him go that easily. He paused, sighed, and replied, Maybe I forgot because of my recent fever. Why don't you remind me? What exactly did we promise each other? That question triggered a sharp memory in Julie's mind, one from just a week ago. Her own voice echoed, Promise me this. If you can face the truth about your arrogance and pride, if you can admit it honestly, then I'll marry you, even if the world burns down around us. As the weight of her misplaced trust hit her, veins pulsed on her forehead. She clenched her jaw, voice low and tight. I was a fool to believe you. Go. Dillian glanced back at her briefly, but didn't stop. Very well, he said, and kept walking. Behind him, Julie's teeth ground together. Her thoughts spiraled back to the beginning, their engagement. It had never been about love. It was a calculated match. Dillian, a supposed magical genius, and her, a rising knight. A union that promised strength and political gain. Her brother had pushed it, citing the royal bloodlines in both the Eucline and Frieden families. No one had objected. Even she had convinced herself. This is for the family. Love isn't required. I'll accept it. But soon, the truth had surfaced, and it was ugly. Dillian's so-called brilliance? Nothing but a facade. He'd faked being a prodigy, lied his way into a professor's seat, and rode on false acclaim. As time passed, suspicions grew. The prodigy hadn't advanced in 3 years. Whispers turned to rumors. Eventually, he stopped bragging altogether. Still, both families had buried the truth. They chose silence over scandal, pride over honesty. But Julie couldn't do that. I can endure a marriage without love, but not one built on lies. That's my code as a knight. And he had agreed to that. Now, he acted like he remembered nothing at all. Julie whispered under her breath, hands trembling as they curled into fists. Royal Academy. Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy was the crown jewel of institutions in the game. Among its many branches, the Department of Magic stood at the top. Think of it like the medical school at Seoul National University, while the Tower of Magic served as its elite affiliated hospital. As Dillian took in the surroundings, even he couldn't help but admire it. This place is incredible, he thought. Vast grounds, perfectly manicured gardens. It looked like an Ivy League campus brought to life. The level of detail was stunning. The developers really poured their hearts into this. If only I were in a different body, I'd actually enjoy all of this. Just then, someone came sprinting toward him. He caught the movement instantly. His instincts kicked in, his elbow shot back. The blow landed squarely, and the person's documents went flying. It turned out to be his assistant. I'm sorry, Professor. I was in a hurry to find you, the assistant blurted out. Recognizing the voice, Dillian muttered, Oh, it's that kid again. Thought I was under attack. Then out loud, Zoro, right? No, sir. I'm Alan. The assistant corrected, a little thrown off. Silence lingered for a beat. Right? Must have gotten the names mixed up. Alan looked confused, probably wondering who Zoro even was. The scene shifted to Dillian's office. Now seated, he glanced through the scattered documents Alan had brought. So, this is why you were rushing around? He asked. Alan nodded. Yes, Professor. It's the list of sponsors for the new magic apprentices this year. That was all Dillian needed to understand the situation. So that's how this system works. The Tower of Magic ran much like a research institution. Money fueled advancement. Professors would personally back apprentices they saw potential in, guiding their growth. As Dillian flipped through the list, scanning each name, one in particular caught his attention. It was glowing. This name? Why is it glowing? He quickly figured it out. It had to be the result of his traits. Trait: wealthy tycoon rare. A natural-born financier with razor-sharp instincts for spotting value. The more details you gather, the clearer the opportunity. Trait: keen vision rare. An extraordinary ability to detect key visual details, almost like a sixth sense. Mana points and other system elements were really just there to enhance these traits. Back into Dillian's view, the answer was obvious now. This glow, it's the result of wealthy tycoon and keen vision working together. Whoever this name belongs to must be a gold mine. There were a few strong candidates on the list, but one stood out above all. A silver-haired girl. Ephereine, huh? I know that name. Ephereine Luna, a major figure in the game's world. According to the dev who created her, Dillian's character had taken her father away. But now Dillian had a different question. Why doesn't Ephereine Luna have a sponsor? Dillian spoke without thinking, his thoughts slipping out loud. Alan scratched his head, looking uneasy. Ah, Ephereine Luna? I think people are just scared. Before Alan could finish explaining, Dillian nodded. I get it. They're all avoiding her, worried about how I'd react if they backed her. He flipped through the file again. She made it into the Tower of Magic without even going through the academy. That alone proves she's gifted. But there was more to it than talent. Ephereine Luna wasn't just any student, she was his enemy. Or rather, Dillian was hers. If everything plays out like it did in the game, then I'm already doomed. Right then, a system message popped up. Skill, villain's fate. Everyone wants him dead. But what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. In the game, Dillian's death had been a recurring theme. Stab through the chest, knife to the skull, poisoned drink, sudden explosion. The methods changed, but the result never did. He always died. If I want to stay alive, I need to make a move the old Dillian never even considered. And just like that, he made his decision. No hesitation. He grabbed a pen and signed the form. Here, he said, handing the file back. Submit this. Also, borrow a few books from me. I've got some writing to do before I head out. Got it, Professor. I'll be back soon, Alan said cheerfully before dashing off. Left alone in his office, Dillian sank into thought. Money, that's what I need. A lot of it. With money, I can dodge most of the traps this world has waiting for me. Investing in a mage is a start, but it's nowhere near enough. There are too many people who hate me. The second they get the chance, they'll come for my life. What I really need is power. A backup plan. A way out. Unfortunately, Dillian's raw talent wasn't impressive. At his current level, he didn't stand a chance of dodging all the deaths lined up for him. But there was one thing he had going for him, his attributes. He couldn't wield all four elements like he used to boast, but he did have affinity with earth and fire. And when combined, those two formed metal. From that fusion came his unique trait. Midas Touch, unique rank. Consumes mana to unlock a target's hidden potential. This, paired with his ability to manipulate metal, gave Dillian a niche edge. He could control floating swords, channeling energy to move them freely. Sure, energy-controlled flying swords sounded flashy. In reality, it was just a refined form of telekinesis. But in this world, even that was rare. I may not be strong, but if I can master metal, if I can perfect this skill, then I have a fighting chance. But first, he had to learn how to control it. Time to test my object manipulation. Without hesitation, Dillian reached out and laid his hand on the beginner's manual for magic manipulation. In the same breath, he activated his insight trait to kickstart the learning process. At that moment, a surge of energy burst from his body, weaving an intricate magic circle in midair. A flood of knowledge crashed into Dillian's mind, streams of information embedding themselves directly. Sweat poured down his face as he endured the torrent. Telekinesis, it's being engraved into my memory. Luckily, the transfer didn't last long. When it ended, Dillian turned his attention to a pen resting nearby. He focused silently. Just as he hoped, the pen began to float. Pleased with the outcome, he gave a small nod. I've now learned basic telekinesis. No chant needed. To see something from a game unfold in reality, no matter how simple, was surreal. If this is what I can do with a basic skill, then mastering advanced remote control would bring me closer to true power. But now came the next question. What's the next step? Could I engrave magic circles across my whole body? In this world, the strength of a magic circle scaled with its size. If he could analyze his body using insight, not just his brain, but even his heart, then enhancing object control through full-body inscriptions might be possible. Of course, it came with danger. Overloading the body or triggering severe side effects wasn't out of the question. But this body wasn't ordinary. It carried the Iron Man trait, superior physical prowess and immense potential. It could take it. This was something only he could attempt. He still had 800 mana left, enough for a small trial. With that resolve, Dillian launched his experiment on himself. The book he held suddenly shone with brilliant light. Strange symbols flowed from its pages and poured into his body. Pain struck like a hammer. It wasn't ordinary pain. It felt like every bone was breaking and every muscle being ripped apart. But Dillian didn't flinch. He wouldn't even grunt. He was a noble. He had to endure it with poise. Time slipped by. Finally, the process ended, draining him down to a single point of mana. His entire frame shook from the ordeal. I'm spent. I failed to finish it because I ran out of mana. Still, I've gained something. A magic circle now marked his shoulder. At this rate, it'll take about 2 weeks to cover my body. Time moved on. A full month had passed since Dillian's lecture. And now the first official day of class had arrived. The scene shifted to the Tower of Magic, where students had gathered in front of a wooden notice board. All eyes were fixed on the announcement posted there. An unusual message from Dillian. I, Professor Dillian, would like to evaluate your capabilities. Research anything you can within this area and bring me your findings. This location is rich in elemental energy, perfect for your experiments. As they finished reading, murmurs rippled through the group. Confused glances were exchanged. This isn't what the seniors told us to expect. Wait, is every one of his lessons like this? Looks like he's leaving us to figure things out ourselves. Is that what the board's for? So we're supposed to use the elemental energy here? That's the lesson. Where even is Professor Dillian? The uncertainty spread fast. Off to the side, Ephereine stood with her arms crossed, visibly irritated. Her brow twitched as she clenched her fists. What kind of professor makes us teach ourselves on the very first day? Irresponsible jerk. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone brushed past her, bumping her shoulder hard. She turned, ready to snap, but froze. The blonde girl who'd walked by didn't even glance back, continuing ahead as if nothing had happened. It was Sylvia von Josephine Ilade. Sylvia gave the faintest tilt of her head, a silent acknowledgement, then turned away and walked off without a word. Ephereine stood rooted to the spot. Did she just ignore me? Did she seriously not recognize who I am? Time moved on. Ephereine sat on the ground, using her mana to mold a small castle. Childlike, almost like playing in the sand, but her focus had slipped. There's no way she forgot. She's from the Ilade family. 10 years ago, they surrounded our home. My father was rising too fast, and they feared what he might become. They threatened us. So why does she act like she doesn't know me? Suddenly, a sharp gust swept through the area. Her tiny mana-formed castle crumbled. Huh, she muttered. What the? It feels like my mana's being drained. Scanning the area, her eyes locked onto Sylvia, who was channeling her power into a massive magical structure. The spell was so intense that it had started pulling in the lingering energy around it, including Epherine's. Her frustration hit its limit. Spinning around, she shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? You just pulled in all the energy I gathered." No response. "Hey, I'm talking to you," she yelled louder. But Sylvia remained still, her eyes focused ahead, completely ignoring her. Epherine's whole body tensed, fists clenched, rage bubbling under the surface. What is wrong with her? Why won't she say anything? Something suddenly clicked in Epherine's mind. Normal people, even strangers, would at least flinch or glance over if someone yelled at them. But Sylvia hadn't moved at all, not even a twitch, which could only mean one thing. She was deliberately ignoring her. A sly smile crept across Epherine's face as she muttered, "Amused, so that's how it is. Tell me, Lady Sylvia, why are you pretending not to know me?" That tiny shift in Sylvia's shoulders, barely noticeable, was all the confirmation Ephereine needed. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she pressed forward, accusing Sylvia of feigning ignorance after a family once threatened hers, forcing her to give up magic entirely. "Are you scared I'll take the spotlight away from you?" she taunted. Sylvia, unfazed, finally responded in a cold, emotionless tone, "I don't know you." The words hit hard, and Epherine's temper exploded. "Oh, so now you're looking down on me," she shouted. That was when Sylvia turned to face her directly, eyes sharp as ice. "I don't know you," she repeated, "but I do know your father, that arrogant noble. I heard he's dead." That final line hit like a dagger. Epherine's jaw tightened to the point of pain, her eyes blazing with fury. All around them, students froze as a crushing wave of mana pulsed through the air, thick and heavy. A few gasped as they noticed Ephereine gathering a massive amount of energy into her clenched fist. In the next heartbeat, she lunged straight at Sylvia, screaming, "Say that again." Sylvia reacted immediately, conjuring a magical shield just as Epherine's attack collided with it. The resulting impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves that knocked students off balance and left a ringing silence in its wake. As the dust settled, Ephereine stood at the center of the chaos, her breathing ragged, one fist still clutching a handful of Sylvia's golden hair. "I told you to say that again," she growled, shaking with rage. But before Sylvia could respond, a horrified gasp from the crowd turned every head. Behind the girls, where their magic had violently clashed, a rift had torn open, twisting and glowing with red and black energy, pulsing like a living entity. A wave of panic surged through the students as the air around the rift began to twist, drawing everything toward it. Ephereine, still fuming moments earlier, felt a cold dread sink into her chest. "A rift," she whispered, staring at it. "No, that's where our magic collided, and now it's pulling everything in." Across the courtyard, a student suddenly caught on to what was happening and let out a panic scream. "Run. It's going to blow." Ephereine froze. For the first time, pure fear clamped down on her. If that thing went off, shrapnel would fly like bullets. No one here would survive. She racked her brain for a solution, but nothing came. Then, boom, the rift erupted with a deafening blast, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the air. The ground cracked and splintered. Chunks of debris and raw magical energy blasted outward in a violent storm. Ephereine had no time to think. Gritting her teeth, sweat running down her brow, she flung her hands forward and summoned an enormous barrier in a desperate attempt to shield the others. But suddenly, silence. Everything went still. The noise was just gone. What happened? Why is it so quiet? Did it stop? Confused, Ephereine scanned the scene, and that's when she saw him. Dillian, standing calmly amid the chaos. His presence felt like a sudden drop in temperature. Powerful, unreadable, and chilling. The debris, which had been tearing through the air just moments ago, was now suspended, completely frozen. Like time itself had been paused. Epherine's breath caught. When did he even arrive? And why? Why aren't those shards moving? The other students stood motionless, still trying to understand what just happened. Dillian slowly lifted a hand. At his subtle gesture, the frozen fragments began to move again, this time in unison. They flowed together like liquid, swirling into intricate patterns. The pieces shimmered with color, casting mesmerizing reflections that danced across the courtyard. The students watched in silent awe. To young mages like them, this wasn't just magic, it was artistry. Every movement was precise, controlled, elegant. Then, with the simplest flick of his fingers, Dillian sent the collected shards flying far away, as if they were weightless. Crash! Not even sparing the wreckage a glance. He turned his icy gaze on the students. "Class is over," he said, his voice sharp and unyielding. "Everyone not responsible for this incident, leave. Now." The silence that followed was suffocating. Ephereine swallowed hard. "That's it. I'm done for." The scene shifted. Next thing she knew, they were sitting in an interrogation room. Considering how Ephereine and Sylvia's actions nearly got a courtyard full of students killed, the Academy launched an immediate investigation. And naturally, since he had been leading the class, Dillian was present. Outside the room, a chubby man spotted him and immediately rushed over with a cheerful grin. "Professor Dillian, you're here already. As expected, your dedication and discipline continue to set the standard for all mages." This man was Retlan, a professor from the Department of Spirit Studies. Just a step behind him walked another instructor, Professor Villian, representing the Department of Support Magic. A young woman in a mage's hat slightly tilted her head as they arrived. "Welcome, Professor Retlan." "Professor Villian, apologies for summoning you on such short notice, but thank you for coming so quickly." This woman was none other than Adeline Sigillian, president of the Royal Tower Magic Academy. The two professors gave a slight nod and took their seats. Moments later, another woman entered the room. Her voice cut through the silence. "All right, who dared lay a finger on a member of the Elade family?" Retlan, the rounder of the two professors, let out a chuckle. "From what I heard, it was just some no-name, someone who's not even officially enrolled. A complete nobody. But I also heard that Professor Dillian stepped in before things got out of hand." "Same here," Reelan added with a quick nod. Dillian handled it brilliantly. But Dillian, who stood nearby, wasn't fooled. He could see straight through Retlan's thinly veiled flattery. The man's intentions were obvious, just another play to win favor in a room full of schemers. The outcome of this disciplinary meeting? Most likely already decided. On one side, Sylvia, daughter of the elite Elade family. On the other, Ephereine, a fallen noble barely clinging to her title. essentially a commoner. The favoritism was crystal clear. If Dillian wanted to shift the tide of this hearing, he couldn't afford to wait. Even before stepping into this room, he had sensed it, that ominous crimson aura swirling around Ephereine. No one else could see it. Only him. It was the sign of someone marked by fate. A path leading straight to death unless something changed. Back in the present, the room fell silent as a voice rang out. The disciplinary hearing between novice mage Ephereine and Sylvia is now in session. Without giving anyone time to respond, Adeline jumped in. How dare you cause such a ruckus in the academy? If it weren't for Professor Dillian, this could have turned into something far worse. Now explain yourselves. Why were you two fighting? Ephereine lowered her head, bitterness lacing every word. I can't say. Retland's brow furrowed, clearly puzzled by her vague reply. Ephereine slowly looked up, her eyes scanning the professors seated above her. He's watching, somewhere up there. That bastard. She couldn't speak the truth. Sylvia had deliberately mocked her father, goading her until she finally snapped. But saying that now, in front of them, was impossible. Tears started to fall. It felt like the world had turned against her. Retland, oblivious to her inner turmoil, showed no compassion. Instead, he barked louder. Is this a joke to you? Or are you sulking because you know you're beneath her? You better learn your place. There's a clear difference between someone like you and Sylvia. Yet you act like you can ignore that. Epherine's fist trembled, but she said nothing. Retland snorted and turned to Sylvia. Very well. Let's hear your side. Sylvia answered with cool composure. During class, I accidentally ruined her assignment. That's when the argument started. Gasps and murmurs broke out among the professors. What? So it wasn't even on purpose. All this fuss over something so minor? She really caused a scene over that. A mere commoner with no restraint. Unbelievable. This kind of arrogance shouldn't be tolerated, chairwoman. She needs to be expelled. Ephereine bit down hard, her teeth grinding as she listened in silence. The hearing had turned into a spectacle, a public flogging. Every word struck her like ice, each one colder than the last. She sat there alone, condemned by all, unable to defend herself. This is all Dillian's fault. That thought kept repeating in her mind, her gaze growing darker with every second. Chairwoman Adeline, watching the room settle into a single opinion, finally spoke. It appears we've reached a general agreement. However, since Professor Dillian witnessed the event firsthand, his statement is necessary before any final ruling. All eyes shifted as Dillian stood. I, Dillian, senior professor of the tower and a disciplinary committee member, have one question. His gaze landed sharply on Sylvia. Sylvia von Josephine Ilade. Do you truly believe you hold no responsibility in this matter? Both Ephereine and Sylvia reacted with surprise. Sylvia blinked, confused. What do you mean? Dillian's voice cut through again, firm and unwavering. I'll ask again. Do you truly believe you bear no fault in what happened? Ephereine was completely thrown off. She couldn't follow where this was heading anymore. And she wasn't the only one. Even Professor Retland looked stunned, his voice uncertain as he stammered. Professor Dillian, what are you trying to say? But Dillian didn't even glance his way. His cold stare stayed locked on Sylvia as he spoke with calm precision. You had every opportunity to stop this from happening, yet you chose not to. Or are you saying that the prodigy everyone praises so highly couldn't manage something that's simple? Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. Her whole body froze. Then, slowly, she lowered her head. I'm sorry. It's true. I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get in more trouble. Epherine's eyes shot wide open. What? Why is he questioning Sylvia instead of me? By all logic, she was the one in the wrong. She had braced for punishment. And yet, across the room, even Retland looked rattled. He quickly jumped in, trying to steer things back on track. But Professor Dillian, surely the one who lashes out, is the one at fault. The attacker should be held responsible, shouldn't they? Dillian slowly turned to face him. His expression didn't waver. By that reasoning, the fault would lie with me. After all, I was supervising the class. Are you saying I should take responsibility, Professor Retland? And no, of course not. I didn't mean that. I think we're handling this wrong. Retland's words trailed off, his voice shrinking. Ephereine watched in disbelief. He just shut Retland down, right in front of everyone, for siding with Sylvia. Why is he defending me? Before the silence grew heavier, Chairwoman Adeline clapped her hands, the sharp sound cutting through the tension. All right, that's enough. They're just kids. Disagreements are part of growing up. She glanced between the two. They're still beginner mages. Rather than assigning blame or dishing out punishment, let's consider this a learning moment. There'll be no disciplinary action today. You're both free to go. The ruling left Ephereine frozen. Her hands trembled, clenched so tightly they hurt. She should have felt relieved. But instead, I was ready to be expelled. I'd accepted it. The Decilian I know, he wouldn't let something like this go. Confusion twisted with frustration inside her, questions spinning endlessly through her mind. With the hearing wrapped up, the professors began making their way out. Among them, Retlan, the plump professor, used the moment to cozy up to Decilian. As expected from you, Professor Decilian, your insight today was exceptional. Decilian's response was cool and measured. I only did what was necessary for the students. But before he could finish, Ephereine suddenly stood. Her curiosity had reached its limit. Professor, I have a question. Her thoughts were spinning. Do you remember the name Luna? Do you remember my father? Do you know what he went through before he took his own life? As soon as the words left her lips, she faltered, lowering her head. But what if Decilian remembers and changes his mind just to protect himself? And if he doesn't remember at all, wouldn't that hurt even more? Her mind tangled with doubt, waiting for his reply. But Decilian didn't hesitate. You don't need to ask, he said. Don't waste your gift by clinging to the past. And with that, he turned and walked away. Ephereine stood there frozen. He remembers. There was no other reason for him to help her. He had to know. Maybe he felt guilty. Maybe he simply couldn't ignore it. But was it sympathy? Did he step in just because he pitied me? Her emotions swirled. Doubt, relief, but above all, he didn't forget. And for now, that was enough. Tears welled up, quietly sliding down her cheeks. She wiped them away quickly with the back of her hand. That moment marked a shift deep within her. And with it, Decilian avoided his destined death and gained 2 shop coins. Time passed. The scene changed. Sylvia now sat in a sleek black convertible, waiting as a blonde-haired man approached. This was Gilthian von Ludwig Elade, her father, a powerful telekinetic mage and the head of House Elade. He already knew what had happened. Without hesitation, he reassured her. That matter? Forget about it. You don't need to worry about that girl anymore. Ephereine Luna may have talent, but she's already lost her chance. Sylvia didn't reply. Sitting in the back seat, her gaze drifted out the window, lost in thought. Her mind returned to a memory, one from a decade ago. The day of the Academy's aptitude test. That was when Sylvia and Ephereine first met. A wizened old mage had tested them using a magical orb. As soon as it lit up, he froze, stunned by the radiance it gave off. Impossible. You both have the potential to become archmages. Gasps echoed from the crowd. What? 2 kids from our territory? Is this for real? Their shock was understandable. To become an archmage was to touch the peak of magic. It meant eternal life, transcendence, power beyond even kings. Only 3 archmages could exist in any given era, regardless of their field of magic. That limit had never been broken. At the time, just one of the 3 positions had been filled, claimed by Demerkin, the first to reach eternal status in this generation, which meant only 2 spots remained. One of the spots was practically guaranteed for Adeline, the president of the Magic Tower and the top contender for the title. That left just one remaining place. Sylvia, the heir to the Elade family, and Ephereine, daughter of the Luna branch, would have to fight for it. Sylvia tightened her fists, her resolve burning. No one had to spell it out for her. She understood perfectly. That day it all clicked. The Elade family's constant pressure on the Luna family. It was because of her. They wanted her, not Ephereine, to inherit the title of Archmage. This wasn't just a dream. It was fate. Her fate. She locked that conviction deep in her heart. But Epherine's words echoed back. Are you afraid I'll surpass you? Sylvia frowned slightly, but brushed it off. No, I'm reading too much into it. Just ahead, Gilthian seemed to sense her thoughts. He chuckled and said, You're worried about the wrong person. Keep your eyes on Decilian. He might seem down now, but back in his prime, he was a genius. That kind of talent doesn't just disappear. He could still make a comeback. Sylvia already knew. She hadn't forgotten. Professor Decilian. He saw right through my setup. Back then, she had wiped out every trace of Epherine's mana and laid a trap. Any contact with it was supposed to trigger a massive backlash, enough to land Ephereine in real trouble. She had even confirmed there was no surveillance magic nearby. But Decilian caught on immediately. Instead of exposing her, he'd cornered her with a single line. I know everything. Do as I say. It wasn't advice. It was a warning. She had no choice but to obey. She used to think he was just someone slightly above average. But that moment proved otherwise. He was sharp, strategic, dangerous. What kind of person is he really? The thought made her break out in a cold sweat. Her hands wouldn't stop trembling. Time flew by, and a few days later, the scene shifted to Dillian's estate. Now dressed in a sleek, refined suit, he radiated the air of nobility. Clearly, he was heading to a formal event. From behind the door, a voice called, "It's me, Roy. Are you ready, sir? I'll be out soon," Dillian answered calmly. Moments later, his chauffeur pulled up in a luxurious, high-end car, ready to take him to the gathering. Inside the car, Dillian sat quietly, deep in thought, his mind drifting to Ephereine. Backing her was the right move. It helped him eliminate a variable and even earned him some shop currency. What he hadn't expected was that the rookie mage who raised that question would turn out to be Ephereine herself. Still, she was also the one most likely to turn against him down the line. Sylvia probably resents me too, he figured. But he had no real choice. Not if he wanted to make it out alive. He let that thought sit for a moment before turning his attention to the matter at hand. Today's gathering. These social events? I'd skip them if I could, but I need to shop currency. He glanced toward the glowing system screen hovering beside him. Side quest. Attend the Flower of the New Year event. Reward. Plus 0.5 shop currency. Reading the objective, Dillian reminded himself. Still need 5 more coins to unlock the store. Let's see who's important at this event. Not long after, the car came to a stop in front of a massive castle-like venue. As he stepped out, 2 servants stationed at the entrance bowed low. Welcome, Professor Dillian. He didn't acknowledge them. The moment he entered the grand hall, his eyes immediately began scanning the room. Plenty of high-ranking nobles. I recognize a few heavy hitters, especially a helm, someone I designed myself. That alone made this trip worthwhile. Dillian gave a small nod to himself, confirming his choice. Just then, an older man in the back of the hall noticed him and quickly made his way over. Well, isn't this Professor Dillian? My daughter's in your class. The words instantly triggered a chain reaction. Heads turned. Nobles surged toward him like sharks catching the scent of blood. Oh, Professor Dillian, I've heard so much about you. I've been dying to meet you. The crowd pressed in, and just like that, Dillian regretted everything. So much for thinking this was a smart idea. Before he could even respond to the barrage of greetings, a voice cut through the noise. Ganesha, I read about your work in Continental magazine. Still dealing with the noble in front of him who was trying to arrange a dinner, Dillian instinctively lifted a hand to silence him. He was scanning the hall now, searching. Someone just mentioned Ganesha. If I can meet her, that would be the real win tonight. She's going to be a key player in this storyline. He swept the room again with sharper focus. Where is she? I can't miss this chance. Meanwhile, up on the second floor, a woman in a sharp, captain-style uniform had her eyes locked on him. That was Ganesha, the 5th strongest character at the start of the story. Back to Dillian's point of view. He scanned the hall again. It took a moment, but he finally spotted her. Ganesha. She's got to be close. There, a woman with a fiery red ponytail dressed like an adventurer. That had to be her. I have to move. Now, just as he took a step forward, fate threw a wrench in his plans. A blonde obstacle stepped right into his path. Professor Dillian came the overly familiar voice. It was a helm. Of course. A helm von Girion Rewind. Monarch class mage, tied to the royal family, and now approaching with that smug grin Dillian knew all too well. He strolled up like they were old friends. Haha, what an honor. The great Professor Dillian actually remembers me. It's been forever. How's your research? Bit sudden, I know, but I've heard some things. Dillian's expression soured. What are you getting at? Ilhelm's smile widened, laced with mockery. Oh, nothing serious. Just rumors that you've made 0 progress in 3 years. People are starting to question your skills, you know. If you need help, I'd be glad to lend a hand. So that's his game. Dillian saw right through it. This wasn't small talk. This was bait. Ilhelm had been a rival back in the academy. Once they were close, but everything changed after Dillian claimed the title of senior professor. Ilhelm hadn't let it go since. Normally, such jabs wouldn't get under Dillian's skin. And truthfully, Ilhelm wasn't wrong. There had been setbacks. Still, that didn't excuse the interruption. His gaze flicked back up to the second floor. Gone. Ganesha had vanished. Damn it. I lost her, because of him. Behind him, Helm was still talking, completely unaware of the storm brewing. If you keep acting like this, no one's gonna like you. Just saying. Dillian had had enough. He stepped in closer, voice sharp as ice. Helm, shut up and get lost. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Helm standing there speechless. I need to find Ganesha before she leaves. I can't afford to lose this chance. Everything depends on it. Time ticked by. Despite his efforts, Ganesha was nowhere to be found. Instead, Dillian found himself stuck weaving through a relentless flood of nobles, all desperate to talk to him. Ugh, even after shaking off Helm, these fools won't leave me alone. This is exactly why I hate parties. He sighed heavily, pushing forward through the crowd. But then, a voice called out nearby. Professor Dillian? He froze. The voice was familiar. He turned, and there she was. Ganesha. She stood in front of him, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Well, she said, a teasing lilt in her voice. Did we run into each other by accident, or were you looking for me? Dillian didn't say anything right away. He was still reeling from how casually she greeted him. Of all the people I could have bumped into while escaping that madhouse, it had to be Ganesha. And more confusingly, since when did Dillian and Ganesha even know each other? After a short pause, he forced a small smile. I just got lost, he said. That made the redhead laugh out loud. Seriously? That's your excuse? Come on, you were clearly looking for me. Let me guess, it's about that mission, right? Look, I already gave the commission feedback. Can't we just drop it? Hearing that, Dillian instantly made a mental note. So the original Dillian and Ganesha were tied together through some kind of job. Ganesha, oblivious to his thoughts, kept talking. Sorry, I didn't bring you that kid with magical potential you asked for. Well, actually, it's not that I couldn't. I just got attached, and I couldn't go through with handing them over. Her voice faltered, eyes a little distant, clearly torn over the memory. Meanwhile, the current Dillian was completely lost. What was she even talking about? Still, one thing was clear. The old Dillian had a habit of patching up his failures by hunting down gifted children. Ganesha turned to him then, her voice taking on a sharper edge. Tell me something. How long do you plan to live like this? Her sarcasm cut deep, and for a moment, Dillian stood there, silent. How long, huh? The former Dillian had been weak-minded, letting parasites twist his will and betraying anyone who trusted him. But that wasn't who he was anymore. Dillian gripped the balcony railing, looking out at the horizon. His reply was steady and clear. From now on, I'll live differently. Ganesha hadn't expected that. She meant her words to sting, to provoke. But this calm, resolute answer left her momentarily speechless. Didn't think he'd respond like that. I figured he'd come to kill me for bailing on that secret mission. You're overthinking it, Dillian said with a casual wave of his hand. Still, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Was the original Dillian really dumb enough to try and kill Ganesha? The most dangerous fighter alive? Was he asking to die? Dillian didn't know much about the man whose life he'd taken over, but Ganesha? She was someone you didn't mess with. She could end lives with a flick of her hair. Her powers? An immortal body, supreme martial skills, a warrior standing at the peak of combat. There was no way he'd make the same mistake. If he had tried something that reckless, he'd already be dead. Things hadn't gone exactly as planned tonight, but he'd accomplished what he came for at this networking event. No point in sticking around any longer. With that, he turned to Ganesha and said simply, I'll be back, so don't start worrying for no reason. Ganesha watched him walk away, her interest clearly piqued. That's it? You're just going to leave? No assassins? No dramatic showdown? I'm not that bored, Dillian replied coolly without looking back. The offhand remark left her momentarily speechless. As he moved through the crowd, Dillian's thoughts churned. With the Eucline family's influence, like Ganesha said, I could have used the Adventurers Guild to corner her, but the risk wasn't worth it. The more pressure I apply, the more chances there are for things to go wrong, and possibly end with me dead. Almost on cue, the system chimed in. Villain's fate, cause of death avoided. Store currency +1. Dillian's face froze. What? First it was surpassed, now it's avoided? Wait, the whole conversation just now was one of the causes of death? A cold shiver ran down his back. I need to be extra careful. One wrong move, and I could be done for. The unease settled in. No more socializing. I need to get out of here before I say the wrong thing and trigger another flag. Meanwhile, across the venue, a girl with brown hair let out a long sigh, clearly fed up. Hey, how much longer are you going to sit here? She asked, turning to her companion. The girl beside her was Rayli, an adventurer, and Julie's relative. Julie shot her a tired look. I never wanted to come to this stupid party. Oh, come on. Enough with the sulking. Just get up and come with me. But Julie didn't budge. She stayed rooted in her seat. Her friend gave her a sharp look, picking up on her mood. Then almost casually she asked, "So, what's going on with him?" Julie blinked. "With who?" "Professor Dillian. What's going on between you two?" Julie hesitated before letting out a reluctant sigh. "Honestly, I'm worried. There's way too much gossip going around." From her perspective, there wasn't a single positive memory she could associate with Dillian. So she answered flatly, "Obviously, it's not good." The bluntness made her friend flinch, glancing around in a slight panic. "Geez, could you not say it so loud?" At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairway, drawing their attention. Julie looked up instinctively and saw Dillian coming down the steps, calm and composed. Their eyes met for the briefest moment, but he immediately looked away and continued on without a word. He wasn't about to get tangled in another possible death route. Not when he'd just dodged one. His sudden exit didn't go unnoticed. The crowd began whispering. Wait, did Professor Dillian just leave? The guy who usually lives for these parties? He didn't even acknowledge his fiancée. Maybe those rumors are true after all. With Dillian dipping out earlier than expected, the rumors about a falling out between him and Julie only gained momentum. After leaving the party behind, Dillian wrapped up the New Year's Bloom quest and earned an extra 0.5 in store credits as a reward. Time flew by. It had already been a week since I attended the New Year's flower celebration in Part 2. During that week, aside from keeping up with my daily memory drills and beginner psychokinesis exercises, I realized something was off. My physical strength wasn't keeping up. So, I began physical training. The reason? I nearly died pulling a reckless stunt. Just a few days earlier, as usual, Dillian had etched a standard magic formula onto my body. But the pressure from it was way more than he expected. It almost killed me. If I'd been an ordinary mage, I wouldn't have made it. Maybe it was my Iron Man trait that saved me. After meeting Ganesha, I became even more determined to get stronger. So, I added psychokinetic fire manipulation and object control to improve my metal handling skills. My plan? Fuse a magic core with my psychokinesis to push it to the next level. It was a shortcut, faster mastery of magic, but insanely risky. Feeling the toll it took on my body, I knew I had to build up my strength too. That's when I set up a strict morning workout routine. Dillian wrapped up his own training shortly after. Whether it was the Iron Man trait or sheer determination, his body showed results fast. In no time, he was as built as someone who had been training for years. "All right, time to get to work," he muttered, exhaling quietly. And just like that, time slipped by again. Scene change, Dillian's office. At that moment, his assistant, Adeline, stepped in and handed over a document-filled bag. "This came from a mage tower," Adeline explained. "It's from a professor qualification review committee." Dillian's expression shifted as he opened the letter. Inside it read, "You are hereby notified of a hearing scheduled within 6 months regarding the status of your current research, Professor Dillian. Please prepare and submit all relevant materials by then." A surprise audit. Not good. For Dillian, this was a major headache. An audit meant one thing. His research had been stagnant for a while, even before I inherited this body. That gave me a serious disadvantage. In the game, Dillian was always a legitimate professor. Maybe keeping that title was a condition for one of the quests. Losing it? That would ruin any shot I had at getting back. So now I had to find anything in Dillian's lab that could turn things around. Dillian arrived at the lab's entrance, but the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, he was stunned into silence. The place was a disaster. Books, furniture, and random objects were tossed everywhere. It looked like a storm had hit. There was no way this lab had seen any regular use. If Dillian had truly been here recently, it wouldn't be in such chaos. His eyes then fell on a strange, grimy pile nearby. It didn't look right. Something about it felt suspicious. Whoever had done this clearly wanted to sabotage him, and they'd done a solid job. Thankfully, I'd picked up psychokinesis just in time. Dillian activated his object control, zeroed in on the suspicious pile, and drew out a book from the trash. Opening it carefully, he saw it was a research journal. The contents were encrypted, probably to prevent anyone from stealing the research. But that didn't matter. With the comprehension trait, Dillian immediately began analyzing the contents. Suddenly, a burst of radiant golden light erupted from the pages, so bright it caught even him off guard. That blinding glow, It confirmed it. The research hidden here was no joke. Thanks to prosperous magnetism and his heightened perception, the brilliance of the discovery became crystal clear. Still, the work was incomplete. Pages were torn, sections were missing, and parts of it didn't even make logical sense. Even so, the fact that prosperous magnetism had responded proved its worth. Then, tucked inside the notebook, he found a pendant. Inside was a photo of a young girl, Ephereine, posing beside a man who was probably her father. So this girl, Ephereine Luna. It all made sense now. Her father must have been a researcher under Dillian, and from the look of things, he went to great lengths to bury this connection. The resentment from the Luna family toward Dillian, this was the root of it. No wonder Ephereine had suffered so much. But that ends here. I'll finish this research with my comprehension trait. I'll credit him as a co-author when the dissertation's complete. Of course, I need my own credentials too. I can't just list his name alone. Cut to a cozy cafe on the academy campus. Ephereine sat at a table with a few classmates, deep in conversation. A girl with fiery orange hair suddenly spoke up, her voice loud and clear. All right, listen up. We commoners need to stick together. There are only 30 of us in this class. If we don't watch each other's backs, we're screwed. She turned toward Ephereine. Right, Ephereine? You agree with me, don't you? Snapped out her thoughts. Ephereine responded. I used to be a noble, but now? Huh, that doesn't matter. I don't have a house or land. What kind of noble does that make me? Lost in that bitter reflection, she sighed heavily. Not noticing her inner struggle, the orange-haired girl pressed on. Don't you get it, Ephereine? You're one of us. You're the face of the commoners. That's right. You suffered because of Sylvia too, remember? The group lit up with excitement, all eyes landing on Ephereine, clearly expecting something from her. She forced a nervous grin, thinking to herself, seriously? Do they see me as the commoner spokesperson or something? Meanwhile, in another corner, a male student spoke up cautiously. If we're planning to start a club, don't we need a professor to sign off on it? I doubt any of them would be thrilled about us forming one like this. The orange-haired girl tapped her chin thoughtfully. That's true. That's probably our biggest hurdle. Then her eyes lit up. What about Professor Reelan? No way. The guy sitting across from her cut in, shaking his head. That guy's a total bootlicker for the nobles. People even call him Fat Noble. Okay, what about Professor Carmel? She asked, undeterred. Don't even mention him, someone groaned. He turns and walks away the second he spots a commoner. And obviously Professor Dillian is a no-go, another chimed in. While the group debated professors, Ephereine sat quietly, eyeing the untouched food on the table. Why is no one eating that? Please don't eat it. Please don't eat it. She prayed in silence. But just as she was hoping to snag a bite, the orange-haired girl slammed the table with sudden energy. I've got it. Ephereine, you asked Professor Dillian. The color drained from Epherine's face. Everyone seemed to think it was a great idea, while the boy beside her said slowly, if you think about it, he does treat everyone the same. Nobles, commoners, it's all the same to him. The orange-haired girl nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. He let you off the hook, remember? That means you've already got his attention. Ephereine winced. That's not how it is. Do you really think he's nice or something? Beads of cold sweat formed as anxiety hit her hard. Why are they pushing this on me? I want nothing to do with Dillian. Before anyone could say more, she leapt from her seat and bolted. Nope, not happening. Wait, just think about it for a sec, the orange-haired girl yelled, chasing after her with the club form in hand. I said no. Ephereine shouted over her shoulder. You've got it all wrong. If I go to him, it'll just blow up in our faces. And so, the two of them took off, running in circles while the others watched in bewilderment. Just as the orange-haired girl reached out and grabbed Epherine's arm, she suddenly froze mid-motion, her expression going blank. Ephereine blinked in surprise. Julia? What's wrong? Before Julia could say anything, a voice spoke up behind them. Calm, direct, unmistakable. Ephereine, step aside. That voice could only belong to one person, Dillian. Ephereine turned stiffly, her heart skipping a beat. When she glanced back, she saw that at some point, Julia had already slipped inside the cafe. Their eyes met through the window as Julia flashed her a big thumbs up. You traitor! Since when did you sneak in there? Ephereine screamed silently, unaware of the silent betrayal and the chaos unfolding in Epherine's head. Dillian continued walking, completely ignoring the awkward tension. Still reeling, Ephereine sucked in a breath, steadying herself. Then, nervously holding out the form, she spoke up. Professor Dillian, I want to start a club, and I need your approval. I didn't want to trouble you, but I was afraid you'd reject a club full of commoners. Hearing this, Dillian briefly paused. I didn't want to get tangled up with her, but she's not wrong. The other professors would never agree to this anyway. Instead of wasting time with those phonies, I might as well handle it myself. With that, he took the form, signed it swiftly, and handed it back to her. Send the details to my office. That's all. Ephereine stood there frozen, eyes locked on the signature. He signed it, just like that. Still staring in disbelief, she watched him walk away, unsure what to make of it. Before she could process anything, Julia came barreling out and wrapped her in a giant hug. No way. You actually did it. He signed it. That's insane. But Ephereine didn't respond. Her eyes stayed glued to Dillian's back as he disappeared from view. Why? Why is he doing this? Just like during the hearing. Why is he helping me at all? The scene shifted, cutting to Dillian's lecture hall. The class was already in session. Today's topic is the study of pure elements. As you're aware, elements form the core of all magic. However, many magicians still fail to understand the distinction between categorized spells and pure elemental control. Down below, Ephereine wasn't listening. Her thoughts spiraled. Is he feeling guilty? Or is it pity? He's the one who led my father to his death. Even if he's being nice now, it feels empty. If he really regrets it, then he should stop hiding behind that mask and face the truth. Her fists clenched on the desk, trembling slightly as frustration took hold. Julia, seated beside her, noticed the tension in Epherine's hands and leaned in with concern. Hey, you okay? Forget those snobs, Julia muttered, eyes flicking toward someone across the room. All they know how to do is gossip. Ephereine blinked. What's she talking about now? She followed Julia's gaze, and sure enough, spotted a group of noble students staring straight at her, their faces full of contempt. She let out a soft, awkward chuckle. I guess I've officially pissed off the noble crowd, even though I'm technically one of them. With a quiet sigh, she composed herself and turned back to Julia. It's fine. They've always been like this. Let's just focus on class. Trying to push it from her mind, she turned her attention to the front. She'd heard whispers that Dillian's lectures were different, more intense, more real. Unbothered by the silent tension in the room, Dillian continued teaching. Every stroke in your magic circles carries purpose. He raised his hand, and a glowing circle materialized in the air above his palm. A flame ignited just above it, hovering gently. He resumed, speaking without pause. By adding 2 simple strokes, you can alter the color of this flame. These additional marks define the hue. That brings us to today's topic, fire flow. With practiced ease, he levitated a book beside him, then summoned 2 orbs of energy, one glowing green in his right hand, the other blue in his left. Ephereine had expected a flashy performance. Instead, what she witnessed was a masterclass in magical control and clarity. This wasn't showmanship. This was pure, calculated teaching. Professor Kim Woo-jin, known to them as Dillian, was demonstrating concepts with such finesse and detail that even the most skeptical students found themselves captivated. It was a shock, especially for students new to his class. Even Sylvia, a known prodigy who had grown numb to most lessons due to her natural brilliance, was taken aback. Her eyes widened, disbelief creeping in. Is this really happening? Down below, the students stared, entranced, as Dillian's voice calmly carried on. This is the standard water summoning circle. But when combined with artistic magic, it transforms. Right before their eyes, the circle shifted, its glow deepening into a dark violet. Then, the flame atop, it morphed into something else entirely. It began to move. Not just flicker, but twist and flow, winding through the air like a stream. The room fell into complete silence. It's moving. It's actually flowing like water. No one looked more stunned than Sylvia. This defies everything I've been taught. I thought he'd just show off like the rest. Most so-called genius magicians relied on raw instinct, treating theory like a cage that only slowed them down. To them, deep understanding was optional. But Dillian? He built magic from the ground up, using theory not as a crutch, but as a foundation. It was methodical, powerful, real. Trying to master magic through theory alone was like running in circles. It slowed down real progress. That was the paradox. To reach the top, you needed strong instincts, but those instincts were nearly impossible to explain with theory alone. And for someone like Sylvia, whose brilliance was always questioned, Watching a whole lecture devoted solely to theory should have felt like a waste. Yet it didn't. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the dormitory at the Magic Tower. Ephereine had just finished Dillian's class and was walking back to her room. She let out a long sigh. That was nothing like the rumors. I don't think I've ever paid that much attention in a lecture before. But as she reached her door, her face darkened. The entire surface was smeared with insults, dozens of them scratched and scribbled all over. Instead of getting mad, she just frowned. Seriously? They're still doing this? It's not even worse since things went south with Sylvia. Her thoughts cut off when she noticed a paper bag wedged into her mail slot. Curious, she pulled it free and read the note attached. Her eyebrows furrowed. A sponsorship certificate? Wait, what? She blinked in disbelief. No way. This has to be fake. Who would sponsor me of all people? The Adeline family wants nothing to do with me. And Dillian, yeah, definitely not him. Still, a spark of mischief crossed her face. Even if it's fake, I could probably report it and get some kind of reward. Chuckling to herself, she made her way to the Office of Magical Administration to get checked out. But once the staff verified it, her expression completely blanked. It's real, they said plainly. The seal is official. What? You got to be kidding me. She could barely believe it. A sponsorship, genuine and fully funded. Her face lit up, practically glowing. 100,000. She pinched her cheek hard. This has to be a dream. Come on, wake up. But then, as the shock wore off, panic slowly crept in. Wait, no one saw me, right? What if people find out I suddenly got 100,000 Elm? Her gaze darted around. I should pack, just in case. I never should have come here. What if that staff member tells someone? She definitely gave me a weird look. What if she's planning something? Now completely on edge, Ephereine clutched the certificate tight, already imagining her escape route. Ephereine jolted upright with a scream, only to smack her head hard against the desk. Pain shot through her body as she hunched over, clutching her head. For a few seconds, she just sat there, stunned. Then a wave of emotion surged in her chest, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm not dreaming. Someone actually sees my worth, she whispered, barely holding back the sobs. There are still decent people in this world. I just need to hang on a bit longer. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Uriel was reacting to troubling news from her butler. You're kidding, right? She asked, not ready to believe it. The butler bowed slightly. No, my lady. He's gone to Schatz and Jewel's auction. He should be arriving now. Uriel let out a frustrated sigh, pressing her fingers to her temples. He blew 10 million Elm just last year, and now this? If he causes another mess, I swear I won't let it slide. Scene shifts. At the Leden City Auction House, a sleek car rolled to a stop. Dillian stepped out, his movements purposeful. He hadn't come to waste time. There was something he needed here. Finally, I'll get my hands on it, he thought. Ever since he started using psychokinesis as his main magic, he'd realized his limitations. Steelwood gear helped for a while, but it wasn't enough. The auction held the real solution, metals that could enhance his power. Pushing open the waiting room door, Dillian stepped inside and froze. Sitting in the room was someone he never expected to see. His fiancée, Julie. TCH. Of all places, why is she here? He muttered internally, his mood instantly souring. Julie's eyes locked onto his. Her brows drew together as she approached, her tone clipped. Hope you've been well. I heard you sent 2 young mages to the Disciplinary Council. Unfazed, Dillian kept his face unreadable. That's old news. What? Are you here to scold me for it? There was a pause. Then she said, they were just starting out. Do you really want to crush someone else's dreams? One day, you'll regret it. Don't make the same mistakes again. She took a breath, her gaze sharp. This is the last time I'll warn you. Inside, Dillian felt a strange sense of relief. Her final warning. It felt like she was cutting ties for good, just as he wanted. That's fine, he thought. She's beautiful, sure, but I've never been in a relationship before, and I don't plan on starting now. Especially not in a world like this. Julie was unpredictable. Just being around her was a risk. If he wasn't careful, his wedding day could become his last. Still, Julie had no reason to be in an auction like this. So what was she really after? Curious now, Dillian didn't bother beating around the bush. You seriously came all the way here just to say that to me? He asked, his voice edged with skepticism. Julie flinched slightly, then exploded like a provoked cat. Don't flatter yourself. As if I'd waste my time coming here just to see you. I have my own reasons. I'm here for the auction. Watching her flail in irritation, Like a chicken hopelessly tangled in string, Dillian instinctively raised his hand to calm her down. Okay, I heard you. Chill. Still fuming, Julie puffed up her cheeks in frustration, then spun around and stormed off, her steps sharp with purpose. Dillian watched her go, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Oh, that was kind of cute. I've never seen that side of her before. Then he froze. Wait, what was that just now? I was literally just reminding myself how dangerous she is to be around. Am I getting pulled into Dillian's emotions? He frowned. He'd always made sure to keep his personality separate from Dillian's. Something fell off. My heart. It sped up just now when I looked at her. No, I'm reading too much into this. He rubbed his chin, trying to shrug off the thought. Just then, a voice echoed through the building. Esteemed guests of Schatz and Jewel, the auction is about to begin. Scene shift. Time flew by, and now, in the grand auction hall, a long table stood at the center stage, a cloth covering the item on display. The auctioneer glanced at his assistant, who gave a nod and whisked the cover away. Beneath it was a porcelain vase. The auctioneer beamed, launching into his pitch. Our first item, an exquisite vase from the East. Look at those graceful lines. A masterpiece crafted by a master artisan. From Dillian's point of view, everything changed. A brilliant golden aura burst from the vase, so bright it was nearly blinding. That glow, it's exactly the same as what I saw on Julie's documents. No, this is even stronger. Meanwhile, the auctioneer's voice rang out through the hall. Bidder 993 offers 700,000. Bidder 1038 raises to 750,000. Bidder 1413 goes to 1,500,000. Bidder 777 offers 2,500,000. Sold to bidder 777. Dillian's eyes stayed locked on the vase. His instincts as a finance expert kicked in. The value of that item was far beyond what the others could see. He had no hesitation in throwing money around for items like this. Even as the price climbed, the vase's radiant glow didn't fade. That meant one thing. It was worth even more than what they'd paid. With his account sitting comfortably at 205,238,039 elm, he figured it was the perfect time to expand his investments. And so, Dillian began sweeping up items one after another, adding them effortlessly to his growing collection. Bidder 777 snapped up the ring of Ephereine for a jaw-dropping $3 million. Then came Luchu's scissors, another win for $2.1 million. The necklace of ancient rune? Gone again to bidder 777 for $4.3 million. And just like that, a fourth item was claimed by the same bidder, this time for $5.5 million. All eyes slowly turned toward the high roller, lighting up the auction with reckless bids. Is bidder 777 buying everything? Someone murmured. That's Professor Dillian, isn't it? From across the room, Julie took notice. Watching Dillian toss money like it meant nothing, she scoffed quietly. What a clown. Always so desperate to be the center of attention. She shook her head, unimpressed. So much money just to feed his ego. He wouldn't know humility if it punched him in the face. But Julie wasn't here to get distracted. She had one goal, and it wasn't showing off. The winter's flame. That's all that matters. Refocusing, she turned her attention back to the front as the auction neared its climax. And now, our final item for the evening, the auctioneer announced, his voice echoing across the hall. A treasure most have only heard of, but few have ever seen. With a dramatic pull, the velvet cloth was removed, revealing a luminous, azure crystal glowing softly with a surreal light. Gasps rippled through the audience. Julie and Dillian both leaned forward, eyes wide. This was it, the very reason they'd come. Winter's flame, one of the 10 rarest minerals in the world, used to forge legendary blades. It embodied the essence of both ice and fire, an elemental contradiction, and a master craftsman's dream. Only materials like dragon bone could rival it. This is it, Julie thought. This is the one thing I need. I have to win it. Unbeknownst to her, Dillian was thinking the exact same thing. But they weren't the only ones. Bidders all over the room were itching to take this mythical mineral home. The bids flew fast. 10 million, 13, 20, 25. Bidder 1089 offers 30 million, the auctioneer called out. Any more? Julie's heart raced. A grin crept on her face. Bidder 1089. That was her. Almost there. Just a little more, and it's mine. But just as Julie was about to celebrate her impending victory, Dillian crushed her hopes with a cold, calculated move. Bidder 777 offers 31 million, the auctioneer announced. Her joy vanished in an instant, replaced by a sharp, burning rage. She spun to glare at him. Bidder 777. Again? How many times have I heard that number tonight? Enough is enough. What the hell are you doing, Dillian? She muttered under her breath. And just like that, the bidding war ignited. One after another, they raised the stakes, neither of them willing to back down. The other bidders had long since dropped out, unwilling to challenge either of the two powerhouses. From among the onlookers, a man leaned in close to Dillian and whispered, "Planning to forge a sword with that winter's flame? Must be for your fiancée, right? If it's a gift, shouldn't you let her win it herself? You really must love her." His casual remark made Dillian pause. His gaze shifted unconsciously to Julie. Only then did it hit him. Wait, I'm bidding against her? I'm fighting Julie? The realization struck hard. She wanted the winter's flame just as badly. If he won, she'd resent him even more. But this was no ordinary item. Winter's flame hadn't surfaced in 3 years. There was no telling when the next chance would come. I know she'll hate me for this, but I can't let it go. I need it for myself, for my own work, no matter the consequences. And with that, the conclusion was inevitable. Final bid, 42 million. The winner is guest number 777. The hall erupted into applause. All eyes turned to Dillian, admiration and shock written across every face. So he's the one who won it. I've never seen an auction this intense. Professor Dillian must really be in love to go that far. While everyone praised his dedication, assuming it was all for Julie's sake, the truth on her side was far different. Fury bubbled up inside her, bitter and choking, with no place to escape. Again, just like last year, a memory came flooding back, an engagement ceremony lavish beyond reason, a table covered in glittering jewels, Dillian's voice echoing with pride. I can give you all this. If you want more, I'll get it. I'll do anything for you. Back then, his show of wealth was supposed to impress her, but all it did was push her away. You never understood what I wanted. That was the day she ended their engagement with her own hands. But the fallout didn't stop there. Rumors swirled in her wake. She acts tough, but Dillian still has her wrapped around his finger. She only got that position because of him. They say she begged him for it. None of it was true, but the damage had already been done. Those ugly whispers echoed in Julie's mind as her hands curled into shaking fists. She didn't need a guess who had spread those lies. She already knew. You think I'll just let that slide? Think again. I will never love you. Never. Fueled by fury and disgust, she stood, ready to storm out of the hall. But just then a movement caught her eye. Dillian was walking toward her. His voice reached her before she could react. Do you want the winter's flame? The question struck like a slap. What now? Is he trying to mock me to my face? Her rage deepened, ready to boil over, until he spoke again. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Please forgive me. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Julie froze in place. Did he just apologize? She wasn't sure if she'd heard him right. The Dillian she knew never apologized. Not for anything. Confused, her anger now tangled with disbelief, she slowly stepped outside. The night air was sharp against her skin. Julie, get in the car, a voice called out. It was her older sister, the dazzling first daughter of the Frieden family. Without a word, Julie joined her. As the night wore on, elsewhere, Dillian's luxury car returned him to his estate. He sat silently inside, lost in thought. So she wanted to craft a weapon herself. And I still outbid her. Yeah, she must be furious. The car rolled to a stop. Stepping out, Dillian sighed. And yet, no sudden death flag. I can't believe how awful the original Dillian must have been. No wonder she ended up killing him in the original timeline. He pushed open the doors to his estate. The staff lined up and bowed as usual. But something about their faces was off. Attention hung in the air. He noticed immediately. What happened, he asked. His butler hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Lady Uriel has returned, sir. Ah, that explained it. Great. Just what I needed. He knew exactly what was coming. With a resigned breath, he walked up to the second floor. Sure enough, there stood his younger sister Uriel, waiting for him. As he passed, she spoke up with her usual sting. That was my money. You said you'd keep it safe. And this is what you do with it. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. Suddenly, it all made sense. Why his account had been so full. So that's why all this time, I never even thought about it. How much did she save up? How careless was I? Before? Still, he tried to calm her. Don't worry. I only bought things that'll bring him profit. But Uriel wasn't having it. Her scream rang out so loud it seemed to shake the entire estate. You treat me like garbage. Like I'm just here to fix your screw-ups. Dillian's instincts screamed danger. He turned slowly and saw her. Uriel, eyes full of tears, glaring at him with pure hatred. Her voice trembled but never wavered. The family finances are collapsing. The staff and I have been busting our backs trying to hold things together. And you blow our money like some addict on a losing streak. What kind of lowlife are you? From where he stood, Dillian could see it now. A dark red aura rising from her, chilling him to the bone. This was it. The moment his destined downfall would begin. His eyes narrowed. Damn it, did I just trigger my own villain flag? He focused. Beneath the crimson aura was a faint golden glow. Prosperity Magnet had activated. There was only one meaning. Fail this moment, and it was over. But if he succeeded, he'd reap massive rewards. I get it now, he murmured. Determined to cling to what little life he had left, Dillian softened his tone. Listen, Uriel. Shut up, she yelled, cutting him off without hesitation. Do I look like I'm worried? I gave up everything. Dropped out of school, gave up my future, never even had time for a proper love life. Because of you. You didn't have to do all that, Dillian said calmly. But that only poured fuel on the fire. Uriel's fists trembled, knuckles white. She looked seconds away from hitting him. You absolute parasite. The only thing you've done since our parents died is burn through their legacy. And now you've thrown away 150 million elan in a single day. You reckless, worthless. I'll hand over the position of family head to you, Dillian cut in. Her rant came to a screeching halt. Uriel froze, mid-sentence. Her mind, once burning with rage, went blank. What did you just say? I said, he repeated coolly. You can have the position of head of the family. Uriel's face turned bright red. Then, out of nowhere, she let out a shrill, flustered squeal. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Dillian narrowed his eyes, analyzing her reaction. That's not how a noble woman, especially the head of a family, should behave. I'm not falling for your little act. Uriel snapped, turning her head sharply, refusing to meet his gaze. I'm not lying, Dillian replied. If you need proof, I'll swear an oath. Uriel jerked back, stunned. An oath? You mean a mage's oath? Are you out of your mind? Do you know you could die if you break that? Yes, he said plainly, his tone firm and steady. Uriel stared at him, completely baffled. What is even happening right now? Did he eat something rotten? Hit his head too hard? None of it made sense. Why? She blurted. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Did you suffer brain damage or something? You don't have to believe me, Dillian replied, unfazed. She was still confused, completely thrown off, but in the end, she chose to let it go. For now. But before turning to leave, she shot him a deadly glare. If you break your word, I'll kill you myself. Dillian raised a brow. You're still planning to leave the house? Of course, she said without missing a beat. Someone has to clean up after you burned through our fortune. And with that, Uriel left. Oddly enough, she seemed to be in a much better mood. Dillian let out a deep sigh the moment she was gone. Phew, that hurricane finally passed. Thank God I'm still alive. He folded his arms, thoughtful. Giving her the family position might actually be a solid move. If I keep doing things like this, maybe I can avoid dying. But just as that small glimmer of hope crossed his mind, a familiar voice called out from the window. Have you really changed? The unexpected question made Dillian flinch. His eyes snapped toward the sound. Standing at the window was Ganesha, the adventurer, an uninvited guest. What do you want? Dillian muttered coldly. Ganesha hopped into the room as if she owned it. Relax. I was just passing by and decided to check in. Gotta say, I was surprised watching you back there. Dillian crossed his arms, letting out a tired breath. What's so shocking? She's just better at managing things than I am. But Ganesha's next words hit him like a punch to the gut. That may be true, but Uriel van Granche Yukline doesn't carry the Yukline bloodline. His expression turned to stone. Slowly, he turned toward her, mind racing. What the hell is she talking about? That's not part of the game story. Panic kicked in as he scrambled through every bit of information he had on Uriel. Uriel had always been known as his half-sister. Dillian never believed they were full siblings. But to hear she had no Yukline blood at all, that was something he'd never imagined. Before he could wrap his head around it, Ganesha pushed forward. You were the one who asked us to run that bloodline check, remember? To find out if you and Uriel were truly related. We already agreed on this. Then it clicked. So that's what this is about. Dillian let out a slow breath, shaking his head. Even so, Uriel is still Uriel. Ganesha's eyes widened. Sweat formed on her brow. Wow, you're seriously full of surprises today. I never thought I'd hear you say something like that. But no one was more shocked than Dillian himself. Yeah, I didn't expect this kind of twist either. From Ganesha's perspective, she had only stopped by for a quick chat, but now, her curiosity satisfied, she was ready to go. All right then, I'll keep this little secret of yours, she said, turning to leave. Oh, and before I forget, word is the six-handed serpent has started moving. The name triggered an instant reaction in Dillian's mind. The six-handed serpent, a criminal syndicate so dangerous, each of its 6 leaders carried a bounty worth millions. They were infamous across the continent. Perched on the window frame, Ganesha continued. They're targeting goods from the auction house. Even with the heavy security, you should be cautious when your item gets delivered. She gave the room a once-over. Judging by the state of your defensive magic, I'd say you've been slacking. That's probably why I slipped in so easily. And with a brief flicker of light, she vanished. Back to Dillian, now alone again, rubbing his temples. This is the kind of thing I didn't need to know. But even so, whether Uriel was his real sister or not, it didn't matter. He was never truly Dillian to begin with. And to him, Uriel would always be Dillian's sister. That was reason enough to keep the truth buried. Scene shift. Elsewhere, Ganesha sat with her team, recounting the encounter. I'm telling you, Professor Dillian's like a whole different person now. It's like someone else is living in his body. He actually said something nice. The old trash version of him? No way he'd ever say anything like that. There was a spark in her tone, maybe even a little admiration. But one of her teammates snorted. Come on, Captain. Let's be real. You've got a thing for pretty faces. Doesn't matter what he says. You'd still swoon. Ganesha's eyes twitched. Oh yeah? Then how about I punch your face for being ugly? The man simply grinned and gave a carefree shrug. My grandma always said I'm handsome, he said. But turns out, she was pointing to the guy behind me. You absolute moron, Ganesha snapped. And just like that, the two of them were trading blows. Nearby, a young woman stood watching, exhaling a long sigh. She turned to Ganesha. So, you're telling me Dillian actually has a conscience now? Ganesha froze for a second, adjusted her hat, then muttered, whatever. We don't need to keep tabs on him anymore. I only came to check if he was still tangled up in the magic slave business. Looks like he's not. She scanned her team, voice turning sharp. All right, we're done here. But listen, what you heard today doesn't leave this place. Not a word. With that, the 5 of them linked hands. A brilliant sphere of light enveloped them, and in a blink, they shot up into the sky. Time moved on. Next day, at the Magic Academy, inside his quiet office, Dillian stared at his screen. He'd finally saved up enough to open the system shop. But as the interface appeared, he hesitated. Level 1 system shop. Enhance level 1 magic quality. Boosts character's magic performance. Slightly raises output and efficiency. Cost 10 shop coins. He allowed a tired sigh. Finally unlocked the shop. And still can't afford anything useful. The system allowed him to spend coins to improve characters, himself or others, but chances to use it were scarce. He'd only get 6 shots before the second arc ended. Worse still, he could only use it once per level, and with every level up, the coin cost would double. I can't afford to waste this chance, he reminded himself. He'd been pushing himself non-stop, memorization drills, physical training, honing his telekinetic sword technique. Still, he lagged behind compared to the criminal elites. What he needed most right now was a serious upgrade to his magic. For more coins. That's all. Just 4. As he was lost in thought, a knock brought him back. Come in, he said. Alan, his assistant, poked his head through the door. Morning, Professor. Take a look at this, just got it. His tone shifted to concern. You might want to be careful. This just dropped in the latest Wizarding Times. Dillian reached across the desk and took the paper. Right on the front page was a photo of a long-haired man, accompanied by a jarring headline. Wanted, Lockheart. Eyewitnesses report sightings of the infamous wizard killer near the outskirts. Proceed with caution. Dillian's gaze lingered on the name. He knew this character well. He'd lived through this storyline more times than he could count. The wizard killer, Lockheart. Dillian murmured as he looked over the article. He's the biggest threat to early game magic users, and now he's finally shown up. Under normal circumstances, Lockheart would be a nightmare opponent. But Dillian wasn't just any average wizard anymore. Maybe this is my shot to rack up some extra shop coins, he thought. Hope I run into him soon. Having made up his mind, Dillian looked over at Alan. Don't worry about this wizard killer business. I'm heading to the library. You go home and rest. As he turned to leave, he suddenly paused. Something clicked in his mind. He looked back at Alan. Hey, by the way, you ever thought about becoming a professor's assistant? Alan's jaw dropped. You're asking me? But you always say I'm no good. Dillian shrugged, replying casually. I'm asking now because you're finally taking things seriously. This wasn't just an impulsive gesture. Earlier that day, Dillian had remembered it was long past time he appointed an assistant. All professors had one, except him. Despite being a senior professor for years, he'd never picked anyone. Alan looked like he wanted to say something, maybe even turn him down, but Dillian raised a hand and cut him off. Enough. Just take it. He reached into his coat and pulled out a bracelet, its surface marked with the Eucline family crest. Keep working hard, he said simply, holding it out. Alan took the bracelet slowly, eyes wide, his voice barely a whisper. A Eucline emblem. Thank you, Professor. He bowed deeply, overcome with emotion. Dillian watched him quietly. This guy's a natural at paperwork and logistics. He's been doing everything on his own, and he's still hanging on, even after everyone else quit because of how I treated them. Can't risk losing someone this dependable. Thinking that, he reached into his pocket again, handed Alan some money, and said, Take the rest of the day off. Go get yourself something good to eat. Alan froze, stunned by the gesture. Professor, this is too much, he said softly, clutching the bills in his hand. Dillian didn't answer. He simply turned and walked off. Dillian moved swiftly toward the staff library, leaving Alan standing behind, still stunned. Scene transition, staff library. As he walked through the quiet halls, his thoughts were fixed on one thing: Luna's documents. The notes he'd found in the lab detailed research on pure elemental theory, but they were riddled with mistakes. He needed to set those straight. If he could find any solid references on elemental manipulation, even better. Picking up the pace, he rounded a shelf, then suddenly stopped. Standing on the other side was a familiar face. What are you doing in the staff library, freshman? He asked sharply. Sylvia froze. Her eyes locked with Dillian's, and she stood rooted in place. To understand how she got there, we have to rewind to just 10 minutes earlier. At that time, Sylvia had gone to the front desk to request access. The staff librarian, caught off guard, had contacted a professor for clearance. Yes, Professor. Sylvia is requesting entry, but this room is restricted to higher-ranking members. The portly Professor Retlon gave a hearty smile and waved it off. No problem. No need to restrict someone from the Illid family, especially this year's top freshman. Let her use it. Hearing that, the librarian nodded and turned to Sylvia. You're good to go. Look for whatever you need. Sylvia had a deep interest in literature and languages. Today, she was searching for a particular book, Ephereine. But due to the disappearance of the fairies, the novel had become a rare find, skyrocketing in value. That's why she ended up here, in a part of the library she normally wouldn't dare enter. What she didn't expect was to run into Dillian. Dillian? What's he doing here? I thought he never came to the library. Still puzzled, Sylvia quickly spoke up. I came to find study materials. Professor Retlon gave me permission. Dillian's expression remained rigid. So, the professor overrode academy policy, and the librarian allowed it too. If that's the case, they've both violated protocol. His blunt tone left her stunned, unable to argue back. Before she could respond, Dillian used telekinesis to yank the book from her hands. Let's see, he said, flipping it over. Ephereine, huh? You broke the rules to get a romantic novel. His words had a teasing edge, and Sylvia flushed with embarrassment. Hey, how do you even know how to read Ephereine's language? That's not the point. I just enjoy literature, that's all. Dillian looked at her for a moment, then, surprisingly, tossed the book back. I'll overlook it this time. But if you show up here again without the right clearance, I'll take action. He added without turning. If you're not trying to flaunt your family name, just have someone else borrow it for you. With that, he walked off, not sparing another glance. Sylvia stood in place, clutching the book to her chest, dazed. Was it supposed to be a scolding or an insult? I just wanted to learn more about fairies through Ephereine. But how in the world can Professor Dillian read that language? The Ephereine language lacked structure and consistency, making it notoriously hard to understand. The more Sylvia dwelled on it, the more confused she became. How could someone like Dillian read it so easily? Scene transition, Pine Forest. Out in the wilderness, a field lesson for the freshmen was underway. Some students were chasing magical critters, while others hunted down herbs. To keep things under control, 3 professors, including Dillian, were overseeing the activity. Nearby, Professor Retlon mopped sweat from his round face and sighed. This is their first outdoor lesson, and yet they're handling it so calmly. I thought the name Black Mountain would scare them stiff. We'll need to finish before nightfall, but still, I'm proud of them. Off to the side, Dillian silently scanned the surroundings. Black Mountain, it's far from the academy, but it's incredibly important. It's under strict protection because of the magic tower. The forest here wasn't just a training zone. It was packed with magical resources, but that also meant it was crawling with dangerous beasts and venomous creatures. To keep everyone safe, the magic tower had installed extra protective barriers and maintained frequent patrols. Professors were always on rotation. Retlon suddenly looked over at him, as if remembering something. Oh, right. Professor Dillian, we haven't decided who's on patrol duty for the week. We need to assign someone. Any suggestions? Without skipping a beat, Dillian answered. I'll handle it. Retlon blinked, clearly surprised, but nodded and smiled. As expected of you, Professor. That's exactly the kind of leadership we admire around here. But Dillian didn't react to the praise. He had no interest in hollow compliments. I'm not doing this because I feel responsible, he thought. Right then, a glowing screen appeared before him. Side quest. The Darkness of the Magic Tower. Reward. +1 shop coin. Bonus. Title unlock. A strange sensation tugged at his mind. Something was pulling him toward the mountain. So that's why this quest triggered. Something's going down here tonight. This might even turn into a horror arc. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, as the other professors began wrapping things up. All right, everyone, start packing up. Goodbye, Professor, one student called. Take care. Others echoed, waving. With that, the first field training came to a close. 9 hours later, at a small cafe near the Magic Tower, Ephereine sat with her friends, a table full of colorful ice cream sundaes in front of them. After securing her research funding, she had decided to treat them all. Whoa, these look incredible, one friend exclaimed. They're almost too pretty to eat, and they smell amazing. Wait, did you really get all this for us, Ephereine? Ephereine grinned proudly. Of course, eat as much as you want. Then, in a quiet whisper to herself, she added, I've got 100,000 elm now. With no more hesitation, her friends dug into their desserts with delight. Across the table, one guy brought up a bit of news. I already turned in the club application. Should get approved soon. This'll be our first official meeting. Hearing that, the blue-haired boy sitting next to him looked uneasy. I just hope people don't shy away. We haven't had many sign-ups. Don't stress, Julia said confidently. Once we get going, more people will join us. Oh, by the way, she added, I heard there was field training at Black Mountain today. Still admiring her sundae, Ephereine nodded. Yeah, 50 students showed up, even with all the incidents that happened there. But just as she finished speaking, a loud crash rang out in the distance. The table rattled, and everyone jumped. What was that? Did you guys hear it? Where did it come from? We should check it out. Without wasting a second, the group leapt to their feet and ran toward the sound. A voice cried out in the distance, raw with fear. Help me. Epherine's heart pounded as she picked up speed. But beside her, Julia suddenly froze, eyes narrowing. Wait, Ephereine, stop. She reached out, trying to grab her, but Ephereine had already taken off. From Epherine's perspective, hearing Julia's warning, she turned her head and asked, Huh, what did you say, Julia? But the moment the words left her mouth, her surroundings changed. She was no longer on the street. Dark trees towered around her. She stood alone in a shadowy forest. Where am I? I was just downtown. Before she could piece it together, the same voice rang out again. Help me. It was close. Too close. Someone's in trouble, she whispered. I'm coming. Where are you? I'm here, the voice answered. Without hesitation, Ephereine sprinted toward it. She stopped short when she saw a young woman standing ahead, her long hair covering her face. Are you all right? Ephereine called out, taking a cautious step forward. Suddenly, blood gushed from the girl's body, and a piercing scream ripped through the forest. Ephereine tensed immediately, mana surging into her clenched fist. What was happening? Was someone attacking her? But before she could even react further, a chilling presence stepped into view. Dillian. Steelwood shards floated ominously around him, sharp enough to slice through stone. Epherine's eyes flew open in disbelief. She jumped to conclusions. Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you do that to a civilian? Dillian didn't even look at her. His gaze stayed fixed on the figure ahead. His voice was frigid. "Look again. That's not human." "What?" she blurted, spinning toward the figure. But what stood there now wasn't a woman. It was a monster. A humanoid creature with blood-red skin and eyes. White smoke curling endlessly from its mouth, filling the air with a sinister chill. The sight alone made Ephereine stagger back. What? What is that thing?" she whispered. Dillian gave her a brief glance, his tone still like ice. "You fell for an illusion spell. That thing's a demon. Stay out of this." Before she could protest, he hurled her away with his telekinesis, launching her far from the battlefield. With her gone, he turned back toward the demon, voice barely audible. "Time to hunt." The red demon howled in fury, furious that its prey had escaped. In a heartbeat, it charged at Dillian, and he rushed in to meet it. The two clashed in a blur of speed and power, their blows striking with deadly force under the cover of night. The demon shrieked and lunged like a missile, its claws gleaming, aiming for Dillian's chest. But he reacted instantly, his steelwood shards forming a defensive wall. The claws scraped against the barrier, sparks flying as he took a precise step back, eyes locked on the glowing core embedded in its forehead. "So, its main power is illusions. But it can't touch me. My mind's too strong." Then, something deep inside him began to stir. His blood burned. The Eucline bloodline awakened. Eucline a tribute, unique rank. A bloodline with unmatched power in slaying demons. In areas saturated with dark mana, or when confronting demonic entities, the wielder can purify the corrupted energy and convert it into strength. However, the deeper you draw from this power, the more you lose control, consumed by growing aggression. The Eucline family, renowned since ancient times for their unmatched skill in hunting demons, had passed down their bloodline to Dillian. And now, that very power surged through him. He would never allow this demon to leave alive. Rage erupted from within. His fists tightened. His eyes turned icy cold. But the crimson demon, ignorant of the danger, charged again like a mindless beast. "Die," Dillian muttered darkly. In a flash, his steelwood shards launched forward, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Moments later, the demon lay still, its massive frame sprawled in a growing pool of blood. Life had long fled its body. Just then, a translucent screen blinked to life before Dillian. Side quest. Darkness within the magic tower, complete. +1 shop currency. New title earned. First demon kill. Eucline a tribute, unlocked. Dillian stared down at the mangled corpse and scoffed. "Filthy thing. Even in death, you're drenched in corruption." But the satisfaction of victory faded quickly, replaced by a subtle unease. That demon, something about it was off. This isn't over. This was just the start. A game harder than anything before had just begun. Morning came swiftly. Inside the academy hospital, Ephereine stirred awake. She blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling, disoriented. A nearby nurse noticed and rushed to her side. "You're awake, Luna." Hearing her name, Ephereine, no, turned her head groggily. "What happened?" "I remember being in the forest." Before she could finish, the nurse gently cut in. "You were caught in a demon's dark magic. You lost consciousness at Black Mountain. Luckily, you were found and brought back here. The area has been sealed off," she added. "The magic tower is handling the investigation." There was a brief pause before the nurse added casually, "Oh, and by the way, Professor Dillian was the one who rescued you." Epherine's expression soured instantly. She grumbled internally. "Ugh, him, again." Then something clicked. Her eyes snapped open. "Wait, what day is it?" The nurse paused, doing a quick calculation. It's been 36 hours since you arrived. So today's Wednesday." From Epherine's perspective, her heart dropped. "Wednesday?" She shot out of bed like lightning. "I'm late." Without another word, she dashed straight out of the hospital, sprinting toward the lecture hall. By the time she arrived, she was panting like she'd run a marathon. Few barely made it. Inside, her best friend Julia spotted her right away and waved. "Ephereine, over here. Are you okay? I stopped by the clinic, but you were still out cold." Ephereine gave a nod between breaths. "I'm good now. Honestly, I think I'm too good. I might have overslept for days." Just then, something caught her eye. Unfamiliar materials spread across the table. She frowned. "Wait, what is all this? Did I miss some kind of announcement about today's lesson?" Julia glanced at the materials too, then shook her head. "I'm not sure either. They were already here when I arrived. Maybe today's class is something different." They didn't have to wait long to find out. Professor Dillian entered the room with another man trailing behind him, his assistant, Alan. The room fell silent as Dillian's voice echoed clearly. Before we begin, I have an announcement. This is Alan, my teaching assistant. The class collectively froze, jaws nearly dropping. Murmurs rippled through the room. What? Dillian with an assistant? I thought he always worked alone. No one's ever passed his standards to assist him before. Don't you have to be personally approved by a professor for that? The disbelief was palpable. Meanwhile, Epherine's chest tightened. She knew exactly how impossible it was to be chosen by Dillian. Her thoughts swirled. Why? Why him? Even my father, an accomplished researcher in his 30s, was never given the chance. Who is this Alan? A mage I've never seen before. Her eyes flicked toward Alan, full of suspicion and confusion. But Dillian offered no further explanation. Today's lesson will be practical. You have 3 hours to complete the assignment. With that, Alan moved through the room, handing out small clocks to each student. Here's your timer. And yours. Back at her seat, Ephereine stared at the timer blankly. Her thoughts were in chaos. My father's name. This bracelet I wear, all I've ever wanted is to prove myself. But when? When will I finally be strong enough? Her fingers instinctively brushed the bracelet on her wrist. An old habit. Why did Dillian reject my father? And now, suddenly, he's bringing in new people and playing the hero? She shook her head hard, trying to clear the fog. Focus. I need to focus. I have to finish this. I need to create a spell, quickly. But her thoughts wouldn't quiet down. Then, breaking through the tension, a clear voice rang out across the room. 25 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm done. Heads whipped around instantly, every gaze landing on Sylvia. From her fingertips, radiant flowers bloomed into life, glowing with brilliance. Their beauty stunned everyone. Already? She's done. Not even 30 minutes in. Of course, it was Sylvia. Everyone turned toward Dillian, who stared at her silently. The pressure of his gaze made her shift uncomfortably. But finally, he gave a slight nod. Perfect. You may leave. The moment Sylvia heard the announcement, her eyes lit up. She instinctively glanced at Ephereine, who was still fumbling with her materials. Letting out a soft sigh, Sylvia felt a wave of relief. Ephereine noticed the reaction too. Her jaw tightened, and she cursed under her breath. Damn it. I gotta finish this too. Time ticked by. One after another, students wrapped up their tasks as Dillian's voice echoed through the room. Julia, you're done. Lehin, you may leave. Roten, you can go. Kane dismissed. Eharon, you're free. One by one, the classroom emptied, except for Ephereine. She remained stuck and unable to make progress. Whether it was the pressure Dillian gave off or her own inability, she couldn't finish. The sky outside had already turned dark, yet her page remained blank. Her expression went empty as doubt filled her mind. Please think. Anything, she mumbled, gripping her head. Why can't I do this? Sylvia had no trouble at all. I'm the only one who couldn't get it done. But why? Am I really that useless? Frustration twisted inside her. So much for revenge. I haven't even put in the work. How could I possibly stand on the same level as them? Her fist trembled on her lap. I'm just clueless, pathetic. But sulking wouldn't fix anything. She finally stood up, ready to leave. Just then, a voice cut through the silence, cold and sharp. 5 hours and 47 minutes. How much longer were you planning to keep me waiting? Her eyes flew open in disbelief. Dillian? He was still here. Shock rippled through her. He stepped forward, his tone icy. You failed to complete a basic assignment, even after seeing everyone else finish. Even with someone you resent right next to you, you let your emotions control you. If you lose your composure so easily, you'll never reach my level. I expected more from you, Ephereine. I'm disappointed. Without another word, he turned and left, his figure disappearing into the hallway. Ephereine stood frozen in place. No one could guess what thoughts raced through her mind. Slowly, she sank back in her chair, Dillian's words echoing over and over. Her fists shook as she clenched them tight. She bit her lip hard, her voice low but fierce. So what? Even if you're disappointed in me, I'll prove you wrong. I'll finish this. I'll do it, no matter what it takes. With that, a surge of magic flared around her, fueled by raw determination. Epherine's will ignited like a wildfire. She would complete the assignment, no matter how long it took. From the outside, it looked like Dillian had left. But in truth, he stood just beyond the door, quietly monitoring the flow of mana from within. The surge of energy he sensed made him exhale ever so slightly. Good, this would do. He had invested over 6 hours in Ephereine, and while it was a long wait, it had to be done. She had to get stronger for the trials ahead. With the demons soon to rise on Black Mountain, the true story was about to begin. As the Age of Darkness drew near, the righteous would inevitably rise to meet it, and among them would be a much stronger Ephereine. Right now, she was still lacking, too emotionally fragile, not yet attuned like a true mage. But once she broke through this wall, she would grow rapidly. Dillian was certain of that. Of course, with such rapid growth came risk. One day, she might even become a threat to him, but he wasn't worried. He didn't believe in fate, just effort and will. And his own resolve wouldn't be shaken. Just then, the mana inside the classroom settled. Moments later, the door flew open, banging against the wall as Ephereine stormed out, her expression clouded with frustration. She didn't even notice him standing there. Once she disappeared down the corridor, Dillian stepped back into the room. His gaze swept over her completed work, and a faint smirk tugged at the edge of his lips. Brilliant, glowing flowers had bloomed across the table, an outcome far beyond what he'd expected. 6 hours and 25 minutes, and the assignment's complete. He pulled out a sheet of paper with her image printed on it, jotting down a few notes. As his pen moved across the page, he murmured, "She's shown the typical weaknesses of a student, yet this level of completion is worthy of first place." Just then, a system message appeared before him. "Side quest complete. Your own path. Plus 1 store credit." Satisfied, Dillian finally turned to leave. His body ached with exhaustion as he made his way across the campus. But then, a voice rang out ahead, cheerful and loud. "Professor Dillian. Haha, been a while, huh?" He froze. His eyes flicked toward the source of the voice, and instantly, his expression hardened. A cold sweat formed on his back. Zeit, what's he doing here? His thoughts raced. Zeit von Bruggen-Frieden, current head of the Frieden family. More importantly, Julie's older brother. He was the one who'd pushed for Dillian's engagement to Julie. But all of that paled in comparison to what Zeit truly represented: raw, terrifying strength. In the early stages of the game, not even Ganesha could match his sheer power. He ranked 3rd in combat ability at this point. A monster in battle, unstoppable, overwhelming. And now, he was here. Why would someone like him be looking for me? That single thought sent alarms blaring in Dillian's head. His gut twisted as an uncomfortable possibility surfaced. Could this be about Julie's snow flare stone? A chill ran down his spine. His mind screamed danger. This felt like a death flag, plain and simple. And worse, he had no contingency plan for handling someone like him. Meanwhile, Zeit remained blissfully unaware that Dillian was mentally falling apart. Grinning wide, he spoke with the same booming cheer as always. "It's really great running into you. I heard things between you and Julie have been a bit rocky, so I figured I'd set up a dinner this week. You're free, right?" The carefree tone caught Dillian off guard. A subtle sigh slipped from his lips. Thank God for now, he's still on good terms with me. But just as he relaxed, smack, a massive hand clapped down on his shoulder. "Haha, I love that decisiveness." Zeit laughed, beaming. "I've already arranged everything. Your favorite dishes, your preferred drinks. Just show up. Everything's taken care of, so no need to stress." Then, with one last hearty pat that felt more like a warning than a gesture of goodwill, Zeit added, "I'll be expecting you, Professor Dillian. See you soon." As Zeit's towering figure walked away, Dillian remained frozen. The unease wouldn't leave him. He didn't even give me a chance to say no. No, he made it impossible to say no. Zeit always put family before anything else. If Dillian dared to step out of line, the consequences could be catastrophic. Skipping that dinner? Not an option. Scene change. Frieden Estate. Following day. At that moment, Julie had just been informed about the dinner. Her reaction? Predictable. "I'm not going. I've got cavalry training. I don't have time for that idiot." Zeit let out a tired sigh, visibly irritated. "You're still hung up about that winter's flame, aren't you?" Julie shot him a glare. "Hung up? Please, don't flatter yourself." But Zeit wasn't buying it. "Then why else would you want a rare or that's only used for weapon forging? If not for you, then?" Before he could finish, Julie snapped. "If he's planning to give me a sword, then I'll break off the engagement on the spot." She spat the words out, her tone sharp with fury. Zeit's expression darkened. His patience had run thin. The veins along his neck pulsed visibly, and a crushing pressure filled the room as his aura shifted. His voice dropped, low and threatening. Julie, think. Carefully. I told you the other day, don't be stupid. There's no room for personal feelings in politics. His gaze bore into her. And as far as I know, there isn't a single man who's in love with you. Unless. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Unless there's someone you've taken a liking to? Julie clenched her teeth. I don't. But even as the words left her mouth, her face betrayed a flicker of conflict, stubborn, yet undeniably weighed down. Zeit caught it, and for the first time his tone softened slightly. Do you really care that much about Dillian's past? Julie didn't hesitate. This has nothing to do with that. Then why? Zeit pressed. This time, she had no answer. She just stood there, silent. Seeing her like that, Zeit chose not to dig further. Instead, he turned away and tossed out one last command over his shoulder. Just make sure you're on time. If something's broken, fix it. Julie didn't respond. Her fists clenched at her sides, the weight of frustration and helplessness crashing down on her. Suddenly, without another word, she spun around and dove into a furious sword practice session. The sound of her blade slicing through air echoed across the training grounds. Dust and dirt exploded beneath her feet with every strike, her anger pouring into every swing. Then a calm voice cut through the chaos. Your strikes are all over the place, my lady. A man in black had appeared behind her, Varen, her loyal subordinate. Julie exhaled slowly, the edge of her fury starting to dull. Varen, sorry you had to see that. His face was unreadable. There's nothing to apologize for, my lady, though I still can't understand why the family head insists you marry that man. Julie's gaze turned sharp, her voice hard. Enough. There was no room for argument. You're a knight. Speaking poorly of someone behind their back doesn't suit you. Don't soil your hands for my sake. I'll be fine. Her voice rang with firm resolve. Without waiting for a reply, she turned away. I'm heading back. Be ready. Yes, my lady, Varen answered, unmoving as he watched her retreat. And in that quiet moment, he made his choice. My lady, I've finally found the answer to your pain. I know now how I'll prove my loyalty as your knight. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Only I can do this. I will make you happy, no matter what it takes. His words burned with a dark and deadly resolve. Meanwhile, in the Council of Elders, an emergency session had been called. The reappearance of a demon on Black Mountain left no room for delay. Inside the solemn chamber, one elder stood at the center. His face was grave as he addressed the others. A demon has been confirmed in Black Mountain. The mages initially suppressed its corruption using forbidden arts. But now that it's returned, we must take immediate action. His voice was firm, resolute. Send word to the 12 great houses. All of them are to assemble at once. With his order, the gears of fate began turning faster, dragging everyone toward the storm that was coming. Time moved swiftly forward. The next day had arrived. Back into Dillian's quarters, he was meticulously organizing the items he had just secured at the auction. Once he was done, he muttered to himself, Ephereine's ring should come in handy. Faster mana recovery. The ancient rune pendant too, perfect for storing excess mana. As for the rest, I'll stash them underground like Ganesha advised. Safer that way. But even with everything sorted, one issue remained. The most critical item he had acquired was still completely useless. His eyes locked onto the snow quartz, securely placed in a reinforced cabinet. I figured it wouldn't work right away, he mused. But no matter how much mana I channel into it, nothing happens. Is it repelling my energy? In the game, this item cost a fortune. He had only admired it from a distance. He'd never actually used it, so he had no clue how to activate it now. Then an idea hit him. What if I melted it down? Could I control it that way? The longer he thought about it, the more it made sense. I need to hit the library and study its properties. If weapons can be tamed by establishing a connection, maybe I need to do the same with this stone. With that, he made his decision. He reached out and lightly touched the snow quartz. Instantly, blinding light exploded from the crystal, flooding the room in brilliance. He quickly pulled his hand back and exhaled. A system notification appeared. Comprehension plus 0.1%. Mana, 1357/3357 plus 300. He frowned. That barely moved the needle. The stone had drained an enormous amount of mana, 2 million points, just for a 0.1% increase. At this pace, I'll be at it for a whole year, he muttered. There's ought to be a faster way. His gaze drifted to the calendar nearby. Dinner with Zeit tonight, and some other thing too. The meeting had already been planned, 3 days before his supposed death. That evening, at Von Meschel restaurant, Dillian arrived to find Zeit, head of the Friedin family, waiting with a welcoming grin. "Glad you made it," Zeit said. Julie went in first. "She's waiting inside." With a hearty slap on the shoulder, Zeit guided him toward the private room. As soon as they stepped into the room, Zeit's voice echoed with admiration. "Julie, you look amazing tonight." All eyes turned to her. Julie stood poised in a striking and refined outfit, completely different from her usual armored appearance. She looked elegant, captivating. Even Dillian, normally indifferent, felt a flicker of surprise. She always wore armor, but dressed like this, she's stunning. No wonder the old Dillian couldn't let her go. Standing nearby, Julie crossed her arms, her tone tinged with irritation. "Obviously, you think looking like this happens by accident." But Zeit was already distracted. After taking his seat, he glanced at another woman in the room. "Didn't expect to see you here." The woman offered a soft smile. "I came to look after Julie." Back into Dillian's head, her presence threw him off completely. "I didn't expect her. I was too focused on Julie to even think she'd show up." Josephine, though she was technically here as Julie's older sister, Dillian knew better. This isn't just a casual visit. She's dangerous, ruthless, the most dangerous person in the room. Josephine wasn't just family. She was the leader of a hidden intelligence group operating from the shadows. A master of dark arts, feared and powerful, easily on par with Zeit himself. Her only soft spot? Julie. And anyone who even looked like a threat to Julie was a target. "She hasn't made a move on me yet, but that doesn't mean she won't." The moment I walked in, I could feel it, that deadly aura pressing in. "If I mess up, she'll end me. No doubt about it." Dillian steeled himself. "I have to act the part. I need to look like I truly care about Julie. It's the only way I'll make it through this alive." Meanwhile, Zeit, completely unaware of the tension beneath the surface, launched into the real topic. "Let's get to it, Professor Dillian. When's the wedding? It's been, 3 years since the engagement." Before Dillian could respond, Julie, sitting quietly to the side, instinctively opened her mouth to object. But Zeit raised his hand, silencing her immediately. "This is something for the adults to discuss." Hearing that, Julie's eyes dimmed. Her lips tightened, as though she was forcing herself not to speak. Dillian hesitated for a moment, then instinctively glanced at Josephine. She tilted her head, looking almost uninterested, but her gaze drilled into him like a blade, sharp and unrelenting. His entire body tensed. "If I say the wrong thing now, I'm done." With careful precision, he delivered the words he had already prepared. "I'll leave the decision to Julie. If she has no faith in this marriage, I'm ready to walk away." The tone was soft, respectful, even gentle, yet the effect it had was anything but. Julie clenched her jaw, trying to hold back the storm inside. Across from her, Zeit, the towering head of the household, let out a long sigh and calmly spoke. "Marriage isn't something you toss aside like it's nothing. Just because you've spent some time apart, you're ready to walk away? If it really meant anything to you, try to fix what's broken. You know the elders won't let you make this kind of decision so easily." That was it. Julie had reached her limit. She bowed slightly, her voice sharp but respectful. "Master Zeit, please. I need a moment with him. Alone." The shift in her tone instantly caught Zeit's attention. He paused, recognizing how fragile her emotions had become. After a brief silence, he gave a small nod. "All right, come on, Josephine." The two of them stood up. As she left, Josephine turned back with a cheeky smile and gave a playful wave. "Good luck, you two." As the doors shut behind them, Julie's tone turned cold as steel. "What game are you playing now? What's your real goal?" She stared daggers at Dillian, her gaze filled with years of pent-up rage. Just outside, Josephine hadn't gone far. She stood motionless in the corridor, straining to catch every word through her hidden device. Back inside, Dillian remained silent, glancing uneasily at the door. He knew she was still there. Josephine hadn't left at all. She wanted to listen, and he'd let her. This might be his only shot. If he could make her believe his love for Julie was genuine, maybe he could escape the noose tightening around him. Taking a breath, Dillian summoned every ounce of performance he had, setting his face with emotion before speaking softly. "Julie, listen to me. I can't break this engagement. Not on my own. And neither can you. We've gone too far." Julie's hands curled into fists, her voice shaking with rage. "So what is it this time? Another twisted trick? Before we were even engaged, you cornered me into this." Used your power to trap me. You told my family you'd make it worth their while. And to me, do you even remember what you said? She spat the words like venom. Fighting is dangerous. That's what you said. You used that excuse to tear me away from the one thing I truly wanted, my right to chase the Empire's will. Then you dangled the captaincy of the Haydn Knights in front of me, a position under your thumb. When I turned you down, you spread lies. Smear my name. What else do you want from me? Her voice cracked, and the tears came. She didn't try to stop them. She just looked at him, waiting. Dillian said nothing. He couldn't, not after seeing her like that. Inside, he whispered to himself, I know now. I understand everything. The old Dillian had mistaken obsession for love. He had caged her, ruined her path, and called it affection. Dillian had done things that could never be forgiven. No one understood Julie's hatred better than he did. With that truth weighing on him, he managed just one quiet sentence. I won't make the same mistake again. I don't believe a word of it. Julie shouted, but what came next caught her completely off guard. I know I hurt you. I know I crossed a line. But it wasn't just me, he said calmly. Your brother and sister played their part too. If they hadn't, they wouldn't be so against calling off the engagement. Is it really just about the family's honor? He looked her straight in the eyes. Tell me, don't you still want to be a guardian? Guardians belong to no family. Their only duty is to the Emperor. Julie, I'm nothing like the man you've dreamed of. I'm not honest. I'm not noble. I'm the furthest thing from your ideal. He paused, letting each word sink in. I'm not the one for you. That's why I won't marry you. But I also won't let go of our engagement. If staying engaged can shield you, if my name can buy you time, then I'll wait. However long it takes for you to reach your goal, I'll wait. Julie stood frozen. The fury in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by hesitation. What's your angle? She asked quietly. Why are you suddenly saying all this? Dillian's voice didn't change. I don't expect anything in return. But if I could ask for just one thing, could I see your smile once a month? Just once. That's all I want. His words were heavy with emotion, and Julie's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She stammered, caught completely off guard. What? Why would you say something like that now? She wasn't the only one thrown off. Outside the door, Josephine's face also turned beet red, leaving Zeit beside her completely baffled. Back inside, Dillian stared at the floor, lost in thought. I only said what she wanted to hear, so I could survive this. But looking up, seeing her flustered like that, he couldn't help but admit it. Julie's charm, it's real. And somehow, this love I'm feeling, it's mine now. On the other side of the room, Julie's face was bright red. She snapped. Are you seriously trying to trick me with such ridiculous words? I'm not falling for it. Dillian let out a laugh, unable to stop himself. That only made her angrier. What are you laughing at? I already told you. I don't believe a single thing you say. Outside the room, even Josephine had been fully taken in by Dillian's performance. Though her face was still warm with embarrassment, a calm settled over her. Were those feelings real? She wondered. If they were, maybe I should keep watching him a little longer. And just like that, Dillian had sidestepped another deadly ending and scored 2 more store coins. 3 days later, he sat quietly in the back of his sleek luxury car, heading toward an unknown destination. As the city passed by outside the window, he stared out in silence. 3 days already, he thought. Memorial Day has come. The car eventually rolled to a gentle stop. This time, he had arrived at a cemetery. Without a word, he instructed the driver to wait, then stepped out on his own. The walk through the graveyard was slow and heavy. Each step stirred something deep inside him. The quiet crunch of gravel beneath his shoes echoed in the air, and the soft sunlight streaming through the grass and worn tombstones only made the feeling stronger. This place doesn't just hold the dead. It holds my heart, he thought. But the feelings weren't Dillian's. They belonged to someone else. Kim Woo-jin, these memories are yours. His eyes eventually fell on a single gravestone. As he stared at it, a familiar face surfaced in his mind. His ex-girlfriend, Era. Her bright, joyful smile still lingered in his memory. Let's rewind. Late one night, during a rare break, Era had suddenly looked up with a sparkle in her eyes. I'm thinking about adding an Easter egg, she said. Something extra for Dillian's backstory. He's a mid-game boss, so I think this much would be great. The author even gave it the green light. But Dillian hadn't shared her excitement. He sighed, tossed his empty coffee cup into a nearby bin, and muttered, That's just more work. We've been grinding nonstop all night already. It's not like it's going to boost sales. Can you stop piling stuff on? Era didn't back down. She crossed her arms and replied firmly. This matters too. If we want the game to mean something, we've got to put our hearts into it. Another tired sigh. There you go again. Fine, do whatever you want. You weren't really looking for my opinion anyway. Era just smiled at him. I still think it's a great idea. It won't be pointless. Remember? Dillian had a late fiancée too. She had always been so passionate, always full of stories and ideas. He never really understood what made her laugh like that. Never saw the charm in the things that lit her up from within. And yet, because of that one Easter egg she added, Kim Woojin's memories, his real ones, had begun to return. Did I ever tell her idea was amazing? Or did I just brush it off like always? As the question lingered, his eyes locked onto the stone in front of him. Etched into it were the words, "You Era von Fergie's Mahinicht, always grateful to you." Seeing it, Dillian froze. His thoughts spun out of control. Why is my name carved into this gravestone? Dillian, originally modeled after Kim Woojin. Then why did you Era use her real name to name Dillian's late fiancée? And why did she thank me? Confused, he slowly reached out, letting his fingers brush against the cold surface of the stone. A powerful wave surged through him. Before he could stop it, tears spilled from his eyes. A single word. That's all it took to shatter him. It was as if he could hear Ara's voice echoing faintly in his ears. Memories came flooding back. How she always praised his sketches. How she placed her coat over his shoulders when he was shivering. How she would take his hand and softly say she loved him. How she was there, always, lifting him up when he was too tired to stand. 7 years, always by his side. And now, just the memory of her made his tears fall harder. But what Dillian didn't realize was that he wasn't alone. Not too far off, a man stood watching, his jaw clenched tight, his eyes filled with rage. "I finally found you," he muttered under his breath. "You filthy wizard." Time slipped by. The streaks of tears on Dillian's face had long dried. In their place was the cold, unreadable expression he always wore. Finished, he turned and walked away from the grave. His thoughts drifted. Now that I've calmed down, it's like I never cried at all. Dillian's way of dealing with emotions was unusual. Just then, someone stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Looking up at the man, Dillian spoke calmly. "Lockheart, isn't it?" His eyes locked onto the long-haired figure standing in his path. The man gripped a dagger tight, his body radiating a murderous energy so fierce, most people would have collapsed from fear. It was him, Lockheart, the infamous mage slayer, a criminal whose face had been plastered across wanted posters and front-page headlines. The moment Lockheart realized Dillian recognized him, his lips curled with fury. "So, you do know me?" he sneered, voice low and savage. "Well now, isn't that something? How dare a smug little pest of a wizard talk to me like that?" Dillian didn't reply. Instead, he analyzed everything he remembered about Lockheart. The Mage Slayer, an infamous mid-level villain known for hunting magic users. His terrifying ability? Magic nullification. In most games, that power is already ridiculously overpowered. But Lockhart's version? It has no limits. Even physical force becomes useless. Just as that thought clicked, Lockheart charged forward, blade flashing, aiming to draw blood. Dillian reacted in an instant, unleashing a flurry of sharp stone shards with his telekinesis. The projectiles shot out from the ground like bullets, aimed straight at Lockheart. But just as they were about to hit, they stopped, midair, frozen, as if they'd slammed into an invisible wall. Dillian's brow twitched. I knew this already, but it's still so damn annoying. Magic really doesn't work in his range. While Dillian muttered to himself, Lockheart threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Huh, you pathetic wizard. Didn't I tell you? Magic doesn't work on me." Without missing a beat, Lockheart lunged forward, slashing his dagger right at Dillian. But Dillian moved with precision, effortlessly dodging the strike. Lockheart didn't let up. He attacked again and again, his movements sharp and relentless like a machine on overdrive. Yet Dillian didn't falter. His eyes tracked each motion, reading the attacks like an open book. He weaved between the strikes effortlessly, his steps measured and smooth. Most wizards would have panicked in the face of Lockhart's magic nullifying power. But Dillian wasn't like most. In the next instant, Lockheart pushed off the ground with force, launching himself through the air, dagger aimed at Dillian's heart. "Die," he roared. But what he got instead was a brutal punch straight to the face. Crack! Blood burst from Lockhart's nose as the sheer force of the hit sent him flying. Dillian's strength training clearly paid off. Lockhart hit the ground like a broken rag doll. Before he could recover, whack! A merciless kick crashed into his jaw. Standing over him, Decillian's cold voice cut through the air. That means nothing to me. Lockhart growled, ready to spit out a curse, only for another savage kick to silence him mid-word. Just days earlier, Decillian had collected 10 shop coins. With them, he'd unlocked an upgrade, enhanced mana quality. That change, it amplified his control and efficiency over mana to a whole new level. He'd tested it by trying to lift a chair with telekinesis. Instead of levitating, the chair had shot through the ceiling and gotten stuck in the roof. Great. I barely even touched it, he'd thought. Guess I seriously need to readjust my control. Now, though it was clear, his mana wasn't just stronger. His physical power had skyrocketed too. And the effect radius? Much wider than expected. Shrugging it off, Decillian had returned to his usual routine. He tossed his jacket aside and jumped up to a pull-up bar to continue his daily training. But the moment his hands grabbed the bar, something felt wrong. The metal sank under his fingers. Startled, he let go and looked up. Deep, dented handprints were pressed into the bar. What the hell? I thought this upgrade only boosted mana output, but it's totally jacked up my raw strength too. Back in the present, Lockhart lay sprawled on the ground, completely crushed. His defeat should have meant certain death, but fate spared him. System alert, +2 shop coins. Decillian barely acknowledged the message. His cold, unwavering stare stayed locked on Lockhart, beaten down like a stray mutt. Decillian thought to himself, so the mana enhancement really does count as a stat boost. With Iron Body alone, he could already overpower Lockhart, but this new power? It made things even easier than expected. Lockhart's body trembled as he struggled to rise. He spat bitterly through clenched teeth. Damn it. I should have been the one to wipe out you filthy sorcerers. Heretics. Traitors to Vism. Traitors to God. You arrogant freaks are all the same. Without magic, you're nothing but bugs. But Decillian wasn't rattled. As composed as ever, he ignored the furious tirade and quietly studied the man before him. His strength, it's beyond normal. Like a cheat code. But that hatred, the way he talks. A thought struck him. His eyes narrowed. Lockhart, he asked, are you descended from the Red Film race? Lockhart froze. The rage in his face drained, replaced by stunned disbelief. His eyes locked onto Decillian. After a long silence, he muttered, How do you know that? The Red Film race. A name soaked in blood and fear. Their bloodline descended from ancient demons scattered across the continent. Hunted, hiding, always at odds with the sorcerers. Magic had been created to destroy demons. And with it, the war between sorcerers and the Red Film race became one of the world's oldest conflicts. A core part of the game's lore. Yet the tribe was still hunted, not for what they'd done, but for the sins of their ancestors. Even now, somewhere another cleansing was probably underway. Decillian's expression softened. He spoke, not with judgment, but something closer to understanding. Lockhart, I get it. The pain you've gone through. The oppression. It must have been unbearable. But killing an innocent sorcerer, that won't make you right. That just makes you the same as the monsters you hate. Lockhart's face twisted again, this time with a fury that couldn't mask his confusion, like no one had ever tried to understand it before. Shut up, he screamed, his voice hoarse. You don't know anything. Stop spewing crap and just kill me already. But Decillian didn't move. His voice remained steady. I know, because the Red Film race isn't guilty. Lockhart's breath caught. His body tensed. His anger wavered. What did you just say? Decillian stepped forward. I'm Decillian, House Yuckline. A noble lineage, one that's never thrown away its honor. Lockhart clenched his jaw. What are you preaching for? Just finish it. Decillian's gaze stayed locked in place. The only time I ever lost my honor was when I faced a demon, he said. My family has hunted demons for generations. It's in our blood, a madness that seizes us when we confront one. He looked down at Lockhart. But tell me, have I lost myself standing here before you? Did I waver? Did I fall into that madness? As if this moment had been destined. Decillian's icy blue gaze stayed locked on Lockhart. Then came his final words, sharp and clear, slicing through the silence. You're human. You can trust me. Lockhart's expression went blank. For a second, a strange thought slipped into his mind. Maybe this is what real nobility looks like. Just then, a voice rang out in the distance. Over here. Hurry. Reacting instantly, Decillian spun and delivered a clean, controlled kick to Lockhart's jaw. The blow sent him flying back, blood splattering as he hit the ground and passed out. Just stay down and turn yourself in. Dillian muttered quietly, though Lockhart was already unconscious. Moments later, two men arrived. One of them stood straight, saluted, and introduced himself. Inspector Ropa. That kick just now, impressive. You really live up to your name, Professor Dillian. His eyes flicked to Lockhart, full of disdain. And this murderer, should I give him a few more kicks for good measure? He raised his boot, but Dillian stepped in before he could follow through. No need. Let him be. With that, Dillian activated his telekinesis. In the distance, sand began to stir, gradually forming a thick, solid rope. Ropa watched in awe as the shape took form. I never imagined magic could do something like that, he admitted, visibly impressed. Dillian handed him the rope with a calm warning. This man can cancel out magic. Spells won't hold him. Use this instead. Ropa blinked in realization. So that's why he's been slipping through our fingers and why the radar didn't pick him up. Dillian asked, How did you get here so fast? Weren't you out on patrol? Ropa shook his head. We responded as soon as we got the report. But it wasn't me who called it in. Someone else must have heard the noise and reported it. I see. Then I'll leave the rest to you, Dillian said, turning away. Understood, Ropa nodded. To Dillian, the whole thing was just a brief interruption. Fortunately, it had ended without spilling unnecessary blood. The presence he'd felt here, faint but familiar, wasn't something he wanted to stain with violence. Time passes fast, he thought, walking away. The next day, Yukline Manor, training room. Dillian was deep in his training when his younger sister, Uriel, walked in, scroll in hand. The Birch Council's issued a summon. First time in 15 years, she said, holding it out to him. He paused, then reached over, casually accepting the scroll. You came all this way just to deliver this. Uriel let out a sigh, clearly annoyed. Someone has to care. As head of the family, shouldn't that be your job? And when are you finally going to put shirt on? He ignored her jab, unrolling the letter without a word. His eyes scanned the contents. A demon has reportedly been seen on Black Mountain. The Birch Council has summoned the noble houses to address the situation. At the same time, the system assigned him a main quest. Main quest? The summons of Birch. After reading the details, Dillian turned to Uriel. It's set for next week. I'm allowed to bring one person along for protection. Uriel raised an eyebrow. You need a bodyguard? Fine, I'll send Jeff with you. He used to be a mercenary. Dillian shook his head. That won't work. Jeff's better at steering ships than handling a fight. Uriel scoffed, then her tone shifted, sharper, more serious. You can't go alone. I've been birched. The trip's no joke. It could kill you. Dillian paused, eyeing her. Are you worried about me? In your dreams, Uriel snapped. Don't say gross stuff like that. After an awkward beat, she cleared her throat and muttered, I just don't want you dying before I officially take over the family title. Still clearly flustered, she pivoted the conversation. I'll take care of the bodyguard. I'll find someone trustworthy. Scene shift, Freeheim military camp. At that moment, Julie was drilling a squad of soldiers. Good. That's what I want to see. Stay sharp, keep pushing. A short distance away, the deputy commander watched, a frown etched deep into his face. What should I do? A voice cut through his thoughts. What do you mean by that? The deputy commander flinched. Damn it, Varen, warn me before sneaking up. Varen smirked. Big job just came in. Could be huge for us, but something feels off. Then spit it out, Varen said bluntly. What's the problem? The deputy commander sighed. This one's tough to even bring to the commander. The mission's to protect Dillian. More specifically, to guard the entire train. He took a breath, then continued. But they knew we'd never accept that if they asked directly. That's why they're sugarcoating it. Varen's expression didn't change, but his hand twitched the moment he heard Dillian's name. Just as quickly, he covered it up. Take the job, he said flatly. Not everyone can pull this off. If we do, our unit's reputation will soar, and so will our pay. We're a private force. This is what we do. Still, the deputy commander hesitated. But the commander, when it comes to Dillian, Varen cut in, his tone like ice. It doesn't matter. The commander won't let emotions get in the way of the mission. After a moment, the deputy commander nodded. You're right. I'll go inform the commander. With that, he turned and walked off. Varen stood perfectly still, his face cold and impossible to read. Birch. That was the name of the towering Highland mountain range at the continent's northern tip. Reaching 3,500 meters above sea level, it was more than a natural wonder. It was home to the legendary mages known as the Elders of Birch. This wasn't just a place of seclusion. It was the very core of magical knowledge. Every school of magic, every path of research, all of it led back to Birch. Sure, there was a magic tower. Even floating islands run by archmages existed. But none dared to challenge Birch's supremacy. Its influence ran so deep that it formed the backbone of the magical world. And now, with the rare summoning assembly taking place, something that only happened once in decades, being called a Birch was not just prestigious. It was proof of a mage's true worth. But such a summons? It was often the beginning of the end. For many, it became a mage's final destination. Scene shift, Birch train station. At the station, Julie's team had gathered, waiting. She turned to her vice captain. "Everything ready?" "Of course." "No problems," he said calmly, then glanced toward the platform. "Here he comes." At that moment, Julie turned and saw Dillian making his way over, Alan close behind. Alan's eyes flicked around the snowy station in awe. "April, and the snow's this heavy?" "Professor, we really are in the far north," he said with amazement. As they neared, Julie stepped up to welcome them. "Thank you for coming all this way. From here on, the Freeham Association will take charge of half the train. We'll do everything we can to make the journey safe and comfortable." Her face turned red as she spoke. The memory of that night's gathering still lingered, and Dillian's words echoed in her mind. "I hope to see your smile at least once a month." Her whole body stiffened. "Do I smile now? How? Big smile? Just a small one? Why is this happening to me?" Behind her, the vice captain noticed her tense posture, heart heavy. She loathes that man more than anyone, yet she still gives everything for him. "Captain, you've earned my respect." He stepped forward. "Captain, I'll take over from..." But Varen moved first, cutting him off. "I'm Varen. I've been tasked with leading this escort. These two are here only to show their respects before handing the duty to me." The vice captain let out a laugh, gave Varen a few hearty pats on the back, and said, "This one's got real talent." The whole association stand behind him. "You're in good hands." From his seat, Professor Dillian listened to the vice captain praise Varen so openly. His expression didn't change much, but a slight furrow appeared between his brows. "A talented individual, is he?" Dillian mused, eyeing Varen carefully. "Might as well double-check." He activated keen vision, scanning Varen from head to toe, but there was nothing. No unusual energy, no signs of hidden strength. Just a normal man. Strange. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Varen, completely oblivious to the scrutiny, continued speaking in a casual tone. "Since most mages travel with escorts, each train car has been assigned a guardian. I'll be in charge of your car, Professor." Dillian gave a small nod. "Very well. I'll be relying on you." Meanwhile, Julie had finished her duties and turned to leave. "That wraps it up for me. I wish you a smooth journey." She quickly spun on her heel and walked away with the vice captain. But halfway down the platform, she suddenly paused, as if something struck her. Turning back, she forced a smile, awkward and stiff. Her face flushed red. Dillian noticed. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips. "So she actually did it," he murmured under his breath. Time passed. Hours later, inside the train carriage, Dillian sat quietly, while his assistant Alan looked drained. His eyes drooped, head bobbing slightly with the rhythm of the train. "If you're tired, get some rest," Dillian said calmly. "We've still got a few hours left." Alan, barely awake, mumbled, "Okay, just a short nap," and slumped against the seat, dozing off in seconds. Dillian leaned back, thoughts drifting. Birch, the so-called graveyard of mages. Yes, it was the pinnacle of magic, but it was also a place where fate turned unexpectedly. Every time the Grand Assembly was held, chaos followed. And the train ride? That was often the first test. Ambushes, assassins, sabotage. None of it was uncommon. One of the biggest threats during these times came from misinformation. Choosing the wrong train route could mean death. That's how the original Dillian had fallen, caught in a deadly information war over train routes. Back then, there was a way to avoid it. For the right price, underground groups sold intel on which trains would be targeted. But that option was no longer available. After taking over this body, I cut all ties with the underworld. So instead, he had planned ahead, preparing fail-safes, analyzing possible threats. Most importantly, he had mastered the legendary Ephereine combat technique through enlightenment. That was his edge now. Dillian glanced at Alan, already snoring softly. He was just full of energy a moment ago. Now he's out cold. A few days earlier, the memory played clearly in Dillian's mind. "Alan," he had asked, Want to come with me to Birch? As my assistant, of course. It's going to be dangerous, so you're free to say no. Across from him, Alan's eyes had gone wide with shock. Then came the tears, the kind of ugly crying that made Dillian physically recoil. Thank you, Professor. I can't believe someone like me is getting this chance. It's an honor. Snot mixed with tears streamed down the poor guy's face. Dillian had grimaced. If that drips on the floor, I'm leaving you behind. Back to the present. Even now, it still surprised him a little that Alan had accepted. He knew the risks and still signed up. Maybe he's more ambitious than I gave him credit for. Time rolled on. The train made a quick stop at a minor station, passengers getting on and off. Dillian sat quietly, eyes drifting to the window. Just one stop left. Birch. Everything had gone smoothly so far. No incidents. No threats. Could it be? Did I actually pick the safe train? He'd prepared down to the last detail. Enchanted a master's robes using Midas hand to boost defense. Scattered reinforced steelwood shards around the carriage. Even embedded protective spells into Alan's clothes. But despite that, his thoughts grew heavy. I've been relying on Midas hand far too often lately. My mana reserves are starting to dry up. Maybe I should have saved it for later. Feels like overkill. Then again, better to over-prepare than regret it later. He mumbled under his breath. Let's just hope things stay this quiet. But fate rarely listened. As the train rolled across a massive stone bridge. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through one of the rear cars, ripping through the calm with a jarring blast. Cut to several days prior. Before Dillian ever boarded the train, another journey had already begun. Inside a different train car, Dillian sat with his daughter, Sylvia. He let out a long sigh and shook his head. Even on a train, you still won't put the books down? Sylvia didn't look up, eyes glued to the exercises before her. The professor gave us a heavy load. Dillian chuckled. Haha, you'll be a grand maid someday for sure. Still, you work harder than anyone I know. Sylvia responded calmly. If I can't handle something this basic, how could I ever expect to become a grand mage? Though her tone was composed, a flicker of frustration passed through her eyes. I'm not really worried about Ephereine, she added, but I do wish I could attend more of Professor Dillian's lectures. That thought lingered, sparking another question in her mind. She turned to her father. Father, why did we leave so early for the Birch convocation? We could have waited a few more days, couldn't we? Across from her, Dillian fell silent. He didn't respond right away. Then, in a low, steady voice, he finally spoke. Have you ever heard that the journey to Birch is known as a mage's graveyard? Sylvia blinked. I thought that was just a myth. Dillian shook his head slowly. It's not. Every time a convocation takes place, people die. 15 years ago, 11 mages were lost. His voice remained firm as he continued. Being summoned to Birch is the highest honor a mage can receive. And if your family becomes one of the 20 great houses, your name becomes part of history itself. But then his gaze turned sharp. However, if a summoned family fails to attend, they're erased from that list forever. There's no exception. And here's the key. Any empty spot will always be filled by another family. His words sank in like a weight. Sylvia stared at him, the meaning quickly dawning on her. So, the easiest way to take down a great house. Exactly, Dillian cut in. Eliminate them before they reach Birch. He didn't mince words. The reality was brutal. Families outside the Great 20 would stop at nothing to seize a place on that list. And the easiest time to strike? During the journey. Even understanding it, Sylvia still struggled to accept it. No, it can't really be like that. It is, he said firmly. The path to Birch is treacherous. Those who crave power often die trying to grasp it. His expression darkened. That's why I pushed our departure forward. I received word that the train leaving after hours is the target of an attack. Since I brought you along, I had to be extra careful. Then he paused, considering whether to say more. Eventually, he continued. Tell me, Sylvia, among the 12 traditional families, do you really think any of them are truly safe? That their positions are unshakable? There was a bitter finality in his voice. If anyone should pay the price for how this world works, it's all of us mages. These deaths. He looked away, eyes narrowing as if staring into the distant truth. To the world, they're just part of the system. Back to the present. The explosion rocked the train, throwing everything into chaos. Dillian's senses sharpened instantly, eyes narrowing as he activated his mental force. The glass of a nearby window shattered under the pressure. The shockwave jolted Alan awake. Disoriented, he blinked, trying to make sense of the scene unraveling before him. Then his eyes went wide in disbelief. WH, what the hell is happening? He stammered, pointing outside. Professor, look. The entire train had lifted off the rails, suspended in midair. Dillian exhaled a quiet breath of relief. Good. Estra's martial arts helped stabilize things, but remembering to reinforce the train with basic psychokinesis, that's what really saved us. Meanwhile, on top of the train car, the assassins were stunned. This is insane. The whole train is floating? Are all high-ranking professors this powerful? Another assassin snarled, doesn't matter. This was just the beginning. Stay focused. The reward makes this worth it. Without hesitation, they dropped ropes and swung down, smashing through the train windows in a shower of glass. But Dillian had already seen it coming. A bunch of fools, he said coldly. Too bad for you. I prepared for this. Without wasting a second, he launched shards of steel and broken wood using psychokinesis, turning debris into a deadly barrage. The assassins had barely landed when the fragments tore through them, shredding their bodies like paper. Beside him, Alan froze, horrified. Professor, this is an attack. What's going on? Dillian glanced at him calmly, then struck him with a precise chop to the back of the neck, knocking him out instantly. Get some rest, Alan. Turning to Varen. He gave his orders without hesitation. You're Varen, right? Get the kids out of here. If there are any passengers left in the other compartments, evacuate them. Without a word, Varen scooped up Alan and vanished down the corridor. As their figures disappeared, Dillian paused, deep in thought. Alan's neck softer than I expected. I could feel the texture clearly, thanks to the steel body trait, enhancing my senses. A strange suspicion flickered in his mind, but he pushed it aside. First, I deal with this. Facing the remaining intruders, he locked eyes with them, voice sharp as ice. You started this, so you already know how it ends. He stepped forward without hesitation. Your deaths today are nothing but natural. The moment the words left his mouth, a fierce wave of mana burst from his body, sending a chilling jolt through the assassin. A suffocating pressure, like death itself, settled over them. Meanwhile, Varen had gently propped Alan against a boulder at the base of the cliff. His eyes rose to the train, still hanging in midair. His brows drew together, deep in thought, but his mind remained unreadable. Time ticked by. Inside the train car, bodies littered the floor. Blood soaked into the carpeting, and not a single assassin remained alive. Dillian leaned back against a seat, gasping for breath. That took more out of me than I thought, he muttered. Containing the explosion and fighting at the same time had completely drained his mana. He looked down at his shaking hands. Just 10 points of mana left. Before long, Varen climbed back into the train and reported, all passengers have been evacuated safely. Dillian gave a nod. Good. Now we should. He paused mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed, fixed on Varen. Something's off. Varen's face looked different. Dillian reasoned away. Maybe it was the shock from the attack, but deep down, unease began to settle. Then he saw it. A crimson aura slowly rose from Varen's body, the mark of death, the unmistakable omen of a villain's fate. Cold sweat beaded on Dillian's brow. He's been by my side all this time. Hiding this? I was too careless. Varen made no effort to pretend anymore. His sword slid free, aimed directly at Dillian. I'm glad you made it, he said coldly, because I want to be the one to kill you. Exhausted and cornered, Dillian tried to stall. One last question. Are you doing this on someone's orders? Is it Julie? At the name, Varen's fury exploded. He let out a raw, animalistic roar. Don't say her name, he snapped. She's a warrior, brave and righteous. She would never stoop to something like this. Don't twist her name with your lies. I'm going to kill you for her sake. Dillian watched him closely. That reaction, full of rage and loyalty, it told him everything. This wasn't Julie's doing, but that wasn't the real problem. 10 mana points. That's all he had left. Could he survive a battle against someone from the Freeheim elite in this state? He didn't have time to think. With a final, chilling whisper, then my watch ends here. Varen surged forward, blades slicing through the air with deadly speed. Dillian moved fast, manipulating a sliver of steelwood just in time to deflect the incoming blow. Simultaneously, he cut off the telekinetic force, keeping the train suspended. With that, the entire train began to plummet from the sky. Scene shift. Outside Sylvia's private chamber, a knight walked up, holding 2 cups of ice cream. He offered them with a light tone. Would you like to try some, my lady? It's Birch's famous eternal snow ice cream. Sylvia didn't even look up. No thanks. I'm good. You can finish it. I'm so done with sweets. I've had way too much. And then she asks, is everyone here? Hearing this, Sirio tilted his head, puzzled. Besides, Yukline and Rewind, everyone is here. Are you waiting for someone? Sylvia gave a small shake of her head, lost in thought. Sensing something, Sirio didn't press further. He gave a small bow and excused himself. Then I'll be going. If you need anything, just call. The perspective now shifts to Sylvia, sitting alone in her room. Her thoughts drifted to a memory, one quiet day at the cemetery. It had been a routine visit to her mother's grave. She gently set down a bouquet and murmured, "How are you, Mom?" Professor Dillian is the worst. He piles on the homework like his class is the only one that matters. Then she heard something, soft sobbing, coming from nearby. Curious, she followed the sound silently. What she saw made her stop cold. A lone figure knelt at a grave. Even from behind, she recognized him instantly. That stiff posture, the broad back, it was unmistakably Dillian. Sylvia stood frozen. What was he doing here? I never thought someone like him would mourn for anyone. Just then, Dillian rose to his feet. The corner of his eyes shimmered, two visible tear streaks. Sylvia's thoughts blanked. Is he crying? The strict, distant professor she always found infuriating was grieving. That moment burned into her mind. The man who seemed untouchable had also lost someone he cared about. His tears, they shone like meteors in the dark. She couldn't shake the image. Her heart thudded just a little faster. Then her father's voice echoed in her memory. I've received word. A group is planning to attack the train. Gilthian's warning left Sylvia with a lingering sense of unease. How annoying, she muttered under her breath. Ever since Dillian's lecture earlier that day, a certain urge had been building inside her. Maybe I should give this a try. If I use this mana stone, will it work? Original magic had 3 core properties, all born from ancient primordial spells and their evolutions. Sylvia's magic was unique, a blend of those fundamental traits. She used mana stones as vessels, shaping and reshaping them at will. As she focused, Sylvia began channeling her internal mana. The stone in her hand responded immediately, glowing brilliantly. Threads of energy unraveled from it, weaving together until, finally, a small dove formed in midair. I did it, she gasped, eyes wide with excitement. With a soft smile, she gave the bird a name. From now on, you're Swift. She gently leaned her forehead against the bird, as if passing along a silent message. Then, without hesitation, she released it into the air. Go, she whispered. Fly away and show me what you see. Back to Dillian. The train hadn't completely plummeted into the abyss. Part of its frame had become lodged against the rocky mountainside, halting the fall. Inside, Dillian winced in pain, his body battered. Looks like I've had a few broken bones, but I'll manage. My iron body trait will kick in soon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sword suddenly came flying at him. Dillian's sharpened senses caught it just in time. He tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the strike. In one swift motion, he hurled a chunk of steelwood at Varen. But it was useless. A red aura flared up around Varen, shielding him completely. Aura of protection, Dillian muttered under his breath. On the other side, Varen smirked. You really don't go down easy, do you? He wrapped his sword in a blazing aura and charged, unleashing a devastating horizontal slash. Dillian struggled to control the floating steelwood shards, moving them to intercept the blow. Each of Varen's attacks hit with brutal speed and power. Dillian's face dripped with sweat. He's stronger than me. Even if I were in perfect shape, I couldn't win this. But surrender was never an option for him. Dillian carried the unyielding trait. No matter how broken his body became, his spirit remained intact. It kept his mind sharp and steady, even in the chaos of battle. Varen's assault didn't let up. The floating steelwood fragments had taken countless hits, and now they began to break apart. Seeing the fragments crumble around him, Dillian let out a low, bitter chuckle. Damn it. If that sword cuts me down, does the game just end? Or will I wake up back in my office like none of this ever happened? And if not, then what? A spray of blood filled the air as Varen's blade closed in, mere inches from Dillian's face. So this is it, he thought, accepting his fate. But then, something snapped. The air around them warped violently, as though space itself was twisting and folding in on itself. Dillian's eyes widened. What is this? A spatial fluctuation? Before he could process more, blood suddenly sprayed from Varen's wrist, His entire hand had been severed by some invisible force. He stumbled back, screaming in agony. The pain was so intense, even he couldn't hold it in. Dillian didn't know what caused it, but he knew an opening when he saw one. No clue what that was, but this is it. Summoning the last traces of his mana, he controlled a jagged piece of rusted steel and drove it into Varen's right ankle. The knight jerked back, gritting his teeth in pain. Dillian followed through with a swift kick to Varen's left shin. The blow sent him flying. He slammed into the side of the train, crashing through rows of seats before tumbling out through a massive tear in the train's frame. But Varen's instincts kicked in fast. As he fell, he whipped out a dagger and jammed it into the train's floor, halting his descent at the last possible moment. Dillian stepped forward, now looming over him, his expression unreadable. Below him, Varen glared up, still fuming, his voice laced with fury. "What the hell did you just do?" Dillian shook his head slightly, eyes narrowing. "No idea," he replied. Then, exhaling slowly, he added, "But tell me, why are you so hellbent on killing me? I don't remember ever wronging you personally." Varen scoffed. "You serious? I remember every last thing you did to my master." That's when it clicked. Dillian finally understood. Varen wasn't here on a personal vendetta. He was a loyal hound, lashing out for his master's sake. "You think this is really about Julie?" Dillian asked. "She never asked you to do this. Why go this far for her?" Varen's face hardened. "You'd never understand." His mind drifted into a memory, clear and searing. Julie stood before a small crowd, composed and unwavering. A woman across from her choked up, voice trembling with emotion. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, things could have ended so much worse." Julie offered a slight bow. "I'm simply doing my duty as a knight," she said calmly. Not far away, a young Varen was being held back by two adults, his voice rising in defiance. "Let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. He started it." A woman's gaze snapped to him, her face twisting with disdain. "Do you know how good my Jason is? There's no way he started anything. Clearly, you're the one at fault." Behind her, a smug boy with a bruised eye flashed a victorious grin. "That's right," he sneered. The look on his face made Varen boil with rage. "You little. I'll kill you," he roared. The woman curled her lip in a cruel smile. "Still mouthing off? You're going to the police. Maybe that'll teach you. You should be on your knees, begging for forgiveness. You hit my son and trespassed." Julie, who had been silently watching until now, finally stepped forward. "Excuse me," she said evenly. "You said the boy trespassed?" "That's right." The woman snapped, clearly proud of her accusation. Just like his status, lowly and uncivilized. Julie's brow furrowed as she looked more closely at Varen. Her eyes followed the wall he'd supposedly scaled. That wall, for a kid his size. A thought crossed her mind. "I'll take him to the station myself," she said abruptly. "Please, rest here." And just like that, Julie took Varen by the arm and led him away. The boy struggled in frustration. "Let me go. I told you I didn't do anything. Why are we going to the police?" Julie stopped. Without turning around, she spoke, her voice quiet but clear. "The Phrygia family, their reputation is well known. I believe you, at least to a certain extent." Varen's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "It's not just to some extent. I really didn't." But she interrupted, her tone steady and firm. "Even so, you shouldn't have turned to violence." The words hung in the air, heavy. Then Julie turned slightly, just enough to be heard. "If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control that temper." There was no emotion in her voice, just determination. "What will you choose, Varen?" His expression shifted. Then, after a pause, he asked, "Will you give me food?" And that was how I first met my master. Afterward, I joined the Order of Knights. But no matter how hard I tried, I never really fit in. My past, my temperament. I wasn't like the others. Only Julie ever cared. As long as I could stay by her side, I didn't need anything else. She always led the way. She stood up for people, never backed down from what was right. The more I watched her, the more I admired her. And the more I loved her. I knew those feelings were a burden. I knew they would only weigh her down. But still, I couldn't stop. That's why I have to kill you, Dillian. One day, you'll bring ruin to her. Varen's eyes blazed with fury. And in that moment, even Dillian couldn't deny it. His past choices had sown the seeds of devastation. But he wasn't ready to give in. "I'll undo what I've done," Dillian thought. "I won't let fate decide how this ends." With resolve in his eyes, Dillian extended a hand toward Varen. "Take it, Varen. I swear, no matter what happens, I won't hurt Julie. You have my word." But Varen's face only darkened, his silence louder than any response. For him, those words meant nothing. The crimson aura swirling around him surged, growing more intense. Even Dillian, calm and composed under pressure, felt his patience snap. His voice hardened. So that's it? You won't listen, no matter what. Varen looked up at him, his answer cold and final. That's right. No matter what happens, I'll kill you. Dillian let out a sharp breath. So this is what it comes to. You fool, he spat. The path you've chosen today, Julie will suffer for it. His grip tightened on the rusted steel shard. Then, without hesitation, he struck. Elsewhere, at that exact moment, Julie suddenly paused, a shiver running down her spine. Something had shifted. Noticing the change, her vice captain looked over. Captain, are you all right? You're not still worried about Varen, are you? Come on, he can handle himself. Julie smiled softly. Yeah, I know. She had no idea that far away, her most loyal knight was falling, spiraling through the sky. Master, I hope you find happiness. Those were Varen's last unspoken thoughts. Back to Sylvia. High above the wrecked train, the dove conjured by Sylvia soared gracefully. Through its eyes, she saw it all. The clash, the betrayal, the fall. Her mind raced. Dillian, he didn't start this. He was defending himself. Varen attacked first. Then, someone called from behind her. There you are, Lady Sylvia. We should head back. The intermission's about to begin. Right, she replied, turning to follow her knight. Sirio. Still, a quiet worry gnawed at her. Will Dillian make it in time? Time passed. A team of law enforcement officers arrived at the train wreckage, responding to reports of an explosion. Leading the investigation was the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau, Lilia. As she stepped onto the scene, several officers quickly approached. It's an honor, Deputy Director, one of them greeted. Lilia didn't waste time. There was an explosion. An attack. Yes, replied a seasoned officer. But incidents like this always pop up when the Birch Summit nears. It's not exactly rare. He handed her a report. Lilia flipped through it quickly. Any casualties? No injuries, but he paused. 2 people are unaccounted for. One is a bodyguard named Varen. The other, Professor Dillian. He gestured toward a figure slumped against a rock. The only survivor so far, his assistant. Name's Adeline, still unconscious. Lilia continued interviewing witnesses, trying to piece together the full story. While speaking with a photographer, she unexpectedly uncovered a surprising detail. A knight saved me. The train stopped in midair for a moment, and when I came to, it had already crashed. I think the assassin made a second attempt. Lilia's brows knit together in disbelief. The train was floating? Noticing her doubt, the photographer hurriedly pulled out a picture. I couldn't believe it either. I had to take this. In the photo, the train hovered above the tracks, frozen in place by Dillian's psychic force. The image was astonishing, yet Lilia still struggled to accept it. He lifted the whole train with magic? That's insane. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside her head. Knight Varen is dead. I don't know why, but he tried to assassinate Dillian and failed. Senior Professor Dillian survived. Startled, Lilia spun around, scanning the crowd for the source. No one looked suspicious. Where is that signal coming from? She muttered, narrowing her eyes and observing everyone nearby. But the sender remained hidden. Then a voice called out from the crowd. Someone's coming. Over there. Is that Professor Dillian? All attention shifted toward a lone figure approaching. Dillian's appearance was slightly ragged, but his eyes were alert, his mind still reeling from the recent battle. If that strange twist hadn't happened at the last second, I'd be dead. A random night almost took my life. If no one had intervened, how could I have been so powerless? But who was it who saved me? As Dillian drew closer, Lilia stepped forward. Senior Professor Dillian, I'm glad to see you're safe. I'm Lilia Ephereine from the Security Bureau. I'd like to ask a few questions about the incident. Instead of replying, Dillian asked abruptly, what time is it? His sudden question threw Lilia off for a second, but she responded. It's 3:30 p.m. Hearing that, Dillian quickly calculated. Exactly 6 hours left to reach the Birch Summit. Lilia resumed her questioning. This is official protocol. I'll need you to. Dillian cut her off sharply. Is the train the only way to get to Birch? Lilia gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed by his evasion, but kept her tone steady. No, there are land and sea routes too. But please, let me finish. That knight who was with you. Before she could finish, she blinked, and Dillian was gone. Shocked, she turned to the 2 men standing nearby. Wasn't he just here? He must have used acceleration magic. One of them muttered. He had stopped a train mid-crash, survived an assassination, and still had the strength to use advanced magic. Lilia couldn't help but think. So this is the Dillian that Lockheart spoke of. Scene shift. At the Birch Summit, the Grand Round Table was now filled with high-ranking nobles, each in their appointed seat. On one side, a middle-aged man named Gilthian glanced at the time and muttered, "It's nearly 9:30, the hour when the stars align." Beside him, the young prodigy Sylvia sat tensely, eyes sharp and focused, scanning the two empty seats at the table. He's still not here. Scene transition. Behind a thick velvet curtain, tucked into a secluded corner of the summit hall, sat a mage cloaked in shadow. His voice rolled out, filling the chamber. "Before we begin, I offer my sincere gratitude to all who've answered the call." As his words echoed, an immense wave of mana surged through the room. The air grew dense, pressing down on everyone present. Even Sylvia flinched slightly under the force. This mana, it's on a whole different level. That must be Disciplinary, the Grand Elder of Birch. The closest anyone's come to becoming an archmage. A legend who gave up worldly ties. If I ever want a challenge for that title, I'll need to reach his level at minimum. Though her thoughts raced, no one could hear them. Disciplin's voice rang out again. "Once roll call is complete, the summit will begin." He paused briefly before continuing. "Gilthian of Ilade." "Present," responded a middle-aged man, Adeline's uncle, without delay. Discipline went down the list. One by one, nobles declared their presence. But when he called out, "Ephereine family," the hall went silent. "They have yet to arrive," Discipline said, his voice taking on a grave tone. "If there is no response after 3 calls, they will be considered absent and expelled from the Mage Society." Gasps rippled across the room. Expelled from Mage Society. That's enormous. "They haven't answered a summons in 200 years, someone whispered. Snickers and snide remarks began to spread. "Well, what did you expect? Dillian's nowhere near his ancestors' level, right? They say he's barely got any real skill." Laughter followed, quiet but cutting. Mockery filled the air. For some reason, Sylvia felt a strange unease rising inside her. How has he been living like this all these years? Does anyone care? It's unsettling. Disciplin's voice pressed on. "Current head of the Ephereine family, Dillian." No response. "Current head of the Ephereine family, Dillian." Still nothing. The room tensed. "Current head of..." Before the third call could leave his lips, the massive doors at the end of the hall flung open. Every head turned. Through the entrance strode Dillian, his pace calm and deliberate. Snow clung to his coat. He brushed it off with a flick. Then, with a quiet hand, he smoothed his hair, raised his gaze, and spoke without hesitation. "Dillian von Granche Ephereine." Present. Silence. The room froze. The head of the Ephereine family had finally arrived. The moment Dillian stepped into the chamber, an eerie stillness settled over the room. No one spoke. Glances flickered silently between the nobles, a mutual understanding passing unspoken among them. The tension was subtle but unmistakable, thick as fog, yet invisible. Without delay, the summit resumed in near total silence. There was no chatter, no pleasantries, just swift, efficient proceedings. First on the agenda, the sudden appearance of a monster in Black Mountain. One noble spoke up, his voice calm, but cutting like a blade. "A dark demon emerging on our territory is a matter of utmost urgency. We must mobilize all magical factions, or consider working with the Holy Order. Surveillance teams should be dispatched to every potential location." No objections followed. The discussion moved like water carving through stone, fluid and unhindered. With a decisive tone, this issue concluded. Since no house has voiced any resistance, the directive passes without dispute. Moments later, a female attendant entered the hall and announced flatly, "A short recess will now begin." Dillian let out a quiet breath, shoulders heavy. "I sprinted here like a maniac with no break, just to sit through this damn summit. Now my stamina's gone. My man is shot." Still, his face remained unreadable, cool and composed, as if nothing had touched him. Not a flicker of fatigue showed. That quiet resilience made him feel less like a man and more like solid stone. Immovable, unmoved. Chairs scraped as mages began rising from their seats, some chatting softly as they moved toward the exits. Suddenly, a voice called out, urgent and familiar. "Professor Dillian." He turned his head to see Alan dashing toward him, flushed and sweating. "Are you okay, Professor?" Alan panted. "I'm sorry I couldn't be here sooner. They wouldn't let me in once the meeting began." Dillian met him with a steady gaze, voice level. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. But inside, something had shifted. I can't look at this kid the same way anymore. Now that I know what he's hiding, who he really is, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly, sharp, calculating. Why the disguise? What's his real aim? A flicker of thought passed through his mind, an old line from a movie in his previous world, one that fit this moment perfectly. Dillian finally broke his silence. His voice cut through the room, steady, commanding. Alan, from this point forward, stay by my side. Understood. Alan froze, eyes wide with shock. Why, yes, sir. Dillian didn't react outwardly, but his mind echoed with a familiar quote. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Watching Alan up close was the safest option for now. One day, the truth behind his identity would come to light. Scene transition. The recess ended, and the room slowly refilled. Echoes of footsteps bounced through the vast chamber as everyone returned to their seats. Once the hall settled, the presiding officer's voice rang out again, calm and authoritative. The next matter of concern: how to respond to the emergence of the Bloodshroud sorcerers. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Whispers ceased. The tension was sharp, like the calm before a thunderclap. Dillian took in the shift, his expression unreadable. This topic won't pass without sparks flying. Then, bang, a fist slammed down on the table, sending a loud crack through the air. The impact shook the room like a tremor. Vethan of the Virad family shot to his feet, fury twisting his face. Those Bloodshroud's rats are parasites, crawling through our society, spreading like disease, rotting everything from the inside. Across the table, Ethensel narrowed her eyes, voice slicing through the anger. You have no proof. We don't even know how to distinguish them from other races. Vethan snarled, cutting her off with another bellow. Then we find a way, some sign, some trait, something. We need to wipe them out, root and stem, using the royal magic of the Mage Tower. Vethan snapped. You senile beast, listen to yourself. Exterminate them? Are you hearing what you're saying? Meanwhile, Dillian watched from his seat, unaffected by the chaos. His gaze was calm, calculating. As expected, their beliefs were bound to collide. Vethan, undeterred, slammed his hand down again. I don't care how they're doing it, but those Bloodshroud sorcerers are organizing. They're connecting, grouping up, and someone's pulling the strings. A leader's behind it all. He glared around the room, voice rising with each word. And the worst part? We don't even know what they're planning. Unable to stay silent, the Ethensel pounded the table in return, her voice thunderous. All of this, it's nothing but your paranoia. But Vethan leaned forward, eyes burning. Paranoia? Their leaders hiding in the shadows, rallying followers, planning who knows what. And you're not disturbed by that. The room began to stir. One by one, representatives glanced at each other. Silent nods followed. Whispers of agreement began to ripple through the chamber. Vethan had seized the momentum. Vethan's voice rang out, loud and triumphant. That's right. 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation. The moment his words dropped, the entire room froze. Silence, heavy and suffocating, settled like a fog over the chamber. After a long pause, Gilthian slowly turned his gaze toward Dillian. His voice, quiet but laced with weight, broke the stillness. And what about you, Dillian of the Yukline family? Your bloodline has always stood at the front lines against demonic forces. What is your position? Dillian didn't answer right away. As someone living in this era, I know how this ends. When reason is thrown away, all that remains is senseless hatred and suffering. Even if I can't change their course outright, I can delay it, because the real enemy of this world isn't the Bloodshrouds. He finally spoke, calm, steady, and heavy with conviction. For generations, the Bloodshrouds have been labeled our enemy. But if we truly examine our history, we'll find it all started from a tragic misunderstanding. Vethan's face twisted with disgust. In misunderstanding, he spat. Dillian met his glare, unflinching. Yes, 237 years ago, during the Rodran witch incident, Rodran was falsely accused of witchcraft, burned at the stake. That single act led to mass purges. Entire Bloodshroud's communities were wiped out. They retaliated, and the bloodshed escalated into a cycle we've never broken. He continued, his voice firm. And as for the event 60 years ago, that wasn't a war. It was political. A Mana Stone mine was discovered in Bloodshroud's territory. What followed was no different from a land grab disguised as justice. Vethin's fury only grew. His voice dropped into a growl. Politics? You? You of the Eucline family have the nerve to speak of politics? Your ancestors were the ones who took that mine. Your people who spilled the most Bloodshroud's blood. And now you stand here defending them. His eyes blazed. They are a cursed race, born alongside miasma. Savage. Violent by nature. If anyone should know this, it's your family, the demon hunters. Decillian's expression turned ice cold. His words cut through the room like frost. My family's tradition is to hunt demons, not to justify genocide. Vedhan shot to his feet, roaring across the chamber. The Bloodshrouds are demons. The atmosphere cracked, stretched to the edge like a string pulled too tight. But Decillian's next words came low and deliberate, heavy as iron. Then tell me, are you ready to take full responsibility for what you've just said? A pulse of invisible pressure filled the space, dense and suffocating. Beside him, Alan remained silent, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled, eyes fixed on the growing storm unfolding before him. Decillian's tone grew even harsher as he said, be careful not to call others demons too easily. Their blood runs red, just like ours. And those who strip others of their humanity, perhaps they are the true monsters. Vethin's face flushed deep crimson, fury surging through him. But try as he might, no words came to counter Decillian. The tension lingered unresolved as the first day's meeting ended, with the matter delayed until tomorrow. Meanwhile, Gilthean was with his daughter, speaking softly with a hint of regret. It saddens me that we'll be apart until the next gathering, Sylvia. But Sylvia replied coolly, it's just one night. We'll see each other again soon. Gilthean continued. As per the rules, every member of House Birch must stay in separate quarters. Will you be all right on your own? Annoyed, she snapped. Why wouldn't I be? Kids my age already sleep in their own rooms. Stop treating me like a child. Her words hit him hard. His voice dropped to a quiet murmur. Even my daughter no longer loves this old man. Sylvia stood there, unsure of how to respond. Then, without warning, Gilthean broke into a bright smile. All right then, I'll see you tomorrow. Remember, the Birched region has unusually dense mana. At night, strange magical things can happen. Read the hotel's guidelines carefully. She let out a small sigh. Yes, I got it. I'll behave, so stop worrying. Later that night in Sylvia's room, she held a sheet of paper and muttered, these rules are probably just to scare us. I'll be fine as long as I sleep, right? As darkness settled in, a small golden bird appeared and perched nearby, its eyes glowing like tiny jewels. Not long after, Sylvia's eyes opened. A dry thirst clawed at her throat. Slowly, she dragged herself to the table and gulped down a glass of water. The cold drink was like a lifeline. But then the atmosphere shifted. A sinister chill crept in, spreading like an unseen fog. From behind her, something vile drew near, its presence heavy, suffocating, like a shadow of death inching forward. Sylvia's instincts flared. She snapped into a ready stance, every muscle coiled tight. Her mind raced back to the hotel's rules. Wait, is this room turning into a hallway? Did I break a rule? Her eyes darted around, heart thundering in her chest. The space around her had changed, as if the very fabric of the room had unraveled. She grabbed the instruction sheet and skimmed it with growing dread. One line stood out. Once you've gone to bed, under no condition should you get up before sunrise. Violating this may lead to unpredictable consequences. Her forehead broke into a cold sweat. Each drop felt like frozen needles against her skin. Sylvia's breath caught in her throat as the truth hit her. That's why this is happening. Once she had gotten into bed, she was bound to stay there until sunrise. She hadn't taken it seriously. A few days ago, she'd stayed in the second hallway, and nothing had happened. But now, things are different. It must be because the heads of the great families and other powerful figures are nearby, she thought grimly. The mana in the area has grown thicker, unstable. I was careless. I really thought staying in my room would be enough. Forcing herself to stay calm, she whispered, keep it together. Just breathe. Before the thought could settle, a low, menacing growl echoed through the corridor. Heavy footsteps followed, slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in. The deathly fog surged forward, suffocating and cold, wrapping around her like a shroud. Her pupils shrank in alarm, fear flaring in her chest like fire leaping from spark. Something's coming. Without hesitating, she turned and bolted down the hallway, her body running on pure instinct. Suddenly, a staircase appeared ahead, lit with a haunting violet glow, shimmering with an unnatural allure. Her instinct screamed at her to take it, to escape. But then, wait, the Rosary Hotel is a single-story building. She remembered the rules. If you see stairs, do not take them. Ever. Her heart pounded harder as she pushed herself to keep going. As she ran past an open doorway, a pale, eerie light spilled out, mixing with the fog creeping through the hall. Another warning surfaced in her mind. If you come across an open door, under no condition should you enter. Teeth gritted, eyes shut tight, she rushed past the door. Don't panic. I remember. There's another door ahead. That's my way out. Soon, she reached it and began pounding on it desperately. Is anyone there? Please help me. But dread clawed at her. Another line from the instructions rang in her mind. If someone knocks at your door at night, do not answer. Don't even make a sound. What if the person inside thought she was the threat? What if no one helped her? Still, she kept knocking, frantic. Please, I'm begging you. Seconds dragged by. No response. Her hands shook. Tears welled in her eyes. Panic pressed down like a weight. Then, the door creaked open. Warm light spilled out, washing over her pale, terrified face. And a calm voice spoke from within. Out wandering this late, Sylvia? It was Dillian. He stood in the doorway, composed, his expression as still as a quiet lake. Some of the fear tangled in Sylvia's chest loosened. Her wide eyes stayed locked on him, tears glinting at the edges. Come in, Dillian said simply. She hesitated, then stepped forward, her voice soft and shaky. Thank you. Not long after, the fireplace flared to life, casting a gentle warmth that slowly seeped into Sylvia's chilled frame. The tension in her shoulders began to ease. She exhaled shakily and murmured, I'm sorry for bothering you. I messed up. I got out of bed and somehow ended up in the hallway. But Dillian showed no irritation. His voice was calm, matter of fact. Chaotic magical distortions are common in Birch. Wandering spirits, stripped of reason, drift through the corridors. It's dangerous. He paused, then added, if you'd paid more attention to the rules, you wouldn't be in this situation. Sylvia sat quietly, watching him. He's always so calm, so grounded. Her thoughts swirled. Maybe he's seen too much, lost too much. Maybe that's why the rules don't bother him. Why he didn't hesitate to open the door? Before she could think further, a low growl rang out again. From beneath the door, a thick purple slime oozed into the room, creeping forward like a living shadow. In moments, it warped into a grotesque skull, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Then, with a piercing screech, it lunged straight for her. Sylvia froze, terror rooting her in place. But then, Dillian's voice sliced through the fear. Stay calm. There's no need to be afraid. Before she could even blink, two streaks of light blasted past her, slamming into the creature with devastating force. The spirit shattered instantly, breaking into shimmering ash that scattered and vanished. Sylvia's eyes widened in astonishment. Only then did she notice. Those beams were crystalline shards of ice, hovering in midair like blades. That was amazing, she breathed. You destroyed it completely. Dillian answered evenly. There's nothing amazing about it. It's just a spell meant to kill. Nothing more. He paused for a moment before continuing. Magic was never meant to exist solely for destruction. His words caught her off guard. She didn't know what to say. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze dropped to the flickering fire. After a moment, she asked softly, Isn't that flowing flame? Dillian looked up briefly from his book. Yes. Immediately, Sylvia sprang into action. She summoned bolts of lightning, crafted iron structures, formed wooden vines, even conjured fairy-blessed flames, all trying to impress him. But Dillian didn't react. He didn't even glance up. His eyes stayed on the page, unmoved. Sylvia pouted. He didn't even look. Should I try something even flashier? But before she could decide, Dillian finally spoke, his gaze still on the book. You did well. Sylvia blinked, clearly taken aback. Then he said, Still, your wind magic was unstable when you tried merging it with the fire spell. That comment threw her off. Professor, what exactly was wrong with it? She asked quickly. Dillian didn't even look up. That's something you need to figure out yourself. Sylvia clenched her fists. But you gave Ephereine guidance on similar things. Still glued to his book, he responded flatly. Ephereine figured it out on his own. I didn't teach him. Frustrated, Sylvia bit her lip. Dillian, finally sensing her growing agitation, added, "Sylvia, you need to let go of your impatience and impulsiveness." He paused for a moment, then continued, "You're still young. You've got time. If you keep pushing ahead, you'll get to where you want to be." Tilting his head slightly, his voice calm and certain, he said, "That's why slow and steady progress matters." He shut the book and looked straight at her. "After all, you're one of the 3 most talented young mages in the world." Sylvia's eyes widened. Is this how he really sees me? Her mind drifted back to all the praise she'd grown up hearing. What a genius. She'll become a grand mage one day. Such talent at that age? Unbelievable. These compliments had been thrown at her for years, until they lost all meaning. Just empty words. But Dillian's words, they struck deep, like a knife cutting clean through the noise. Later, Sylvia was given a bed to rest. Soon, her quiet breathing filled the room as she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, Dillian sat nearby, flipping through pages, the firelight casting shadows across his face. Then something stirred. A strange ripple of energy brushed past him. His eyes narrowed. That presence, could it be? Moments later, he was walking a winding path through the forest, his pace calm, thoughts racing. I was warned about this place. Outside of the Birch Conference, this mountain trail is off-limits too. But maybe something rarer than expected is here. Just then, a twisted figure emerged behind him. Its body was shapeless, its aura dripping with malice. Letting out a bone-chilling wail, it rushed him, clawed hands reaching. Dillian didn't react. His steps remained steady, like he hadn't noticed a thing. The spirit froze. What the did he not see me? It broke into a cold sweat. Confused but stubborn, it lunged again, snarling, shrieking, flailing wildly. Still, Dillian walked on, as if it didn't exist. After wandering for some time with nothing to show for it, Dillian suddenly stopped. The abruptness of it made the ghost behind him flinch and instinctively step back. Then, without turning, Dillian asked in a flat voice, "You seen any powerful magical artifacts around here?" The ghost flailed, screeching in confusion, but instead of answering, it spun around and bolted, vanishing into the trees like it had just come face to face with something far worse than itself. Dillian raised an eyebrow. "What's with that thing?" He shrugged it off and moved on. Not long after, his eyes landed on something, a faint glow peeking from the underbrush. There it is. Before him lay a piece of wood, glowing with a soft, golden light, like sunlight had been sealed within the grain itself. He reached out and picked it up. A system prompt appeared in his vision. Pure mana wood. Description: a shard of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood is saturated with raw mana and has been further refined by the lightning's power, making it a highly valuable material. Category: special wood. Reading the info, Dillian let out a quiet smirk. Exactly what I was hoping for. This stuff is excellent. He tightened his hold on the mana wood, eyes narrowing with intent. Since arriving in this world, I've trained nonstop. I've experimented endlessly, but this body just doesn't meet my standards. Too many setbacks. He glanced again at the glowing fragment in his hand. But with this, I can finally forge a proper magic wand. And once I do, my strength will rise to a whole new level. A faint grin tugged at the edge of his lips. This is even better than expected. Time slipped by quickly. By morning, the noble houses had reconvened at the long table, ready to resume their debates. But this time, the room was wrapped in tension, thick and volatile. Vethan, the stout elder, slammed his fist down, his voice loud with outrage. "They've got demon blood in their veins, don't they? That makes them demons, plain and simple." But Dillian didn't flinch. He fired back instantly, his tone cutting and cold. "That's absurd. If you mix salt into water, do you suddenly call the water salt?" The exchange hit hard. Many in the room were stunned silent, eyes darting from one speaker to another. Whispers filled the hall. Wait, is Dillian defending them? Wasn't he supposed to be exposing their true nature? Is this all just part of some strategy? Across the table, Gilthian narrowed his eyes, expression unreadable. His gaze burned with suspicion as he scoffed quietly. What exactly is Dillian aiming at? What's his angle in all this? Meanwhile, Sylvia sat quietly, eyes fixed on her father, who appeared deep in thought. She could feel the weight of the room. Everyone here believed Dillian had a hidden agenda, that he was siding with the enemy for reasons no one could yet grasp. But Sylvia didn't agree. The words he'd spoken to her the night before still lingered in her mind like an echo that refused to fade. They're all wrong. He's just stating what's plainly true. As the debate grew louder and more heated, a voice suddenly cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. That's enough. The room fell silent. The speaker was one of the senior elders, his voice calm but heavy with authority. We can't reach a final decision while opinions remain this divided. The issue concerning the blood shrouds will be postponed to tomorrow's session. For now, let's move forward. Unlike the earlier dispute, the rest of the day's agenda passed without incident. The discussions moved swiftly, like wind racing through an open plain. And just like that, a few days later, the conference came to an official close. One by one, the nobles exited the grand hall, their footsteps echoing through the quiet space. As they left, Vethan, visibly irritated from losing ground in the argument, passed to Dillian. But instead of walking by quietly, he rammed his shoulder into him with childish spite, like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Dillian's brows twitched. I came here to ensure the success of more critical plans, and all I've done is make more enemies. Scene shift. The following day, in Birch shopping district, Dillian and his assistant strolled into a shop filled with magical tools. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and the hum of mana. He held a few shimmering gems in his hand, their glow flickering like tiny stars. But his mind was elsewhere, running through calculations. I need to craft a wand before heading back to the academy, but which material suits me best? I've never done this before. Too many variables. Just then, Alan glanced toward the shop's entrance. His eyes lit up. Professor. Dillian looked up. What is it? Alan pointed eagerly. That's her. The one who helped me when I first arrived. A flicker of recognition crossed Dillian's face before he slipped back into his usual calm. Walking in was Lilia, the deputy director of the security bureau. She gave a light smile. What a coincidence, Professor Dillian. I didn't expect to run into you here. Soon after, the three of them made their way to a nearby restaurant. Dillian had decided this was the proper gesture of thanks. After all, Lilia had ensured Alan's safe arrival. Seated around the table, Lilia offered a soft smile. Thank you for the meal, Professor Dillian. I know this might not be the best time, but the investigation is nearly complete. So, I need to ask, what exactly happened to my escort, Ephereine? Dillian, ever calm, responded without hesitation. He was ambushed. Either he was killed in the attack or managed to escape. But at that moment, there was nothing more we could do. Lilia gave a quiet nod. I see. While servers continued placing dishes on the table, only Alan seemed to truly enjoy the moment, his eyes sparkling at the aroma of the food. Meanwhile, Lilia kept watching Dillian. Despite his composed demeanor, something didn't sit right. This doesn't match what I heard. A memory surfaced, her recent conversation with Lockheart. The royal family had already ordered his transfer to Lockheart, the Empire's most notorious prison. It was inevitable for a man who had slaughtered innocent mages without hesitation. Inside the interrogation chamber, Lilia sat with arms folded, her tone sharp and impatient. Anything you want to say? Lockheart remained quiet, his eyes distant, deep in thought. So you're really going to sit in silence this whole time? She pressed. Then, without warning, she tossed out a command that caught him off guard. Activate your power. Her voice turned cold and sharp. A grin spread across Lockhart's face. In a flash, a pulse of power flooded the room, shorting out every recording device. They were now completely alone. Lilia slammed her hand against the table. You idiot. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Why do you insist on digging the hole deeper? Her voice trembled with fury. It's because of people like you that we're treated like monsters. Lockheart just smiled, unmoved. If you didn't have that blood in you, she hissed, I'd have killed you myself. She took a breath, forcing her anger back down. If the truth gets out, it won't just be you. I'll be dragged down with you. The noble houses won't show any mercy. Lockheart leaned forward slightly, his smile fading into something darker. You really think you can run from this empire? Lilia replied coolly. We can, so long as our bloodline's secret stays buried. His gaze hardened. No, we were born with demonic power. That's what they're afraid of. It's the only reason they pretend to tolerate us. Enough, she snapped. The Blood Shrouds isn't the only group with rare gifts. Lockheart wasn't done. Then why did you go after Dillian? We've been tracking the Ukline family for years, haven't we? Her voice dropped, cold and deliberate. What are you suggesting? That we kill him? Lockheart stiffened, clearly caught off guard. Lilia didn't flinch. For now, we're only watching. But if he keeps getting in the way, we'll have no choice but to remove him. At that, Lockhart's expression shifted. Don't, he said firmly. He's a true noble. There's no need to kill Dillian. Lilia's eyes narrowed. A true noble? What kind of nonsense is that? Have you lost it? I've got more than enough evidence to prove the crimes he's committed. Lockhart replied. Remember what he said in the cemetery? When he spoke about the blessing he received, he used it to defend the blood shrouds. So it proved we weren't monsters, but human. And in that moment, there was no deception in his eyes. Only justice. He leaned forward, voice steady and sure. If more people were like Dillian, maybe, just maybe, things could change. Maybe the blood shrouds won't have to live in fear or hatred anymore. Then, without hesitation, he added, he knew who I was. Knew I was from the blood shrouds. And he still didn't kill me. Lilia paused, startled, but only for a moment. Then she let out a sharp, humorless laugh. You fool. Have you forgotten who the Adeline family is? Their ancestors led the hunts. The purges. They were the first to shed our blood. I know, Lockhart said quietly. But if we turn around and do the same to them, then aren't we becoming the monsters they claimed we were? Her face darkened. That family never stopped hunting us. You said it yourself. And how long do you think you can hold your position before they find out what you are? Lockhart snapped back. Lilia shrugged, voice calm and detached. This is the life I chose. There's no way to tell us apart from anyone else. Not by appearance, not by bloodline. Lockhart scoffed. But isn't there something we can't eat? She clicked her tongue. Idiot. As if I'd ever go near that stuff anyway. Then, with a flick of her wrist and a sudden disinterest, she changed the subject. The Emperor's not going to last much longer. Sooner or later, someone new will take the throne. All we need to do is wait and see where the next ruler stands on the blood shrouds. Her gaze turned sharp. Until then, we lay low. She threw a cold smile his way. And you? Stay put. Be a good little prisoner. Back in the present, Lilia sat quietly, watching Dillian without blinking. How could someone like him ever be a true noble? No, he's just like the rest of them. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps made her turn. The sharp reek of alcohol hit her like a wave, and Lilia instinctively raised her hand to shield her nose, trying to block out the nauseating stench wafting from the man in front of her. A slurred voice snapped. What do you want? I've got nothing to say to you. It was the blonde man, humiliated by Dillian at that infamous banquet. Back then, he'd been enraged, but powerless. Maybe now, he'd come back for revenge. With a smug sneer, he added, Oh, really? Funny, because I've got a few things I'd love to hear. There's something festering inside that twisted little soul of yours, isn't there? Meanwhile, at the Freeham estate, Julia stood in shock. Her voice trembled as she demanded, What did you just say? Say it again. The captain in front of her hesitated. He knew the words would crush her. Varen fell in the line of duty. Each syllable hit Julia like a thunderclap. Her world spun. For a moment, she was completely silent, unable to grasp what she'd just heard. But then, steadying herself, she spoke, her voice shaky but firm. Get ready. I want answers. And I want them from Dillian the second he sets foot back here. Back with Dillian's group. Ahelm walked in like he owned the place, arrogance clinging to him with every stride. Lilia eyed him quietly, sizing him up. That had to be the head of the Rewind family, she thought. What is even happening right now? Unaware of her thoughts, Ahelm's drawling voice broke the silence, thick with drink. You really caught me off guard back there. What was that all about? Are you seriously trying to stir up trouble with another family? He staggered slightly, continuing without pause. What's your angle? Don't tell me you're siding with the blood shrouds now. Your family hunts demons, don't they? Even with the provocation, Dillian stayed composed, face unreadable. Across from him, Julia was stunned. Her eyes widened. What the hell is he saying, she thought. Ahelm pressed on, the act of drunkenness not hiding his jabs. Wasn't it you who swore to wipe them all out? What changed, huh? You used to say those filthy parasites didn't even deserve to breathe. The university still has your old essays trashing them in their archives. He stumbled closer to Dillian, voice laced with scorn. Or maybe you've got one of those blood shrouds chained up in your lab now. What, playing doctor with your pet project? Alan had enough. He slammed his hand against the table, the sound echoing through the room. Watch your mouth. You will not insult the professor. Before he could go on, Dillian calmly raised a hand and wiped his mouth. Let go, Alan. It's fine, he said flatly. His brain's already mush. No wonder he's standing here babbling nonsense. I get it. The blonde noble clenched his jaw, barely holding back his frustration. But instead of lashing out, he forced a strained smile. Fine. Let's see how long that smug attitude lasts. Deadline's in 6 months, right? Or was it 3? He let out a quiet, mocking chuckle. I can't wait to watch you crash. It's going to be quite the spectacle. With that, he spun around and walked off, leaving Julia behind. Her hands trembled slightly as worry crept in. Dillian, siding with the blood shrouds? Is that really him? Her thoughts raced. It felt so out of character. Then, a memory flashed. Her conversation with Lockheart. Was he telling the truth all along? A few days later, before leaving Birch, Dillian made a stop at a well-known magic gear shop. There, he met one of the most famous wandsmiths to request a new staff. Unbeknownst to him, that visit triggered the completion of a hidden side quest tied to the crafting of Rockaloc's wand. The requirements were obscure. Gain enough fame or infamy, show compassion or cruelty, use top-tier materials to attract Rockaloc's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. As it turned out, Dillian had already met every condition, thanks to his earlier visit and widespread reputation. With that errand done and his work with the High Council wrapped up, Dillian boarded the train back to the academy, Adeline at his side. But fate had one more surprise. Vethan was in the same compartment. The man didn't bother masking his hostility, his presence radiating menace. Still, the ride passed without incident. As the train rumbled on, Dillian sat in silence, thoughts drifting over everything that had unfolded. The long journey was finally drawing to a close. When they reached the station, people bustled in every direction. Stretching after the long ride, Alan glanced at Dillian. Just one more train transfer left, Professor. Think we'll finally see something besides snow this time? Before Dillian could answer, Julia appeared in the crowd, flanked by a team of swordsmen. She was clearly looking for him, and she wasn't alone in her purpose. Dillian greeted her calmly. It's you, Julia answered, but her expression was colder, grimmer than he remembered. The weight of Varen's death still hung heavy on her. I heard you were attacked on the road, she said quietly, voice tight. It's a miracle you made it back alive. Dillian nodded. Thank you. She likely already knew what happened, everything. Knowing Julia, her loyalty to her team ran deep. Losing Varen must have been crushing. Dillian glanced past Julia, his eyes settling on the soldiers behind her. Their expressions said it all. They weren't glad to see him. The only one who made it back. He silently wondered just how much they'd overheard. Julia's fists clenched tight as she tried to keep her emotions at bay. Her voice quivered, raw and strained. I read the reports. Said you and Varen fought side by side to protect the passengers. I just want to know one thing. She hesitated, biting her lip, then asked, voice breaking, how did he die? Silence fell over the group like a heavy shroud. Many had braced for accusations, anger, blame, but what came from Julia was only sorrow. Deep, piercing grief for someone who had meant something to her. Her gaze locked on Dillian's, filled with a pain that no words could heal. Facing her, Dillian felt a rare hesitation. There were things he could say, truths that would cut too deep. The air between them stayed still and heavy, the silence louder than anything spoken. He weighed the truth, that Varen had turned on him, that the attack had been planned. Their clash had ended in a way no one could have foreseen. At first, Dillian had intended to tell her everything. But now, standing before her, the words wouldn't come. Should I really tell her? He wondered. But if I do, it'll break her. Julia's strength wasn't in being hardened, but in her compassion. If she learned the truth, she'd carry the blame, the guilt, forever. That's who she was. She always shouldered the weight of others' failures. Always blamed herself. Maybe not knowing was better. Even if she hated him later for hiding it, he could live with that. Then, the conductor's voice rang through the station, sharp and clear. Train 4 bound for the Empire, now departing. All ticketed passengers, please board immediately. The crowd stirred, people rushing toward the platform. Realizing he couldn't stall any longer, Dillian finally spoke, his voice even. It's not easy to explain, but in the end, he was overwhelmed by his emotions. Julia's eyes dimmed. She let out a quiet, tired sigh. More than anyone, she understood what Varen was like. The pain lingered, but something inside her softened. Maybe she didn't get closure, but she got enough. She gave a slight bow. I understand. We'll be leaving now to search for him. Please take care of yourself. With that, she and her team turned and walked away, leaving Dillian behind, lost in a storm of thoughts that refused to settle. His mind drifted back to that moment, Varen clinging to the train, suspended between life and death. The irony hit him hard. Was I really that different from him? Driven by emotion, blinded by conviction. In the end, where did that path even lead? As the last of the swordsmen disappeared into the crowd, Dillian remained, still and silent, trying to find the answer. Alan couldn't hold back his frustration. They were completely out of line, Professor. We were attacked too, yet they looked at us like we were the ones to blame. Dillian responded with his usual calm, not even the slightest edge in his voice. Let go. They're not worth the trouble. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Why didn't you tell her the truth? It was Sylvia, stepping off the same train, apparently also returning to the academy. Dillian turned to face her, puzzled. Tell her what? Sylvia didn't explain. Instead, she reached into her bag and pulled out a book, handing it to him. This is for you, Professor, she said quietly. Then, without another word, she turned and walked away. Alan had seen it all and was visibly stunned. Professor, what was that about? Dillian sighed, weariness creeping into his tone. I wish I knew. The trip had already been too long, and even though the danger had passed, exhaustion still clung to him. All he wanted now was to get back, rest, and forget this nightmare. He gave Alan a nod. Let's go. Yes, Professor, Alan replied, following without hesitation. Meanwhile, still on the train heading back to the academy, Julia and her unit of knights made a stop near the 4th station, just under an hour from Birch. The site of the attack had already been cordoned off. A security bureau agent was waiting for them, ready to give a rundown of what had happened. During the first wave, Professor Dillian did everything he could to protect the passengers and help rescue the injured, the agent reported, handing them a stack of photographs. He worked alongside Knight Varen. These were taken by a bystander. He flipped through the images as he continued. Then came the second strike. The entire train plunged off the cliff. Varen was caught in that chaos and went down with the wreckage. He paused and tapped one photo. Here's the odd part. The VIP car, where Professor Dillian was seated the entire time, didn't fall. It stayed suspended in the air. The agent looked up. This is a remote area. We've only got survivor accounts to go on. I'm guessing you've read the article. We did, Julia said, her tone neutral. I saw the photo of him sitting calmly in that floating car. The officer gave a short laugh. Pretty wild, huh? Looked like he fought off the whole ambush by himself. One-man army and all that. But none of the knights laughed with him. Their comrade was gone, and the man they didn't fully trust had made it out untouched. Sensing the awkward silence, the agent wrapped up. Anyway, to summarize, both Dillian and Varen made it through the first wave. But Varen didn't survive the second. He went down with the train. Julia gave a slight bow in acknowledgement. One of her knights stepped forward. Did you recover anything of Varen's? Nothing, the agent replied simply. Any attackers? Any idea who planned it? The agent's voice turned more formal. I'm sorry, but we won't be investigating. There's an unspoken rule. No inquiries into crimes committed on the way to Birch. Despite the agent's evasive answers, the knights kept pressing for more. Julia quietly stepped away from the group, making her way to the cliff's edge. She stood still, eyes locked on the canyon below, the place where Varen and the wreckage had disappeared. A thick mist cloaked the chasm, and beyond it stretched a cold, endless white landscape. Just looking at it brought back a dull ache in her chest. I lost my right hand, she thought, the memory biting. And now you're gone too, just like that. Did you really die for nothing? She believed she was numb to losing comrades by now. But Varen, his story lingered. A man born with nothing, scraping his way up from the bottom. He had fought hard for everything, chasing a dream he barely dared to speak aloud. After all that, this was how it ended. For him to vanish into the mist and be left behind in silence. What really happened out there? Back at the Ephereine estate, Dillian had finally returned home after a grueling journey. But peace was short-lived. A piercing scream rang through the grand hall, echoing off the stone walls. It was Uriel van Granche Ephereine, his younger sister. She had just uncovered what he'd been spending on expensive, seemingly useless items. And she'd had enough. I've held my tongue long enough, she screamed. I thought you changed. But you used the family's funds for this garbage, didn't you? Their longtime butler, Roy, rushed in, trying to calm her down. Please, my lady. But Uriel shoved past him without hesitation. Her anger was white-hot and precise. Did you forget everything I've told you? We're not made of money. Keep spending like this, and we'll be bankrupt in 2 months. 2. That last line hit Dillian like a stone. 2 months? He hadn't realized just how far things had spiraled. The cost of the wand he'd commissioned was far higher than he had planned, but had it really put the entire family on the edge of collapse? He had to fix this immediately. I've already got a plan to recover the money, he said, trying to steady the mood. Uriel narrowed her eyes. What plan? Without giving her a direct answer, Dillian motioned for her and Roy to follow him. They descended to the storeroom, where all the goods from the auction were stored. Uriel took one look at the collection and scoffed. Really? Is this it? A showroom of all the trash you blew our money on? What's the point? Just to prove how deep we're sinking. She didn't hold back, not for a second. To her, he was just a reckless fool dragging their family name through the dirt. Dillian sighed, clearly fed up. Just wait. You'll see. And while you're at it, maybe try acting more like a future head of a demon-slaying house. Uriel snapped back without missing a beat. Oh, right. The family's in crisis, but let's talk about my manners. Says the genius who's running us into the ground. Roy stepped between them once more. Please, my lady, let's not escalate. Dillian barely heard him. When he'd first purchased the auction items, he hadn't understood why they carried such an air of importance. He'd seen them like art collectors see masterpieces, assets, nothing more. But before the Birch trip, he'd had a realization. These weren't just showpieces. They could be leveraged for real profit. With that in mind, he activated his Midas hand. A soft light bloomed from the porcelain vase under his palm. Uriel stared, unimpressed. Seriously? You dragged me all the way down here just to play magic tricks? My lady, please. Roy began again, but Dillian cut him off. I'm re-auctioning everything. Go get an appraiser. Uriel gaped at him. What? We just bought these. You're supposed to keep antiques, not flip them. Do you even realize how much value you're going to lose? Enough, Dillian said sharply. He wasn't about to get pulled into another shouting match. Turning to Roy, he issued the order again. Bring the appraiser. Move these items now. Roy, still clearly confused but loyal as ever, gave a bow and hurried out. Dillian turned back to the vase he'd touched. A glowing panel of information appeared before him. Vase crafted by an Eastern master artisan. The soul, heart, and unmatched skill of the maker reside within. Enhanced by the Midas hand. Special effects. Any flowers placed inside will never wilt. Petals grant healing, intermediate to advanced tier. A smirk crossed Dillian's face. This wasn't just a vase anymore. The original value had been 2.5 million elm, but now it was a one-of-a-kind artifact. He almost didn't want to let it go. As servants carefully prepared to transport it, their hands trembling with caution, Dillian called out, stern and loud, "Handle that like your lives depend on it, because they do." Uriel stood frozen, speechless. When she finally managed to speak, her voice was a mix of disbelief and panic. "You're really selling all of this? Are you trying to destroy what's left of our family?" Dillian responded with full confidence. "We're going to make a fortune. You'll see. Stop stressing. Stop stressing," she shouted, throwing her arms up. "You're unbelievable." Not in the mood to argue anymore. Dillian glanced at the clock with exaggerated interest. "Wow, look at that. I'm late for work." Uriel's scream echoed behind him as he casually walked off. The scene shifted again, this time to the Magic Towers University, inside the cozy clubroom of the Magic Exploration Society. Around a table, Ephereine was deep in a game of cards with her fellow club members. With a confident grin, she laid down her hand. 3 of a kind, and a pair of 8s. Sylvia leaned in, shocked. "No way. How are you winning again?" Another student groaned. "That's 3 wins in a row. Come on." Ephereine leaned back, smug. "Looks like I'm off cleaning duty this week." Laughter filled the room. Someone muttered, "I was this close. One more card, and I had you." Ephereine chuckled. "Close doesn't count. A loss is a loss." The club buzzed with light-hearted groans and teasing. For a brief moment, Ephereine sat there, soaking it in. "I'm just a baron's daughter," she thought. "I never imagined I'd be here." Back when she first arrived at the tower, she was treated like trash by students and even professors. But now she was playing cards with friends. It wasn't anything grand, but to her, it meant everything. "I really do love this club," she thought, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Julie blinked at her. "Well, okay, that was a little dramatic. We're just a regular club, you know." Ephereine scratched her head. Yeah, my bad." Suddenly, the door slammed open. A thunderous voice bellowed through the room. "You brats! What the hell is going on in here?" Another man stepped in behind him, smirking. "Told you, Professor. These commoners are just wasting space here, playing pretend." Epherine's stomach sank. Professor Retlon, and local. Every time commoner students were involved, they made sure to stir trouble. Retlon stormed toward the club banner, sneering. Magic Exploration Club? What kind of joke is this? I asked you what you trash are doing here. Cat got your tongues. Ephereine stood frozen, her thoughts racing. This isn't a random outburst. They came to crush us. She drew a breath and steadied herself. We submitted the club proposal properly. It was reviewed and approved. This is an official club, Professor. Retland's eyes narrowed. He jabbed a finger in her face. Oh yeah? Who approved this nonsense? Wait a second. You're that lowborn brat that got disciplined before, aren't you? At the word commoner, something flared inside her, cold, sharp, and dangerous. Her fists clenched beneath the table. The urge to strike back roared through her veins. Retlon caught the glare. Ephereine shot him and scoffed. Well, would you look at that? Think you can stare down a professor now? Turn those eyes away, Brad. Julie quickly stepped in, whispering, Ephereine, stop. It's not worth it. Don't let them get to you. Across the room, local guys snorted, clearly savoring the moment as the group got boxed in. Retlon didn't let up. Fine. You say you're legit. Then tell me. Who approved this joke of a club? I don't buy it. No one in this tower would put their name on something so pathetic. Ephereine heard footsteps, steady, cold, unmistakable. She turned instinctively. Retlon noticed. His smirk stretched wider. Uh-huh. See that? I knew it. You're lying through your rotten little teeth. No one signed off on this. But just as he moved to press further, a voice, icy and commanding, cut clean through the tension. I did. Silence slammed over the room. Retlon spun around, and there stood Professor Dillian in the doorway, calm and collected, his stare sharp enough to cut. I'm the one who approved this club, Dillian said, his voice flat and full of edge. Is there a problem? The weight of his words dropped like thunder. Retlon felt his legs wobble, cold sweat trickling down his neck under the crushing magical pressure. Ephereine stared in disbelief. Why is Professor Dillian here? But Dillian wasn't done. He stepped fully into the room, gaze locked on the two men who tried to intimidate his students. His eyes narrowed, his tone razor-sharp. Yes, I gave the green light. Professor Retlon, do you take issue with my decision? He paused for a breath, long enough for the tension to thicken. I heard you yelling my name all the way down the corridor. So if you've got something to say, say to my face. Or should I start submitting paperwork every time I decide to do my job? Whispers stirred in the hallway outside. Students passing by slowed their steps, sensing the weight of the moment. Dillian, though visibly drained from the day, endless meetings, budget issues, and now this, held firm. He refused to let the exhaustion show. His face remained unreadable, voice steady. Even as irritation simmered beneath the surface, he stood tall, commanding, unshaken. Retland's face drained of color, sweat trickling down his temples as he stammered, Professor Dillian, sir. Desperate for a lifeline, he gestured awkwardly at the clubroom behind him. I was just worried about the condition of this space. Yes, that's it. Don't you think it's a little too run down? I only meant that mages of the Royal Tower deserve better facilities. That's all. Ha! I'll take full responsibility and oversee a complete renovation myself. Dillian watched him quietly, a smile forming in the back of his mind. Unbelievable. This guy's just like one of those swindlers trying to sell fake potions at the market. But since the excuse was as pitiful as it was harmless, Dillian didn't see the point in dragging it out. In a voice smooth as glass and twice as cutting, he responded, You're always so thoughtful, Professor Retlon. He glanced around the room with mock interest. Yes, this place is a bit outdated. I'll make a note of it. Then his gaze shifted, razor-sharp, landing on the other source of this nonsense, Local Beck. The man who had stirred everything up. Dillian's voice turned cold. Trash always acts the same. What else do the worthless know how to do, except ruin what they can't understand? Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away, every step calm and deliberate. Behind him, the two men stood frozen, humiliated and silent. Beck's face burned with rage, teeth grinding so loud it was almost a growl. But there was nothing he could say, no comeback, no challenge. Not against someone like Dillian. They may have looked alike in their schemes and smirks, but anyone could see the truth now. One was just noise. The other held real power. The scene shifted to a classroom. Students gathered, their voices rising and falling like gentle waves. It's been a while since Dillian taught a class, huh? Yeah, he's been swamped, practically buried in work. Wonder what that commotion earlier was about. No clue. But did you see the article about the train attack in Wizards Weekly last month? Yeah, a floating train? That was wild. Amid the chatter, Sylvia sat quietly in a corner, eyes locked on Dillian. She leaned over to her neighbor and whispered, "Do you think he'll talk about what happened back there?" At the front of the room, the main character placed a hand on the lectern, tapping it softly. The room quieted instantly. "All right, let's begin," he said, voice steady and commanding. "Pay attention. Today's lesson is on pure elements and magical interference." He continued, "To put it simply, magical interference is when one wizard casts a spell and another disrupts it by replacing it with their own. But before we dive into that, let's start with a warm-up." Alan moved with deliberate care, hauling a crate brimming with enchanted stones to the front of the classroom. In one fluid motion, the main character snapped his fingers. Magic surged out with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the stones levitated, suspended in a shimmering magnetic field, casting radiant sparks that lit up the room like stars. The glow washed over the entire space, leaving the students wide-eyed in amazement. One by one, the stones drifted toward the students. Sylvia caught hers with steady hands, and Ephereine quickly followed, snatching one as well. The main character addressed them again, his voice steady and commanding. "Each of these magical stones is valued at 3,000 elm. I'll keep them hovering, but your task is to break through my mental magic. If you manage to take one, it's yours." Before he could say another word, Ephereine slammed her hand on the desk and jumped to her feet, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Yes, Professor. For someone like her, a noble born of poverty, but possessing top-tier talent, 3,000 elm was a windfall." The red-haired girl beside her leaned in quickly, whispering in a scolding tone, "Hey, Ephereine, quiet down. Let him finish." Though slightly annoyed by the interruption, the main character remained composed and continued the lesson. In battle, it's not just about how strong your magic is. If your spell gets disrupted mid-cast, you've already lost. Defensive magic is just as crucial. But for now, show me what you've got. Without delay, the students sprang into action, channeling their magic in an effort to disrupt his control. Among them, Hong, swift and nimble, was the first to touch a floating stone. The room went silent. Every student held their breath, eyes locked on the glowing stones, waiting for their moment. Meanwhile, Dillian stood calmly at the front, his mind drifting to past experiences. He remembered the time he halted an entire train in midair, not through talent alone, but with the basic mental magic he had only just learned. That memory reminded him how far he still had to go. He looked at the crowd of eager first years and wondered, could he maintain his spell against 150 gifted new mages? Could he outlast them all? Sylvia and Ephereine gave it everything they had, trying to crack Dillian's mental magic. But it was no easy feat. With a smile lingering on her face, Ephereine thought to herself, these magical tools are ridiculously pricey. I'm barely scraping by. But if Professor Dillian's handing out free stones, I'm all in. Thanks, Professor. I'll be taking one of these. No hard feelings. Sylvia, seated beside her, stole a glance at Ephereine. Her thoughts were racing. She remembered what Dillian once said. Ephereine had faced every hardship and still climbed her way up. That alone lit a fire in Sylvia's chest. There's no way I'm losing. Not to her. Not today. The clash between the two prodigies was relentless. Neither Ephereine nor Sylvia willing to back down, even slightly. Around them, the rest of the class struggled helplessly against the main character's ironclad mental magic. Some students pushed themselves to such extremes that blood trickled from their noses, while others trembled from sheer exhaustion. Watching from below, Alan couldn't hide his awe. "Professor, that's incredible. Even against 150 students, you've got no weaknesses. They can't lay a finger on your spell." His words even caught Dillian off guard. He hadn't expected the first years to push themselves to such brutal limits and still come up empty-handed. Then, without warning, one of the magical stones began to tremble, an unmistakable sign. Someone had broken through. Instantly, Dillian zeroed in on the disruption. As he suspected, it was Sylvia. She stood there, gasping for air, sweat rolling down her face. It had taken everything she had. She glanced to her side, spotting Ephereine still locked in a struggle with her floating stone. A breath of relief escaped Sylvia. "Looks like I'm the only one who's made it so far." Dillian stepped forward, his tone warm. "Well done, Sylvia. You're the first to complete the task." Sylvia blinked, surprised by his approach, but gave a quiet nod. She said nothing, still catching her breath. He had expected her to breeze through this challenge, but not like this. Not with such effort. Scanning the room, he raised his voice. Is there no one else? Silence. The rest of the students were still locked in battle, but none had managed to break through. Just as he was about to wrap up, he sensed another disruption. A faint smile touched his lips. Looks like someone else just succeeded. Sylvia's head snapped up, eyes wide. What? Sure enough, it was Ephereine. Beaming, though barely able to stand, she clenched her fists in triumph. I did it. That 3,000 elm stone is mine. Sylvia's expression tightened, her brow creasing. The competition between the two was only heating up. All around them, the classroom had turned into a pressure cooker. Students gave everything they had, faces pale, bodies trembling, desperate to touch the glowing stones. Blood ran, sweat dripped, yet still they failed. The air felt heavy, thick with effort and frustration. Dillian noticed the signs immediately. Things are going too far. He raised his hand, calling a halt to the lesson before it spiraled out of control. But it was already too late for some. A loud retching sound echoed as one student vomited onto their desk. Others collapsed outright, completely drained, unconscious before they hit the floor. The main character let out a long, weary sigh, his voice edged with irritation. You're all hopeless. Let's take a break and clean up your mess before you go. The students rose shakily from their seats, moving like they were moments from collapsing. Julia, pale and breathless, turned to Ephereine. Ephereine, how did you manage that? I pushed myself to the limit, nearly passed out, and still couldn't pull it off. Ephereine, head resting against her desk, replied between shallow breaths, her voice carrying a touch of pride. I nearly blacked out too. I can't even feel my tongue anymore. But I think I got it. Julia's eyes widened. You figured out? Ephereine gave a small nod, her eyes staring blankly ahead. Yeah, I don't know much about psychic magic, but when I tried to break through Professor Dillian's spell, it was like I pierced a barrier. Julia couldn't hide her admiration. That's amazing. I'm seriously jealous. From across the room, Sylvia had been watching. Unease twisted in her chest as she frowned. This makes no sense. How did someone who always scored near the bottom suddenly jump to second place? She didn't believe the professor was favoring Ephereine, but another idea flashed in her mind. What if Professor Dillian has been training her in secret? Is he hiding something from me? Sylvia glanced at Ephereine again, her eyes no longer filled with disdain. Now, they were cautious. Wary. She remembered the prophecy. Ephereine was said to become one of the top 3 mages of the generation. So arrogant, Sylvia thought, but deep down, the rivalry had already shifted. It was no longer just competition. It was a fire waiting for the right spark. Back in the classroom, after the grueling and emotional warm-up, the main character began explaining the technique behind the magic he'd used. His tone was calm, yet something about it pulled everyone's focus like a magnet. In that warm-up, all of you try to disrupt my psychic magic. Some of you succeeded, but there's actually a simpler way that doesn't drain as much energy. He scanned the room before continuing. It's not some high-level secret. In fact, it's fairly basic. It's called mana disruption, but not the usual kind that blocks magic after it's cast. This method interrupts the spell before it's completed. He paused, letting the words sink in. Most of you probably think, mana disruption? That's only for advanced mages with lots of magic circles. But that's not entirely true. You can only use this method with spells you already understand. That's the catch. In real situations, most would use shields or counterspells instead. But if you never try, you'll never get it. This lesson is about getting a solid grasp on mana disruption. He stepped back, folding his arms. The toughest part? Finding the core of the magic circle. Every spell has a different flow depending on its type, whether it's attack, support, or elemental. In simple terms, the main character continued, you need to pinpoint the core of your opponent's magic. That's how you break it. He moved toward the board and began sketching a series of magic circles. Let's start with the basics. Here's a lightning spell. Offensive spells usually have a central combustion pattern that spreads outward, like this. He quickly shifted to another diagram. Now, support and healing spells. Those are structured differently. The core flow is more stable, centered around sustained energy. The students scrambled to keep up, pens flying across notebooks, though some were clearly falling behind. Dillian's pace wasn't exactly gentle. The lesson dragged on for nearly 2 hours. With so much information crammed in, the atmosphere grew heavy, minds overloaded. Eventually, The main character glanced at the clock, let out a soft sigh, and stopped. There's more to cover, but we're out of time. You wasted enough of mine, so I'm sure no one will complain. He looked around briefly, then added, midterms are approaching, and before that, there'll be a live practical exam. Everything from today's class will come into play, so make sure you understand it. He turned and walked out, tossing a final, curt line over his shoulder. That's it. Class dismissed. With that, he was gone, leaving the students confused and murmuring in his wake. Huh, he just left. Didn't even finish the lesson. What's with him? It felt like he was about to say something more. Julia stretched and groaned, clearly worn out. Ugh, now he expects us to figure it all out ourselves? This is seriously draining. Her red-haired friend let out a chuckle. Yeah, but that's how it always is. Ephereine, however, wore a bright smile. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like I unlocked something today. It was incredible. Before the moment could settle, a cold voice cut through from behind. Hey, Ephereine, commoner representative. Huh. She turned to see Beck, the gossip-prone noble with his usual smug expression. Julia's red-haired friend snapped instantly, frowning. Beck, what now? Last time you caused enough trouble dragging Professor Retlawn into things. What is it this time? Beck just sneered, voice thick with sarcasm. Oh, just curious. You commoners love showing off. Ephereine, how'd you go from dead last to second place? Ephereine answered coolly, her smile edged with scorn. Oomph. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't get it. Before she could go on, Beck cut her off, his tone turning nasty. A penniless commoner with no family or status. What did you do? Bribe the professor? Ephereine spun around, her eyes burning with fury. What did you just say? Beck lifted his chin, his voice dripping with arrogance. Oh, come on. Everyone's saying it. You've been getting special lessons from Professor Dillian, haven't you? Epherine's voice trembled with rage as she shouted back. Shut up. I've never done anything like that. The commotion drew Sylvia's attention. She stood nearby, watching closely as the tension escalated. Beck's sneer deepened. Don't deny it. It's obvious. You're not even a real student here. Suddenly rising through the ranks like that? Please. The professor must have taken a liking to you. Handed you a mana stone, maybe more. Makes sense, since you're just a homeless orphan, right? Before he could finish, a powerful surge of magic burst out, shaking the room. Ephereine clenched her fists, her whole body trembling with barely contained rage. She was someone whose emotions ran hot, and right now, she was ready to explode. Say one more word. But Beck, a noble through and through, wasn't about to back down. What? You think I'll shut up for some filthy commoner like you? Yeah? Then say it again. Ephereine snapped, stepping forward. The air thickened with pressure, everyone frozen in place. Sylvia narrowed her eyes, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, Julia stepped in and grabbed Epherine's arm. Don't. Let it go, Ephereine. You'll just get yourself in trouble again. Ephereine froze. Julia's words hit hard, dragging up Dillian's teachings. A true magician never loses control. If she acted out now, everything she'd worked for would be gone in an instant. She slowly removed Julia's hand, her expression still dark, but she forced a smile on her face. Thanks, Julia. You're right. I almost snapped dealing with idiots like him. Beck's face twitched, his voice rising in disbelief. What did you just say? Ephereine didn't even glance his way. Instead, she turned back to Julia, her tone bright. Let's go grab something delicious on the way back. Julia nodded without hesitation. Yeah, let's. The two walked off, leaving Beck standing there, face flushed with anger. Hey, I'm not finished with you, he yelled, voice cracking. Sylvia watched silently from behind, her eyes tracking Epherine's every move. A quiet smirk played at her lips. Things are about to get very interesting, she thought. The scene shifted to just outside the academy. Ephereine walked alone, her pace slow, every step weighed down by lingering fury. She clenched her teeth, muttering under her breath. Julia kept me from snapping, but I can't keep letting that bastard Beck run his mouth. I'm still fuming. Her mind raced, thoughts spinning out of control. She barely noticed where she was going, until a figure ahead stopped her cold. What should I even do about that arrogant elite? She halted mid-thought, eyes widening. It was Sylvia, standing there, perfectly composed, eyes sharp and unreadable. Why is she here? What's going on? Ephereine wondered, tension prickling down her spine. Sylvia took a step forward, her voice soft but impossibly firm. Can we talk for a moment? Their eyes met. The world around them seemed to pause, charged with an invisible current, thick and heavy. Sylvia stopped Ephereine, asking if they could talk for a moment. Ephereine narrowed her eyes, already on edge. What now? She warned Sylvia to leave if she was here to stir up trouble. This really wasn't the time. But Sylvia ignored that and asked straight out, was Ephereine actually getting tutored by Dillian? That did it. Epherine's temper snapped. What kind of nonsense was that? Was Sylvia trying to pick a fight? She shouted that Sylvia didn't know a thing. She and Dillian had the worst relationship imaginable. Why would he ever tutor her? Was this whole conversation just some joke? Was everyone around her just itching for confrontation? Sylvia just shrugged, brushing it off like nothing. That only made things worse. Then Sylvia dropped something unexpected. Did Ephereine know that Dillian hadn't stepped foot in a lab since her father died? Ephereine smirked. Of course, Dillian couldn't manage anything without her father. Her father had been a genius, and without him, Dillian had no business in a lab. But that smirk faded fast when Sylvia followed up. For the past 3 months, Dillian had been visiting the lab regularly. Every other day, he cleaned it up, chose a new assistant, brought in fresh magical gear. Ephereine froze, mind spinning. What was Dillian doing? Was he trying to leech off her father's research again? Her fists clenched. It didn't make sense. Dillian couldn't possibly handle the research alone. She shot back. How was she supposed to know what Dillian was up to? But clearly, he was working on something, and if that was the case, it had nothing to do with her. He was Dillian, after all. Sylvia gave a small nod. So Ephereine didn't know either. In that case, there was nothing left to say. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Ephereine lost in thought. Days later, at the next lecture, Ephereine and Julie stood among the crowd of students, waiting in the assembly hall. Julie glanced around and muttered, "What kind of lesson is this supposed to be? Why are we even here?" Ephereine sighed. Dillian again. Who knows what he's planning this time? Suddenly, Beck barged in from behind, shoving Julie aside. Julie spun around, furious. "You jerk." Ephereine quickly grabbed her arm. "Let it go," she said quietly. Dillian raised his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. He began the lecture, reminding everyone that today's session was the final practical before midterms, just as he'd said earlier. With a snap of his fingers, he revealed the twist. This wouldn't be a regular lesson. Today's practical will be public. A massive audience had gathered to watch. He explained that each student would showcase their magical combat skills in front of everyone. They'd battle one another using whatever magic they could conjure, but with a catch. They were required to use at least 3 distinct elemental spells. Winning wasn't the point. Dillian made that clear. He was here to observe, to analyze each student's strengths and weaknesses and take notes. The point was growth, not victory. Professor Villian was stationed as the supervisor, there to ensure no one left with lasting injuries. There were no rules. This was a full-contact magic brawl. As the class began, Dillian called out the first name, Eurozen. He stepped forward and picked his opponent. One by one, matches took place, flashes of light, explosions of magic, and rising intensity. The students were shaky at first, uncertain with their movements, but gradually they found their rhythm. Each duel became more focused, more precise. Sylvia's turn came, and she dominated her match without effort. Her opponent, just an ordinary student, was quickly defeated. The watching crowd snickered, mocking him for being a lowborn who dared to face someone like Sylvia. That was all Ephereine needed to hear. She clenched her fists. The same students mocking him wouldn't have lasted a minute against Sylvia either. So she cheered for the defeated student, her voice cutting through the jeers. Then came the next name, Beck. He strode forward, confident and cocky, and pointed directly at Ephereine. "You." Ephereine scowled. Typical Beck. But maybe it was better this way. She walked forward, ready. Beck smirked. "You gonna be all right without your secret tutor?" Ephereine shot back without hesitation. "Is trash talk the only thing guys like you're good at?" She looked him up and down and scoffed. "Trying to act like Dillian now? You look ridiculous." That wiped the smirk off Beck's face. Ephereine raised her arm, energy crackling at her fingertips. She was going to show him just how weak his magic really was. They both charged at once. Beck aimed to end it quickly, unleashing a powerful blast. His magic sent Ephereine flying. He stood tall, smug behind his shield. "Dumbass," he sneered. But then he felt it, her magic rising, pressing against his. Ephereine was back on her feet, her eyes locked on his. "You know what they say," she said, her voice calm and cutting. A noble like you needs a proper beating. Ephereine unleashed one final surge of magic, sending Beck flying through the air and crashing hard on the ground. Completely knocked out, Julie shouted with excitement, cheering Ephereine on from the sidelines. Ephereine walked over to Beck, now lying motionless, and leaned in. So, how's it feel to lose to me? The results were announced. Ephereine had won. Dillian, however, looked unimpressed. The fight had ended too quickly. Beck had been no challenge. Ephereine walked straight up to him. Professor, she said, give me another chance. I couldn't even use 3 types of elemental magic. Beck was too weak. One was enough. Dillian raised an eyebrow, then gave a nod. Fine. Choose your next opponent. Without missing a beat, Ephereine pointed straight at him. I choose you. Ephereine didn't hesitate. She pointed right at Dillian. I want to fight you, she said. The crowd erupted. Professor Villian barked out, calling her a lunatic for even suggesting such a thing. Sylvia and the others stared in disbelief, thinking she'd finally lost it. But Ephereine had already expected that reaction. She didn't care. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the chance to face Dillian head-on. Even if everyone called her insane, even if she lost, just standing across from him was something she had long dreamed of. Dillian smiled slightly at her challenge. Villian grumbled again, calling her completely unhinged. Calm yourself, Dillian told Villian, then looked at Ephereine. I did say you could choose anyone. I accept. He turned to the rest of the students. However, as your professor, I can't fight you equally. I want to attack first. If you can force me to move from this spot, you win. The match began. Epherine's heart pounded. This was it. She knew this was reckless. Dillian was in a different league. But she wanted to see it for herself, to measure the distance between them. She charged, throwing everything she had into a single powerful strike. Dillian didn't move. He stood there calmly, still smiling. Ephereine pressed on, summoning earth magic with all her might. The force shook the ground, enough to impress even Villian and Sylvia. But Dillian remained exactly where he stood. She switched tactics, launching rapid projectile attacks. Then he spoke. You have a habit. It shows up more clearly than your actual magic flow. Her eyes widened. That wasn't just insight. Something was wrong. Her magic suddenly wouldn't respond. She glared at Dillian. Did you mess with my circuits? You can't use your magic on me anymore, he said simply. But Ephereine wasn't finished. She lunged forward. Then I'll use what I'm better at. She threw a punch straight at him. With just a flick of his finger, Dillian struck back. The blow sent her flying. He stood still, watching her. Her magic sense was remarkable. But without the control, the finesse over the elements, it wasn't enough. What made her stand out, though, was her vessel. That rare, exceptional gift to wield all elemental types when she wore that bracelet. It was a power others could only dream of having. If the real Dillian, not just a professor, were facing her seriously right now, even he might have felt the pressure. If someone like Ephereine, a virtuous with that much potential, continued to grow, there'd be nothing more anyone could ask for. The outcome of her match might not have been decisive, but it was far from disappointing. Dillian called an end to the public practical. From this point on, the debutantes would shift their focus to midterm exams. Whispers spread across the crowd of students. It was the first time they'd heard Dillian speak like that. Still, many of them admitted Ephereine had done surprisingly well. They hadn't expected much after her dull and quick match with Beck, but this was something else entirely. Off to the side, Beck heard their chatter and turned red with embarrassment. Ephereine blinked, wondering if she had actually earned their recognition. It didn't feel real. Julie rushed over and scooped her up. That was amazing, she said, grinning. You crushed it out there. Meanwhile, over at the seaport, Ganesha and her crew stood waiting. She spotted the approaching figures and waved. Leo, Carlos, welcome. Her eyes landed on a familiar face. And Yuria, did you miss me? Yuria smirked slightly. Maybe a little. At the harbor, Captain Ganesha greets Ria, Leo, and Carlos with open arms. She pulls Ria in close, claiming she missed her dearly. But Ria quickly tries to wriggle free, accusing Ganesha of child abuse in a bid to escape her grasp. Meanwhile, Yuria sinks into her thoughts, reflecting on how she ended up in this world. Once a developer of the very game they now inhabit. Everything changed when a blinding light whisked her away into the realm she created. She woke up not as herself, but as the in-game character Yuria, discovered by none other than Ganesha. Snapping back to the present, Ganesha shouts at Leo and Carlos to stop their antics. Yuria glances at her, and knows. Sticking with Ganesha, the greatest adventurer in this world, is her best shot at survival. Her mission is clear: stay alive and find a way back to the real world. Elsewhere, in a grand estate, Dillian finally receives the long-awaited package. Inside is the legendary Yukline wand from Lockheart, a powerful artifact capable of boosting magical strength. He marvels at its craftsmanship and elegance. Although the wand cost him a staggering 9 million elm, Dillian now realizes the price was more than worth it. Its design and magical capacity are on par with ancient relics. As he admires the wand, a knock sounds at the door. Roy enters to summon him for dinner. Dillian follows him down, only to find the dining table overflowing with exquisite food. He's taken aback. Given their financial troubles, such a spread shouldn't be possible. The lady of the house reassures him. This feast, far beyond their usual fare, was specially prepared to help him regain his strength. She wanted to show her appreciation. Roy then shares the good news. They sold the estate's antiques as Dillian had instructed. The items were so sought after that the auction spiraled into chaos the moment they were listed. Overcome with emotion, both Roy and the lady tear up. Thanks to the sales, the estate is now secure for years to come. This meal, Roy explains, is her way of saying thank you. Back in his office, Dillian sits surrounded by stacks of midterm exam papers. As he flips through them, disbelief sets in. The previous Dillian had created questions so brutally complex that they bordered on absurd for beginner-level students. Each one screamed of ego, crafted not to teach, but to show off superiority. But the current Dillian isn't that man anymore. He wants his questions to be challenging, yes, but meaningful. His goal is to inspire a sense of achievement in the young mages, not defeat. He knows that every question he puts forth shapes the path of future magic wielders. As he reaches for the last box of papers, he wonders if it holds anything worthwhile. He pulls out a sheet, scans the questions, and freezes. These aren't his. Someone else had authored them. Despite their difficulty, there's something engaging about them. They spark genuine interest. Curious, Dillian channels comprehension magic through the test sheet. As he inscribes his answers, a sudden glow erupts from the page, taking the form of a woman. Dillian grins. He understands now. This wasn't just a test. It was a magic-based assessment. Solve it correctly, and the answer doesn't just appear, it manifests visually. The colors represented elements, and the result was an elegant, awe-inspiring display. It was the perfect method for teaching elemental magic. A twinge of envy sneaks in. He suspects that the old Dillian recognized the brilliance in this question, something even he couldn't replicate. Still, the present Dillian is less focused on competition and more intrigued. Who created this? And who is this woman? Meanwhile, in a different location, the very same woman is in conversation with her elders. The topic, the suppression of the blood shrouds, a plan in which Dillian's name is now firmly involved. Dillian couldn't shake his curiosity about the mysterious woman from the exam. Eventually, her identity is revealed. Adeline, the current chair of the Imperial University's Magic Tower. A renowned mage with unmatched magical talent. She's also the leading contender for the title of Archmage. But despite her fame and power, Adeline is surprisingly laid back. She strolls through the university grounds, catching snippets of gossip from passing students. Rumors about Dillian's clash with Knight Julie and the ever-entertaining topic of Professor Rieland's failed diet. Adeline's love for such trivial matters is more than just nosy habit. It stems from her roots. As a half-fairy, her innate curiosity and keen perception are what fuel both her personality and her magical brilliance. Despite her constant complaints, she actually enjoys days like these. Once a month, the magic professors assemble before her, and as usual, Dillian somehow manages to land himself in awkward conversations. Still, Adeline finds it amusing that he's now associated with the heretics, a twist she didn't expect. During this council gathering, the sorcerers recall how arrogant Dillian used to be. Then enters Lady Luina, a name that stirs the room. Once Dillian's rival for the chief professor role, she'd stepped down after being outmaneuvered by his political plays. She disappeared into the kingdom, but now rumors place her back in the empire. Adeline brightens at the mention of Luina, clearly intrigued. She wonders aloud what brought Luina back. One professor speculates that if offered a position, Luina would surely return. Given her achievements abroad, her return could be a huge asset for the Magic Tower. But the professor is cautious, carefully avoiding any criticism of Dillian while making his case. Amused, Adeline says she'll consider it if Luina does indeed return. The room lights up with excitement at her response. Wrapping up the meeting, Adeline reminds the professors to turn in their exam questions. Later, as she reviews Dillian's submissions, she's stunned. The questions are far too precise and insightful. Nothing like the Dillian she remembers. Suspicious and entertained, Adeline decides to stir things up a bit. Her plan? Bring Luina back into the fold and watch how Dillian reacts. A few days later, the long-anticipated midterm finally arrives, but the students are completely thrown off. The format is nothing like what they expected, not even close to the already torturous exams Dillian had given in the past. Confused and frustrated, some begin murmuring about giving up altogether. The assistant professor steps in to ease the tension, explaining that their confusion is natural. This time, the midterm follows a completely new structure. The exam focuses solely on pure elemental magic and will span 10 full days, with the final deadline set for Sunday at midnight. Each student is assigned their own private room to work in, where they'll take the test independently. They're allowed to attend other classes and handle daily responsibilities, but taking the exam papers outside is strictly forbidden. It's an open book test, but one that lasts 10 days. Julie and Ephereine are both unimpressed. Once again, Dillian refuses to follow a normal pattern, and to top it off, he doesn't even show up. He sent the assistant professor in his place. Then, the professor drops a bombshell. Anyone who manages to score full marks will receive a personal letter of recommendation from Dillian himself, under his title as chief professor. The mood instantly shifts. The students light up at the news. A recommendation from Dillian is a golden ticket, an automatic boost in status, skipping years of struggle. For most, it's the ultimate reward. Ephereine, though, scoffs. As Dillian's sworn enemy, she had no interest in earning his praise. But then a thought strikes her. What if she could use that recommendation to rise above him? If she gets ahead, she might be able to control him. The idea makes her laugh out loud, startling her friend beside her. Once inside her room and faced with the actual test, Ephereine goes quiet. The questions are relentless. With each new page, the challenge only grows. And yet, something about it draws her in. The pain of solving each problem is intense, but every answer feels like a triumph. It's a sense of fulfillment she's never felt from a test before. Still, doubt creeps in. Could Dillian really be the one who wrote these? Her determination builds. She wants that recommendation. She wants to prove herself. But one question brings her to a halt. She stares baffled. Her brain begins to ache from the effort. Frustrated, she decides to step outside for some air and clear her head. Sylvia sat outside in the quiet, finally catching her breath. She was calm, almost in disbelief. It had taken her 30 hours to finish just one question. As she thought back to what the assistant professor had said, she understood something important. Anyone capable of scoring full marks here wouldn't struggle with the promotion exam. But for Sylvia, that wasn't the goal. It wasn't about grades. She wanted to prove to herself that she was worthy of being called a true mage. And these questions, if she could conquer them, they were proof. Just then, Ephereine appeared. The two exchanged glances before diving straight into the same topic, the test. Sylvia casually asked how far Ephereine had gotten. When Ephereine asked the same in return, Sylvia mentioned she was on question 8. Epherine's eyes widened. Question 8 was one of the most brutal ones. But Sylvia clarified she hadn't completed it yet, just still grinding through. Ephereine admitted she was only on question 7, and despite the mutual struggle, she couldn't help but admire Sylvia's pace. Sylvia, however, raised an eyebrow, half suspecting Ephereine might be bluffing. Without another word, she stood up, driven by a sudden burst of competitive fire, and headed back in to keep working. As night fell across the magic tower, the air inside was filled with quiet tension, each student locked into their personal test chambers, deep in thought. Meanwhile, far away from the exam rooms, Dillian felt a heavy shift in the atmosphere. Something immense was drawing near. He stood still for a moment, his senses on high alert. The stage had begun, and at the heart of it, Emperor Kerbame's condition had reached a critical turning point. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.